Nerdy Neo on the mic tells a story. Open mic, a world of digital glory. Talking quests and pixelated dreams. Gamers journey on the mainstream. Open mic with a gaming twist. Press start and raise your fist. From consoles all to new. Every game a brand new crew. Week by week a new guest appears. Sharing love for gaming through the years. Button mashing tales of late night kills. Level up, adrenaline thrill. Open mic with a gaming twist. Press start and raise your fist. From consoles all to new. Every game a brand new crew. From pixel art to high-def screens. Open worlds and cutscenes. These questions deep they go. Discovering every game in tow.
Hello, everyone. Happy Thursday. It is time for another episode of Open Mic, and I've got a good friend who we worked on a project together back in December. We haven't really talked a whole lot one-on-one, so I've been looking forward to this for a few weeks, and I actually have some topics on the agenda rather than just having an open-ended conversation. So I'm looking forward to chatting with Nightmare. What's up, Nightmare? How you doing?
I'm good. How are you doing?
I'm doing good. Been looking forward to this for a while. So we got connected through the Melee games community, and we worked on a little project back in December, which turned out fantastic. So for anyone who isn't part of that community, Melee K and I have a little bit of a frenemy relationship, and I had this great idea to take the song from Sound of Music. I forget exactly what the title is, but it's a song that these are a few of my favorite things, and rewrite it so all the lyrics are all about the things that Kay actually hates. And so I pitched this to Imp, Black Belt, and DJ Axis because they've done something like this previously. And they're like, hey, we should get Nightmare because he's got a lot of experience with AI voices. So Nightmare joined us, and he took Kay's voice so that we could have all the lyrics be sung by Kay's voice. And it turned out great. So thanks again for that, because it was fantastic. So we talked a little bit behind the scenes, but like what all goes into like your experience with like AI? I mean, you've done a lot of other stuff than just like, voice masking or whatever. I don't even know what the term is for it, but like how exactly does that all work?
Oh boy. How long you got? It's so.
And how did you get into that? Did you just like figure it out yourself, or did you like YouTube? Like, how did you come to learn how to do that?
Yeah. So I found the project originally. So I'm a giant nerd. I'm a software guy in real life. That's my day job. So I'm into this stuff anyway. So for years, I've actually, there's a bit of a story. For a very long time, as you can probably guess, I'm a big comic book nerd. So one of my favorite characters.
I'm gonna go out on a limb here and guess that Batman might be your favorite superhero.
Batman is one of my top three.
Top three?
Yeah,
Ooh.
it's hard to pick one out of the three, but Batman is the one that looks the coolest. So,
okay.
Cool. So it's Batman, Spider-Man, and then Iron Man.
Iron Man's my favorite.
Yeah, Iron Man's pretty sick. I'm more like Iron Man in real life than the other two probably. I mean, I am like I said, I'm a software guy, so kind of makes sense. So for years, pretty much way back during the when the original Iron Man movies came out,
Okay.
I've been trying to, well, not that far back, but because of them, for years I've been trying to set up my own AI, basically my own Jarvis, so to speak.
Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah, and I better mute it so it doesn't get activated if I say its name again. Do that really quick because I need to work on the trigger. I finally did manage to set something up, but
Where's the trigger?
No, it triggers like on random noises, so I gotta fine tune it a bit. But so one of the components that I was trying to figure out was you need a few different things. Like you need something that can check for voice activation. You need something that can actually transcribe your speech. So when you say something to it, something that can transcribe whatever you say to text, so that the system knows what you're actually telling it.
That makes sense.
Yep. And so one of the other components is the text to speech part. So after it's done running whatever you tell it to, it will give you a message of some kind. And I have it hooked up to an AI model for the generating the actual text, kind of like my own personal chat GPT.
Okay.
But it's all local, so nothing goes out to nobody can spy on me.
That's the best part.
Yeah, exactly. So
when you said you're a software guy, like not just like you're familiar with using a lot of software, like you're writing software, is it right?
Yeah. I build software for a living. Yeah, I'm an engineer. So
all right, awesome.
Yeah. But nothing I do is as cool as what I do in my free time, as always is. But yeah, so the final component there is that TTS, something that takes that text and turns it into actual voice. And there was originally a text-to-speech model called Tortoise that I used a few years ago. It was around the same time as the whole 11 Labs thing, if you remember that.
11 Labs, what's that?
It was 11 AI, so it was voice cloning. Voice cloning is what these things are called typically.
Okay.
So where you take someone else's voice and you use AI to reproduce it. So 11 was like, it's this proprietary. It's still around, but it's basically a text generation thing that you give it a few clips of someone's voice, and then it'll speak in their voice, whatever text you say.
Okay.
But it's proprietary, and then they locked it down behind a paywall and all that. So there was a free one called Tortoise that was open source, but it was very slow. But while I was researching that, I found a program called RVC, which is also open source. And that is the program that rather than text to speech, it's actually speech to speech.
Is that the one you've been using for like your
Yes.
Kevin Conroy?
Yes, for every time I pretend to be someone else, that is what I use.
Sounds great.
Thanks. Yeah, so the way that it works is all the crazy technical stuff aside, you feed it a bunch of voice clips of the real thing, and then you train it. And the nice thing is, on a reasonably powerful GPU, it will actually train very quickly. Like within less than an hour, you'll have a working voice model.
That it uses the GPU?
Yeah, most AI stuff uses the GPU.
Huh, I did not know that. But
Yeah,
I don't
so
really
if you
know a whole lot about all this AI stuff.
Oh, you haven't seen the CEO of NVIDIA not shutting up about AI?
The Zehoven?
The CEO of NVIDIA, Jensen
Oh,
Huang.
the CEO of no,
Yeah,
I have not.
He will not shut up about AI because that is basically what his primary business model is now,
Okay.
instead of gaming. But because so something about the architecture of the GPU just makes it ideal for doing machine learning.
Okay. Yeah. My extent of AI so far has been to ask Grok to draw. It was for James too, because it was for a stream. We're talking about superheroes, and I asked him who he would cast for Captain America, because he was talking about how he doesn't like Chris Evans for Captain America. And I asked him, and he's like, who'd make a great Captain America is well, he didn't know the name, but I knew the name, is Alan Ritchson, the guy who plays Reacher. And so I
Yeah.
asked Grok to draw Alan Richardson as Captain America, and I did a great job. So that's about the only AI I've ever used.
Yeah. So what they do is a little more complicated because they're mixing different types of models somehow. So most commonly you'll have a speech model and then another one for generating images. And there are projects that you can use that will combine them for you, but you have to enable it. So I can't just say, draw and make an image of whatever. I have to enable the image option and then it'll go call the image model.
On the one that you're working on?
Yeah, on my local stuff. Yep.
Okay. Well, that's awesome.
Yep. And so, with the RVC stuff, you train that model and then you can use it. You basically just run. There's a little bit of fine tuning involved where you give it the original song. You have to make it relatively isolated, the vocals.
Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah, because otherwise it doesn't know what's a vocal and what's not a vocal.
Yeah, so it's like background noise or something.
Exactly. So then you'll get all the noises in the background. So you got to do that, and then you run it through with your chosen model, and it will generate the audio sounding roughly like the person. But then sometimes you got to play with like the generated pitch and tones and stuff. And you might remember when I sent you guys a few different clips of the K singing one at different pitches.
Yes.
Yeah. So you got to fine tune it a little bit with that. And then, once you're done with that, you just put it back on top of whatever vocals you want. So that's how I was able to do, the K one. I was able to do the Kevin Conroy singing, I think Skyfall and, what was the other one? Snake Eater.
Okay.
Oh, and I also got him to do, you remember at the beginning of, you've played all the Arkham games, right?
Yes.
Yeah. So you remember at the beginning of Arkham Knight, you remember it plays Frank Sinatra's "I've Got You Under My Skin"?
I remember the diner part at the beginning, but I don't remember.
Before that, I think during the Joker cremation, when you move the analog stick and Joker's body is burnt to a crisp.
Okay, I vaguely remember. It's been a really long time since I played Arkham Knight. That's on my list of games that I want to replay because it's been so long since I played it.
Okay.
That does sound vaguely familiar.
Yeah. So it's an old Frank Sinatra song, and I was able to make the Conroy AI sing that song too, which it's a little funny because it doesn't actually sound that different from the original song. But yeah, so that's how I do all of that.
Awesome. So, I guess that I wrote down some things I wanted to talk to you about in no particular order, but I think that probably segues perfectly into one of the topics here is that you've actually done some modding for games, and some of the things you've done has been voice work in games. So can you tell me a little bit about some of those voice mods that you've done, and was that via this RVC that you were talking about?
So if I remember right, the only voice mods that I've done were for Doom Eternal, and they were the Alex Jones as Doom Guy and Kevin Conroy as King Novik. And they did not use RVC because that was a little before RVC kind of blew up when I made those mods. So I actually used the Tortoise program that I was talking about.
Gotcha.
So rather than converting the spoken speech in the game, I actually had no. So the Kevin Conroy one was AI. That one I used Tortoise for, and so that one I just typed out what I wanted and tested it out a few times until I finally got to sound roughly like what I wanted it to. You would not believe what a pain it was to get the voice to sync up with like the mouth movements in the game.
I bet.
Yeah, but it turned out pretty nicely. I was pretty happy with it.
The voices that you put in, did you just have the original dialogue just with a different voice, or did you write like your own dialogue?
No. So for the Kevin Conroy one, because it's AI generated, so what I did was I just literally retyped the same things that they were saying.
Okay, so the dialogue didn't change, just the voice of what they were
exactly.
saying.
I retyped the dialogue, and then it spit out Kevin Conroy saying that dialogue. But for the Alex Jones one, that one is not AI at all. I literally just took clips of Alex Jones because Doom Guy is only ever shown speaking once, not from the first person. So you can really make him say whatever you want, except for The very end of Ancient Gods Part 2 when he
I
has
was
one word.
I was just gonna say, yeah, if I remember correctly, the only time he speaks is the very end of the second DLC. He says one word, and I don't
Yeah,
remember what
but he
that
also
was, but I did
speaks. He
remember
also
spoke.
speaks in the flashbacks in the main game in a couple of places. I think
I
it's
don't remember that.
it might be almost entirely in the level where you fight the I forget what it's called, but you're in that like a Sentinel arena, and it's like a giant marauder with a shield. I cannot remember what
And
it's
he's got
called.
like the flail.
Yes,
Yeah, the gladiator beast, I think is what it was called.
yeah, that thing. So in that level, there are a bunch of flashbacks to when Doom
Yes.
Guy first showed up. He speaks during those flashbacks.
I didn't
times.
realize that was Doom Guy speaking. I thought that was
Yeah.
his memory of someone else speaking. Because I played that level
No.
a crap load of times. Because back when I played Doom Eternal, like every week, they often had a challenge, and it was like complete like 4 or 5 levels, and that's easily the shortest level in the game. So I played that level so many freaking times.
I remember doing the same thing until I figured out how to make an unlocker mod for all the like skins and whatnot.
Oh, well, I didn't play it on PC, so I didn't have that option.
Yeah. Well, the nice thing is if you unlock everything the right way, you can use it in online. You know, if you want to play online. If you do it my way, you can't play online for obvious reasons.
Yeah. I did do the online. I don't know if I think I played the Doom Eternal multiplayer online like legitimately like twice, and then the rest of it I just boosted it in order to get the multiplayer achievements. I didn't really care for the multiplayer that much.
Yeah, I
Doom
never touched the
2016's multiplayer
either.
was very underrated though. I had a lot of fun with that one.
It had a feature called Snap Map, right? That was pretty popular.
That was Doom 2016. I never saw anyone use it. Like I looked into it a little bit myself. And it was a really cool idea, but I didn't actually like mess around with it. But it was a cool concept.
Yeah, I never touched either multiplayer. But yeah, just to complete the Alex Jones thing. No, don't be. I just like to get back to what I was originally saying and finish it so we can move on to the next thing.
Completely agree. I usually try to do that as well. If we get off topic, I'll usually try to make a mental note to be like, all right, we need to go back to this after we're get done with this tangent.
Yeah, exactly. So with all the flashbacks, which I think they are all in the Gladiator level, there might be one somewhere else. But it's pretty much
there's like 3 or 4 of them in that Gladiator level.
Yeah, and he only has like 3 pieces of dialogue even there. And he's basically like basically in the real dialogue he's just saying a couple words about the demons or whatever, huge guts, something like that. But with the mod, since I had a whole bunch of Alex Jones rant clips, I basically inserted a giant Alex Jones rant into each spot of dialogue, and I was able to update the subtitles to match. And so if you install the mod, I don't know if it works because I haven't tried it since they added official modding support, which broke a lot of stuff. But at least assuming it works, still the mod will update both the voice and subtitles. But the thing is, the rant is so long that the subtitles are generally just cut off. So it's that long of a rant compressed into like a couple seconds. But it's like, great.
It's not like sped up so the whole thing fits in a few seconds though, right?
I think one of them is sped up just a tiny bit.
Okay.
But you probably wouldn't be able to tell. But yeah, and the thing is, it fits perfectly too. That's the beauty of it all.
Like within the setting of the game.
Yeah, because he's yelling about demons and stuff.
I had a feeling it's probably something about like demons or potbelly goblins or whatever.
I don't think literal pot. Yeah, I didn't include the literal potbelly vampire goblins.
That's the line.
But yeah, no, it's just like demons. He's ranting about our species is stronger than you, faster than you. We're gonna beat you. Get that through your head. Something like that. I'm human and I'm coming. Something, that kind of thing. Yeah, I got the idea from that old video from I think it was Sargon of Akkad, who just slapped a ton of Alex Jones rants on top of Doom Eternal just gameplay footage. So that's where I got the idea to make an actual mod out of it. And just for completeness, I did mod the no at the end of Ancient Gods 2. I did find a clip of him saying no somewhere else, and I did put that in there just for completeness.
That's great.
Yeah.
All right. So, have you done any other modding of Doom Eternal than like the voice stuff?
Yeah, I did do.
I thought you had mentioned something, but I don't remember what it was.
There's a bunch of stuff. I modded some of the music, so I brought back. So if you remember let's see, there were a few music mods that I did. So the main menu music, I initially when they replaced Mick Gordon's just main menu theme, I made a mod to bring it back until they added an official option for the main menu music, so you could pick which one you like better. At which point, the mod becomes kind of pointless.
Right. Do you know when the official support for the original menu music was added?
Would have been years ago at this point.
Because I don't remember that being an option, but I haven't played it in a few years either.
Yeah, I think it might have been around 2022.
Okay. I should have still been playing it at that time.
I don't know.
But that's all right. I was just curious if you happen to know off the top of your head.
Yeah, no, I haven't even played Eternal I don't think I've played either Doom game in a long time now.
Oh, I haven't played through the main campaign in a long time, but because when I went through it, I'm an achievement hunter. I went through and I completed everything in the game except for there's an achievement for the base game for beating it. I forget what the game mode is, but it's the one where you actually have only a limited number of lives.
Oh, I know what you're talking about. Yeah, but I forget what the difficulty settings are called.
You can play it on any difficulty, but it's like a mode, kind of like Fallout has. One of the Fallout games has like a survival mode where you can play it on any difficulty, but it adds new mechanics. Like in Fallout, you have to like eat and sleep and stuff, where you don't normally have to do that in the game. You just have to keep your health up. So it's kind of like that, where you can play it in this one life mode or whatever it's called. But you can play it on any difficulty. And the achievement is for beating the game with having more than 10 lives in your inventory. And then each of the 2 DLCs also have that achievement, except since they're shorter, instead of it being 10 lives in your inventory, it's 5. So I completed everything in the game with the exception of those 3 achievements for like.
Was it extra life mode?
Extra life mode. That sounds right.
Yeah. I just looked them up.
Okay. Yeah. Extra life mode. So I had done everything except for those 3 achievements. And so those 3 achievements had been sitting incomplete for a couple of years. So, and then I was like, I went back and mopped up those last 3 achievements. So I guess I actually did play through the game in its entirety. So, and it was probably I think it was for a challenge that I was partaking in at the time. So let me see when that was. My last achievement was only in October of 2023. So yeah, I guess, let's see here. Complete extra life mode with 10 or more lives in your inventory, and that was October of 23. And then same for extra life mode for the first DLC and for the second DLC. Yep, I did them all at the end of October 2023. So I guess It was more recent than I thought it was. I thought it was farther back than that. But other than that, like the last achievement I got before that was in August of 2020. So it basically I had it completed, with the exception of those 3 achievements, like 3 years prior. And then I finally went back and got those. So, but yeah, I am going to be playing through Doom Eternal again for the Windows version to get the achievements again, because I freaking love Doom Eternal. We did top 5 shooters recently, and Doom Eternal was my number 1 because I freaking love that game.
It's so much fun with. I think I do understand a lot of the people who like 2016 better. I think 2016 is more atmospheric in a lot of ways and less frustrating sometimes. But I think in my opinion, the biggest thing gameplay wise, well, there are 2 things: the meat hook and
Meat hook is awesome.
I love it, and then the I don't know what I forget what it's called. Basically, like the dodge slide thing. that they
Oh, the
replaced power
dash.
switch.
Was that not
Dash.
in 2016?
No, so the same button in
Oh.
2016 is a crouch.
Oh, yeah. It's 2016 is another one that I want to go play through again
Yeah.
because it's been a long time since I played through that as well. I'll
Yeah.
definitely be playing through both of them before I play Dark Ages, which is one of my, I think it was my number 2 on most anticipated games for this year.
Nice. I'm gonna wait. I'm gonna be patient on Dark Ages and just see how it goes. But yeah, mostly because of the whole Mick Gordon thing. I'm a little nervous about trusting it after that.
Understandable.
That which wraps me right back around to what I was talking about earlier, with the music mods. So yeah, there was that where I made it so you could replace the main menu music before they added the option to do it yourself. And then I made a couple more mods for the main menu music, so you can. There is an extended version of At Doom's Gate from the first game that I found. And I asked the guy who made it, you cool with me making a mod with this for the main menu music? And he's like, yeah, sure. So I made a
Nice.
mod with an extended version of At Doom's Gate 2016 that replaces the main menu music. Then there
In
is
Doom Eternal, right?
Yes, exactly.
Cool.
Yeah, 2016's main menu music is just perfection. You can't beat that. It's actually my ringtone.
Nice.
Yeah. You come to hate it a little bit when you get, especially when you get family members calling you at the worst possible times. But but yeah. So that I made a mod. Well, it's one mod with a couple options to replace. So you know how there is a version of At Doom's Gate in Doom Eternal when the intro sequence plays.
The song titles are not gonna be like, oh yeah, I know exactly what song you're talking about. So,
Okay, it's just the opening song. You know the opening, not opening, with the title sequence music in 2016.
I'd have to go back and replay it.
Man, it's the most memorable part of the game in my opinion. When he gets in the elevator and he's talking to Samuel Hayden, Hayden goes, "You must understand. It was for the good of mankind." And then at the same time, you're looking down at a guy who's been killed in the elevator. And then Doom guy smashes the speaker, and then you get the Doom title.
I don't even remember
Music
that.
goes-
It's been
it's-
so
the
long
music
since I
goes-
played 2016.
Oh, it is such a good track because it's based on the original At Doom's Gate. The famous first level music from the original Doom by
Okay.
Bobby Prince. So it's the one the one that goes.
Yes.
Yeah, that one.
Yes, that
So-
one I recognize.
So what the new, at least what 2016 did was for the title music, it starts off with like a very slowed down version of that, and then what they do in the game, or the way it's set up with the game, is it's synced up so that when it changes, you just get like a big beat drop when the title pops up. But until then, it's like a slowed down version going. And then
Okay.
it just like slams into your face with the title, and it's awesome.
Okay.
And they even synced it up so beautifully. And I don't know if it always works, but they at least tried to sync it up so that at the end of the title drop music, the At Doom's Gate 2016 goes da 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 da. But the last one of those notes is actually a shot. Is right when you get out of the elevator, Doom guy cocks his shotgun. And so the shotgun cocking is the last two notes of the track.
Nice.
So yeah. So they synced it up like that. I absolutely love that track, and I liked it better than any of the title drop music in Doom Eternal.
Okay.
So Eternal has the three. So one for the main game, one for Ancient Gods Part 1, and then one for Ancient Gods Part 2. And so the
Yeah.
mod basically lets you restore a recut version of that title drop music from 2016 into each of those segments.
Okay.
And then there's also one more that lets you use, I believe, at the end of every level in 2016, it plays that music again. So it plays the portion of the title music. And so I basically just made that for Eternal. So at the end of every level now, it'll Now the music will just like slam into your face like it did in 2016.
Awesome.
Yeah, and then let's see the other mods. I did make a couple of like visual mods, just to, like the Unmaker, for example, that weapon. I
Yes.
always thought it was hideous,
Oh,
so I made it.
I never
blue.
had a problem with it. What it looked like, just how it worked was
Uh,
wasn't really great.
Well, I just thought like a lot of the Maker designs were hideous because they're like that weird white with pink on it. And
Okay.
it just looked ugly to me, so I made it blue with gold trim.
Ooh, I bet that looks nice.
Yeah, it does. It looks a lot nicer. I think I had electric blue weapon effects. I made one that puts like a glow, the Slayer's mark, which is like the big Doom logo.
Yes.
Yeah. Actually, before I tell you that, I ended up loving Doom and 2016 and Eternal so much that I got what do you call them? Like stickers, basically.
Oh, I thought you were going to say you got
decals.
Decal. I thought you were about to say that you got that symbol as a tattoo.
Oh, I hate needles. No way. But I got a couple of decals of the Slayer's mark, and I slapped them on my gaming PC.
Nice.
And because it's got glass panels on it, when I turn it on, you can actually see it like
It glows.
kind of the silhouette. Yeah, so it looks pretty
Nice.
sweet. So I made a mod that puts a tiny version of that on glowing in blue on the back of the super shotgun, which is the best weapon in Doom, in my opinion.
In just the whole franchise in its entirety, right?
Yeah, it's just so much fun. It's so satisfying. Yeah, and then there's I made a little New Game Plus mod too, because it kind of bothered me.
Not
that
already have that?
It didn't when I played it, unless they added it recently.
Huh, okay.
So in 2016, neither 2016 nor Eternal has a New Game Plus, as far as I know.
I
But
thought it did,
2016,
I
no,
could be imagining that.
it has level select.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
probably
but
what
the
I was
thing
thinking
is,
about.
2016, everything in 2016 is totally contained within the levels. So if you go back and play the first level and just play each level in sequence, you won't miss anything. But with Eternal, there are some parts of the game that are actually not part of a level. So I think it's mostly stuff that takes place in the whatever you call like Doom Guy's base of operations in the game.
Oh, basically his Fortress of Solitude. Yeah, I forget what.
Yeah,
It
the
has a
space
title.
fortress thing. Yeah,
I forget what it's called.
yeah. I have a photo of it. I might be able to find the name of it from that, but crap. It's such a cool. Was it just the Fortress of Doom?
Fortress of Doom. I just googled. That's the
Yeah.
first thing comes up. Is Fortress of Doom.
Because
Makes
Fortress
a lot
of Doom sounds like a cartoon villain.
I was
thing.
like the Legion of Doom from
Legion of Doom or the Masters of
cartoons.
Doom. Yeah. But yeah, the Fortress of Doom. So there's some stuff that takes place in the Fortress of Doom, like when the Con Maker shows up via hologram and summons a bunch of demons and takes the power out. for
That's
example.
right.
So you can't. There's no way to
Can't
replay
replay
that
that.
unless you
That's
start a new
right.
game.
I
So I made a
forgot about
little New Game Plus mod that really just unlocks everything right from the beginning. So you start a new game, you already got all your crap unlocked, except for like one or two weapons that will break the game if you have them upgraded, because it makes you take a couple upgrades early on.
You like the super shotgun since that's like critical to the story progression.
I think it's the rocket launcher,
Oh,
and like just one weapon upgrade in general. I think the one I left out was something on the ballista, maybe, or
Huh.
the machine gun,
that's weird.
something like that. Yeah, it's because it's like part of the tutorial that it does. So it wants you
Oh.
to go to the little robot and pick an upgrade. Otherwise, it won't open the door in the building that you're starting off in.
Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah. So yeah, but yeah. So that way you can still play through the full story and get everything in there and not have to deal with all unlocking everything once you're all the way through.
Okay, gotcha. So, I do want to ask you about that, but real quick, I haven't said hi to anyone. Amon Ra came in, said, "I need your autograph, Batman." I think that's the first time I've ever seen Amon Ra up in the chat without a move first. So, what's up, Amon Ra? Good to see you. So, I'll have to get Batman to autograph something for you. And Pierce is here saying, "What's up, guys? What's up, Pierce? How's it going?" So, okay, so regarding Doom modding, this is
Mhm.
all probably a while ago, right? You haven't done any modding for it in the last year-ish, I would assume.
Might be like a year and a half. Yeah.
Okay. Because I still have I talk about this every so often, but I'm very generalizing because I don't want to give the idea out because I still want to do this. But I had an idea for what I would consider to be like one of the coolest mods ever. It's basically a full conversion mod for Doom Eternal,
Mhm.
where I had this idea where I want to take the building blocks of Doom Eternal and rearrange them and make a new game out of it. So I started investigating what it would take to actually do this. And um this was probably around like November-ish of 2023.
Okay.
I had the idea well before that, but this, November of 2023 is when I, you know what, I'm actually going to look into like do some research and figure out how I would go about doing this. So I started doing a bunch of research on Doom modding, and I joined the Doom modding Reddit, or not Reddit, Discords. And I saw
Discord.
we are both in those together. I went and looked at our shared Discord servers. I'm like, oh, we're both in the Doom modding server. That's awesome.
Yeah. There's two of them actually.
Yes,
Yeah.
I'm in both of them.
Nice.
And I started watching YouTube videos and reading articles and stuff. And everything I was seeing about modding was all done in like Notepad. And I'm like, how do I actually mod the game and like make levels and stuff? And so I came to find out it wasn't actually possible. You could only basically edit stuff that was already in the game. You couldn't really like create anything new from scratch.
Yeah.
And so I was very bummed to hear that, because I actually was asking around in the one of the Doom modding Discords, like, I'm seeing all this Notepad manipulation stuff, and like you can spawn whatever enemies you want at these coordinates and make all these like encounters, because plenty of people had like these new campaigns, but the levels were all exactly the same. It's just you're fighting different demons through them. And I was like, but how do you like create new levels? Like, oh, you can't. I'm like, are you kidding me? But that changed last summer, June-ish of 2024, during what is it?
QuakeCon?
QuakeCon, thank you. I was like, what's the con that's all about in all those games? QuakeCon.
Yeah.
They actually released the developer tools to the public.
Yes.
So now,
Yep.
what I had in mind is possible to do. And when it was announced, I was freaking out. I went and downloaded it immediately, started toying around with it. It's quite complicated, but
Yes.
I still need to get back to at least spawning the items I want and see if I can edit the properties of them to do what I want them to do.
Mhm.
And then go about building the levels. But it should be possible. So I was excited about that, but I haven't touched it basically since like I did a bunch of like work, not work, but just testing it, learning stuff like right after it came out. But I haven't really touched it probably like since July. But there was almost no information at the time because it was just available. So there weren't any tutorials or anything anywhere. I'm assuming there are now. So I need to go and look now that it's been, 9 months or something. There should be some more tutorials out there now to help make learning how to use this developer tool possible. But I'm assuming, or not assuming, but have you looked into that at all? Or do you have any experience with that? With those, with id?
Not with
I forget what
id
it's called, but the id developer tools.
I don't know if it's id Tech 6 or whatever, or I think they just call it the modding tools, because I think it's a subset of id Tech.
Yes.
Like I doubt they give you the full engine to play around with, but
like it was the exact developer tools that like the devs use to make the game.
Oh, is it? Let me see. I have it installed, but I never use them.
Yeah, I haven't launched it in a long time, but
id Studio, that's what they called it.
id Studio, yeah, that sounds right.
Yeah. So yeah, I haven't really used it or touched it, but yeah, from my experience with that kind of modding, it's still very complicated, but it's in a nice official way to do a lot more of whatever you want. So, like I've done some game development in the past. Nothing that was ever like released to the public or anything. But
That's
uh,
cool.
yeah, I've worked in Unity and then Unreal 4.
Oh,
Yeah,
that's
Unreal
where
4.
I first dipped my toes into the modding community was with Unreal Engine. Oh, I think it was 2. It's the one that
Oh wow.
Unreal Tournament 2003 and 2004 were built on. I'm pretty sure it was Unreal 2.
Okay.
Because the discs for Unreal Tournament 2004 had a full tutorial of basically everything you would need to know on how to build stuff in Unreal Engine. So I was watching all these videos and learning, like, how to program the AI and bot pathing and building levels and stuff. So I actually built some levels in the Unreal. I'm almost positive Unreal Engine 2. So I'm just going to say Unreal Engine 2. I built some levels in Unreal Engine 2, not from like I designed them in my head from scratch. I rebuilt some of my favorite levels, like from Halo in Unreal Tournament. I never like published it or anything. It was just on my computer, and I actually streamed it once, like a year and a half ago, of just dropping in and playing against some bots to show the levels I built. So I dipped my toe into that a little bit, and that was pretty fun. But the Doom Eternal one is like a whole nother galaxy more complicated, obviously.
Yeah.
Like 20 years later, of more
engines
technology
have
to
gotten
work with.
so much more complicated. Yeah. Man, now I'm thinking back to like when I was a kid modding the original Halo on PC.
I didn't ever mod the original Halo on PC, but I did have Halo on PC. I've still got my disc right here.
Nice.
And let's see here the case is in here. The disc itself is in my CD tower right there. But my buddy, who was also big into Halo on PC once they released it on PC, he learned how to do some basic mods, and we did just some. I think he brought his like laptop over to my house one time, and we just did like a system link with just the two of us, and we were screwing around in Blood Gulch with all these crazy mods that he had made.
Yeah. Yep. Exactly.
Like
I made the
one I remember most clearly is he made the pistol.
Did he make it fire sniper rounds?
No, he made the
rockets?
pistol fire the shade turret rounds.
Okay.
But they were like the rate of fire was like times 1,000. So it was like
Nice.
you pull the trigger for like 2 seconds, and it's like if you shot like 100 shade turrets all at the same time, and it, like the recoil was insane. It was hilarious.
Nice. I remember I think the way I set it up was I made the pistol fire, I think it was like missiles or something. And then I made it possible to basically run up the walls, as in the walls of the level, so you could literally run up the skybox.
Like on your feet, or like in the Warthog?
Yeah, no, just on your feet. And then I made
Spartans.
and then the Warthog could fly. So pretty much, yeah, it was an absolute disaster.
Have you ever heard of a Warchi?
A what?
A Warchi.
I have not.
So, while we're on the topic of Halo, were you ever into Red versus Blue?
No. So I only modded Halo because like I had some friends who were into it at the time, and I only ever had like the first game on PC.
Okay.
And I never even played the campaign. I literally only played the multiplayer with those friends. And then I actually was a PlayStation kid, not an Xbox kid. So
okay.
Yeah, I didn't get to play 2 or 3, and the first time I ever played any Halo campaign was when I got the Master Chief Collection a few years ago, and then I played through Reach 1, 2, and 3.
Okay, so you played Halo Reach, Halo 1, 2, and 3. No ODST 4 or 5, though.
Nope. Okay. 5 wasn't even on. Yeah, 5's not in the Master Chief
That's
Collection.
right. 5 is not in the Master Chief Collection.
Is ODST in the collection?
It was released as DLC, just like Reach wasn't originally in it, but it was released as DLC. I definitely recommend ODST. ODST is great. And I think out of all the Halo games, I think ODST's soundtrack was like my number 2.
Nice.
All the Halo games have great soundtracks, though. Anyways, where I was going with that is it wasn't actually directly Red versus Blue. You're familiar with Red versus Blue, though, right? Even if you haven't watched it.
Yeah. It was owned by was it
It was
Rooster
done by
Teeth?
Rooster Teeth. Yeah, that's where
Yeah.
what made them blow up was Red versus Blue. And I got all my friends in high school into Red versus Blue because I stumbled upon it one day, and I'm like, this is hilarious. It was like only like the third or fourth episodes. They had like just started doing this, and I told my friends like, dude, you got, because we were all super into Halo. I was like, you guys got to watch this. It's freaking hilarious. So I got all my friends into Red versus Blue, but
Nice.
there was a number of people who saw what Red versus Blue was doing and made their own. So it was basically like not a spin-off because it wasn't by the same people. It's just like, fans of Halo, like, oh, I like what they're doing. I'm going to do the same thing, but, make up my own story. And there was one called I think it was Fireteam Charlie. And they didn't have very many episodes, but they, instead of playing in like the base game, they did the PC version. They modded it. And one of their mods was basically the flying warthog. It was a warthog, but it's been so long since I've seen it, so I don't remember if they modded like what the warthog actually looked like. But since it could fly like a banshee, they called it the Warchie. So when you said the flying warthog,
okay.
it reminded me of the Warchie from
Gotcha.
Fireteam. I'm pretty sure it was called Fireteam Charlie. So
Nice.
it was very limited run, so I doubt very many people ever even saw or heard of Fireteam Charlie, but it was basically another machinima based in Halo because of the success and popularity of Red versus Blue.
Gotcha.
So but so I pulled up Doom Eternal here on Steam because it's weird. The editor tool is actually considered the Doom Eternal game. So I haven't actually played Doom Eternal on Steam. I have 0 out of 50 achievements, but I have 180 hours in it. And that's because the editing tool counts as Doom Eternal.
Wait, let me see if that's... Huh. That's interesting. Oh. Okay, it doesn't show any statistics on the actual tool. It just shows the launch button, but...
Yeah, because you hit... Well, you had to go through this, like... I had to go through like all these like pages on its website to figure out how to do it, because you have to first download it, and then you have to go into like your Doom Eternal properties and set it to like don't launch automatically, and then it pops up with like a launch window. It's like, what do you want to launch? And then from there you have to like launch the game, and then once you're in the game, then there's an option to switch over to the editing tool, and it takes you out of Doom Eternal to the editing tool, but it still counts on Steam as playing Doom Eternal and counts towards your time in the game.
Really?
So it was really complicated, and I was getting frustrated just figuring out how to get into the tool. But
really, because if you go into Steam and you just search Doom under tools, I actually just get like a direct link to id Studio.
it may have changed, because the last time I launched it was in August, so it's been a while. So that might have changed, but. On my Doom Eternal, it says I have 180 hours, but I have 0 achievements because I haven't actually played it. So maybe it's more complicated, but it did take a while to figure out how to do it, and I need to go back. The last thing I was working on was I was like, I'm doing everything this tutorial is telling me to do, but the lighting is not working. I'm basically working in pitch black. It's like, just give me some light so I can see what I'm doing.
Yeah. Speaking of lighting, I will say Doom Eternal is the one game that RTX does not totally wreck.
Oh, doesn't wreck? Okay.
Yeah. Because every other game with ray tracing, you turn it on, your frame rate is basically cut in half.
That is not surprising.
Yeah, but Eternal is so well optimized. I think your frame rate is still cut in half in Eternal. It's just that Eternal is so well optimized, you can get like a really great frame rate. So
yeah,
even if it's cut in half, it's not too bad.
I was just talking to someone within like the last week about how well optimized Doom Eternal is and how it puts other developers to shame when you have like these such unoptimized messes of games, because I haven't played it on Switch, but I've heard that it runs surprisingly smooth on Switch at 60 FPS. Like, you got it to run at 60 on Switch? How?
Well, they probably did downgrade a lot of the character models and things. And to be fair, the type of game that Doom 2016 and Eternal are going to be a lot easier to optimize than, some kind of open world game.
That's true.
But But even so, they did do a great job optimizing it, which is pretty good.
And I also give them mad props for when they optimized 2016. So, well, if you played on PC, I don't know if they made any changes to it on PC, but at least on Xbox, because when Doom 2016 originally launched, it was about 60 gigs, which is, pretty standard for a game like that. But they released a bunch of DLC and title updates, and it basically doubled the file size of the game up to like 120 gigs. And then they eventually made all the DLC free. And that's actually when I first played it. My first experience with Doom was Doom 2016. That was the first Doom game I ever played. And
same.
After that, I went back and played the classic. The only Doom game I still haven't played in its entirety, I've played a little bit, but I still need to go back and play through it in its entirety, is Doom 3. But I never played Doom back in the day, so I don't have like the nostalgia for the franchise. So I didn't go back and play them until after Doom 2016, but in 2016 made me fall in love with the franchise. But the file size basically ballooned up to like 120 gigs when the DLCs and stuff didn't add that much content to the game. So they actually went and reworked it and optimized it. They did technical magic behind the scenes, and they got all of the game and the extra content back down to about 60 gigs a couple years after the game came out. So mad props to id for actually respecting people's hard drives, unlike Call of Duty.
Yeah, I appreciate when games do that kind of thing, go back and make updates that actually make improvements. For example, the Arkham games, I don't know if the Steam version ever removed Denuvo. I assume it probably did eventually, but I know that
I've not played them on PC.
Really? Oh, that's the best way to play it now.
Well, I'm an Xbox guy, so that's basically where I play everything.
I gotcha. I do everything on my PC. So, but yeah, so they put all 4 Arkham games on GOG around the same time they did a bunch of updates. And I really appreciate that because it makes the games that much easier to preserve.
Yes. You're talking about GOG, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Because everything on GOG is supposed to be DRM free.
Yes.
Yeah, which I did do a little modding on the Arkham games as well, but they're harder to mod.
Okay.
You can do like some texture mods and some config mods. So basically, for example, I was able to mod it so that the Afterburner and the Batmobile is always unlimited, like it is in the Riddler races.
Oh, okay. Nice.
Which is, it makes it a lot more enjoyable to drive around just because the Afterburner limitation, I think, I know it's supposed to be a challenge, but it's just not as fun if you can't go fast.
Yeah.
So
I totally get that.
Yeah, there are actually mods out there that add new models to the game or bring models that were not originally in the game into the game, that kind of thing. So there's one that restores the PS4 exclusive Adam West suit.
I didn't know that was in there.
Yeah, so someone managed to pull it from the game files and make a config that you can just throw into the game. And it'll work. I think there are a couple other suits like that as well. And now there are actually modding tools that will let you mod a suit and then put it in the game as a new suit.
Oh, so you don't have to replace an existing one?
Exactly.
Nice.
Yep.
Sweet. So, I see Jake Marino's in chat again saying Nerdy Dio my goat. Well, thank you. I appreciate it. Hello, Jake. Good to see you again. Hope you're doing well tonight. And Purist is saying he played the classic, talking about the classic Doom back in the day, as well as Wolfenstein. The only Wolfenstein games I played were the more recent ones from Machine Games, Old Blood and New Order, and those are pretty good. I will be playing those again at some point because I played the Xbox
I thought
versions.
Machine Games. I thought the Machine Games one were New Order or New Colossus.
They did New Colossus as well because, because New Order came out first, and then Old Blood came out but Old Blood is actually a prequel to New Order.
Okay.
I actually, and I didn't know that. I just looked up which one was chronologically first. When I played Old Blood, and then I played New Order. Then New Colossus is Wolfenstein 2. I have not actually played that one.
Okay, I'd never heard of Old Blood. I've heard of Young Blood.
Yeah, that's the one that came out after New Wolfenstein 2 New Colossus, where you play with those aggravating sisters.
The annoying
who are
girls. Yeah.
daughters of BJ Blazkowicz. I've not played that one, and I never will.
James will play that one. I've made sure he will.
Yeah, I'm assuming that means you've gifted it to him.
Oh yeah, I gifted it to him a while ago. Yeah, because I know that like Doom and Wolfenstein have like that weird continuity where I believe so Doom 1, 2, 64, 2016, and Eternal are all the same Doom guy. Supposed to be the same Doom guy. And then Commander Keen is his grandfather. And then BJ Blazkowicz is Commander Keen's grandfather, but only the BJ Blazkowicz from like the first 2 games from back when id was still making those games. The Machine Games ones are their own timeline that's unrelated.
Oh, okay. Because I had never seen Commander Keen until I unlocked the Commander Keen skin in Doom Eternal. I'm like, what the heck is this? And I went and looked.
Yeah.
At it. Like, oh, this is like one of their old school platformer games.
Yeah, it's a kind of like, yeah, it's one of those like platformers for little kids almost.
Yeah.
Which is, yeah, it's kind of weird when you compare that to id's other games.
And Pure is saying MechWarrior 2 was awesome back around those times as well. The only MechWarrior I played was MechWarrior 4, but that was I like that one. That was pretty cool. Oh yeah, that's where I was going. I was like, there was something I was going to mention while we were on the topic of gifting games to James. So yesterday I did a roulette stream of my own, and a few of the early games were pretty bad. Fortunately, most of the ones in the second half were pretty good. But one of the ones that came up that was freaking terrible was Stray Gods. And I went and looked this game up on Steam to see if James owned it already. I was like, dang it, he owns it already. Because I was like, I want to put this on my wish list to see when it goes on sale. I want to gift it to him. Not even 24 hours later, I find out that, I knew that they were doing, that Melee Games is doing their this month Gifted Games Gallery on this Saturday, but I didn't know until today that Stray Gods is one of the games that he's going to be playing on Saturday, and it's gifted by you. So I was like,
I do my best to find the most quality cringe to gift him.
I just thought like the timing on that was absolutely like, I just played this game, discovered how bad it was. I wanted to gift it to James. He's already planning on playing it this weekend, and the one who gifted it to him is coming on my channel for open mic all in the same day. Like, what are the odds of that?
Just wait till you see what I gifted him today. Just wait till you see what I gifted him today.
Already?
Yeah, I gifted it to him and told him announce it during the gifted gallery when I come on.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
But yeah, I was like, oh my God, this is cringe. So I just thought that was hilarious that all that coming together. You gifted it to him, and then he's playing it this weekend right after I played it, and we're on open mic together. It's like, oh my gosh, that's just like perfect timing.
I mean, if you see cringe and you find out he owns it, there's a very good chance I gifted it to him. Half my wish list is cringe for him.
Yep, I usually have 1 or 2 games on my wish list that I'm just there to keep an eye on the price to gift to them at some point.
Yep.
So that was absolutely perfect. So,
if you still want to talk mods, by the way,
okay.
There's probably one more game that I have done a ton of mods for.
Oh, okay.
And that was Tales of Arise. I did do some like Fallout modding as well for a little bit of New Vegas, a little bit of Fallout 4. For actually, you know what? For Fallout 4, I did like a really. Have you played Fallout 4?
Real quick, I just want to give a shout out to my good buddy Dude1286, who's my achievement hunting cohort in crime over on Rumble, has just rated the stream. Thank you, dude. He was just playing Ninja Gaiden Sigma, and I was watching him up until we started our stream. But he's like, "Yeah, I'll probably raid you when I'm done." So I appreciate it as always, dude. Thank you for that. and hope the rest of your stream after I had to dip out went pretty well. But to answer your question, I actually just talked about this yesterday on one of my streams. The only Fallout, oh no, it was on Party Chat on Tuesday. I played Fallout 3 in its entirety. I got 100% in the game and all the DLCs. I've started Fallout 4 and I've put like 8-ish hours into it. So it's on the backlog of games I need to get back to, but I have not played much of Fallout 4, but I have played a few hours of it.
Gotcha. Have you played New Vegas?
That's another one. I wasn't ever planning on it, but just because of how much praise it's gotten from everyone, they're like, it's my favorite Fallout. I was like, I'll put it on my backlog. So I've never even touched New Vegas, but I will play it at some point.
Okay. Yeah. So New Vegas is, at least in terms of the writing, New Vegas is the best Fallout game. And it is an absolute shame what they did to Chris Avellone, because he needed to stay at Obsidian.
What happened with Chris Avellone?
Effectively, he was forced out of Obsidian. I think there was something about false accusations of some kind.
Did he get Me Too'd?
Of misconduct, something like that. Yeah.
Yeah. If you get falsely Me Too'd, there should be punishment for that.
Oh yeah, there should be. Never is, but. Yeah, on a lighter note.
Yeah.
So Fallout 4, I did a couple of mods that were kind of cool. So there in Fallout 4, the main plot involves your son Sean getting kidnapped and you waking up and
Sean.
Oh, what?
Wrong game.
Yeah, wrong game, same name. but yeah, so at the end, there's in some of the endings you can get a synth that is effectively your son. Yeah, a synth that is
Like
meant to resemble a child version of Sean.
Clone, essentially, of your son.
Yeah.
Okay.
So yeah, a synth. So they're not. I don't think they're technically robots, but anyway, they're like they'll never age or anything like that. But yeah, so he can be in places your son, but he's stuck in the Institute. So I made a mod that lets you take him with you. There were a couple mods for this, but they all made a copy of him. But mine actually let you take him around with you
As like
wherever you wanted him. Yeah, exactly. You could turn him into a companion, give him like a little suit, all that stuff, and have him, fight alongside you. Go on father-son adventures, so to speak. Which I always thought was I don't know, that always sounded cute to me. So that'd be fun.
Cool.
Yeah, and then I remember making another mod. And I can't believe, I swear, Bethesda does so many of these things where there's so many like little missed opportunities in their games. So there is a quest you can get from a guy, but to like rob a hotel or something like that. And then if you do that quest, you can like blackmail his dad or something like that. But if you kill the guy, then that quest just ends. So I made a mod that lets you find a key quest item that lets you continue that quest anyway, and then basically blackmail his dad. Basically, you can do kind of like a Machiavellian thing, which it just makes him that much more role playing.
Okay.
Yeah. So
cool.
That, and then yeah, the big one the big game I figured I should mention was Tales of Arise.
Okay.
I know
that's a
Kay hates that
JRPG,
game.
right?
Is it a JRPG if it's an action game as well? It's like an action JRPG, I guess.
Yeah, I've heard that name. I know nothing about it, but you say Tales of Arise, JRPG is the first thing that pops into my head.
I mean,
it may be an action JRPG.
Yeah, it is Japanese and it is an RPG. I just don't know if it's technically considered a JRPG or not, just because those definitions are so muddy.
Okay. Oh, I have seen the like key art for
Yeah.
this game before.
Yes.
Yeah, it definitely has JRPG written all over it.
Yeah. But I don't like
But it does say action role playing game.
Yeah. Yeah. Like I don't like the typical JRPG because it's, typically turn-based, and turn-based I just can't do, unless there's something really special about the game, I can't do turn-based.
That's
Um,
yeah, I don't care for turn-based games. That's why I didn't do RPGs for the longest time because I
Yeah.
didn't know that there were RPGs that weren't turn-based.
Yeah.
My
Yeah, so I
exposure
think
to
the
RPGs that weren't turn-based was Oblivion.
oh, wow. Yeah. Yeah, I think Fallout was Fallout might have been my first non-turn based RPGs. I think the only turn-based RPGs I really enjoyed were Mario and Luigi Superstar Saga, just because of how charming that is, and some of the sequels. And then I've played Persona 4 and 5, and I enjoyed those in spite of the combat. Like I found the combat really dreary, but
Okay.
the whole social aspect of the game is just so nice, and it's nice to see what it's like to have friends. So
For
um,
me, the turn-based RPGs that I had the most fun with were the South Park RPGs. Speaking
I've
of
heard of
Obsidian,
those.
I,
Yeah,
those are pretty good.
yeah. Well, you're never gonna get another one of those from Obsidian.
Why is that?
Have you seen Avowed? Have you
I
seen
mean,
how
I know
bad
it came
Obsidian is these
out,
days?
but I haven't
Yeah,
heard
Obsidian is like a total shell of its former self at this
now.
point.
Yeah,
So
it's unsurprising with the
yeah,
way a lot of
but
studios have gone recently.
yeah, but yeah. So to wrap up the Tales of Arise thing, I made a boatload of mods for Tales of Arise. Half of them are like because the especially the main girl with the pink hair, that is a that is an that is a top tier waifu character. So
Okay.
yeah, I made a bunch of a bunch of mods for those characters. I think one of the more interesting mods I did was I actually made like a full like loose hair mod, so it's not up in a ponytail anymore,
Okay.
which is kind of cool. That's how I got into playing with Unreal 4, actually. So the modding process with that game,
Oh, was
if
that
you're
game
doing
built on Unreal 4?
yes,
Oh,
yes,
okay.
exactly. So if you're doing any like complex mod for it, you actually have to open up Unreal 4 and then like convert and import assets into it and then export them, which is it's an interesting process. And then I made a probably the most fun. Well, actually, I added some Doom. I forget if it was both 2016 and Eternal or just Eternal, but I added some Doom music to the game.
Hmm.
Like, so you can select Doom music to play during during some of your battles. And I added the Crucible as the blazing sword.
That's awesome.
Yeah, so the main character has the Crucible as like his flaming sword. Yeah, and I modded a couple of the swords. Oh, and also, I made a couple of mods that when you put them together, turns the main character into like a medieval looking Batman.
That's dope.
Yeah, yeah. So it's pretty fun. Yeah, sometimes you get so into modding that you end up spending so much time modding that you get back into the game and you're like, what was I doing again?
I totally understand.
Yeah.
So, but yeah, dude saying that Fallout 4 is good gameplay. The RPG elements just kind of suck. And yeah, Pierce is saying that, yeah, Chris Avalon's a great writer for KOTOR 2. Yeah, he got me too. That sucks. And dude saying I need to get into the Tales games one of these days. I also have to get into Dragon Quest. Too many games. Yes. It's a common problem that gamers have these days. Too many games and not enough time.
Yeah. Arise is actually the only Tales game I've ever played, which is probably why I like it so much, because almost all the fans of like the Tales series that I've talked to tell me they hated it or they didn't like it because it was so different from the other ones. But for me, it's just like I only played this one. So I really loved it. So yeah,
you don't have anything else to compare it against.
Right.
Okay. But yeah, one thing I was going to mention earlier is just funny how Obsidian has basically had this happen to them twice, where they get a sequel to a really popular game. It has to get rushed out real fast. It gets released in a pretty bad state, but then afterwards it becomes everyone's like favorite game in the franchise. Obviously being New Vegas and KOTOR 2.
Did they not do the original KOTOR?
No, BioWare did the first KOTOR and Obsidian did KOTOR 2.
Okay. Interesting.
And then the KOTOR 2 and Fallout New Vegas were pretty close to each other in time as well. So
would
it's
make
kind of funny
sense.
how that all happened. And Fallout New Vegas came out pretty buggy from what I hear. Like I said, I haven't played it, but once it got into a stable state, like people were like, this is the best Fallout game. And similarly, they were rushed into getting KOTOR 2 done in like 18 months, and they had to cut some stuff there. And it's actually available. Like the restored content mod is available on Steam. So James told me how to do it. He's like, you basically just go to the community section, hit download this, and you're good to go, and it restores that content they cut out of the game to get it released on time. And a lot of people love KOTOR 2 even more than KOTOR 1. So
is KOTOR 2 the one? I haven't played any of them. Again, those are games I've always meant to play and just never got into.
I've played KOTOR 1. I have not played KOTOR 2 yet.
Yeah, but is KOTOR 2 the one with Darth Revan?
Revan and Malik are in KOTOR 1.
KOTOR 1, okay.
In KOTOR 2, the main character is the Jedi Exile. And it takes place, I want to say it takes place a couple years after KOTOR 1. It's not like right after the first one ends, and you also don't play as the same character.
Right.
But yeah, Revan and Malik are like the main plot points of KOTOR 1.
Gotcha. My favorite Star Wars game is Force Unleashed 2. So that tells you how much
Force Unleashed 2. Interesting.
It's just I just find the gameplay so satisfying. That's really the main thing, and I think the main character is cool. Sam Witwer is absolutely awesome as the main character.
Yeah,
and I love the concept, and I love just how powerful the game makes you feel, because you're like the one guy other than Luke Skywalker who can go up against Darth Vader and the Emperor, and the gameplay is just so satisfying, just like hacking and slashing everything to bits.
Yeah, they were fun. They're not up there in my top tier of Star Wars games, but they were fun. I did like them. But yeah, I think Sam Witwer as Starkiller was the first time I ever saw like a character in game was also what they looked like in real life.
Oh, like with the face scans.
Yeah, that was the first time I saw like, wait a minute, I recognize that guy because he was also what character was he?
Darth Maul.
No, I know that was later on because I didn't watch Clone Wars until way down the line. But I was a big fan of Smallville, and he was Doomsday in Smallville.
He was
a character in Smallville. I don't remember which, but because I was like, when I saw him, in the advertisements for Jedi for Force Unleashed, I'm like, wait a minute, I know him from Smallville. So that was the first character I remember, like a video game character looked exactly like the person it did, in real life. Where obviously that's become more of a norm nowadays.
Yeah, the head
back
scanning.
then that was like you'd never seen that before.
Well, we almost got to loop back around because we for a while there it was like we get these really beautiful recreations. Now we've gone back to, well, I guess the men still tend to look like they should, but
yeah,
the women do not.
Women a lot of times do not. But yeah, the main bad guys of KOTOR 2 are Darth Sion, Darth.
Oh, it's in the chat. Star Wars Mulder Pierce.
Oh, I was going to get to it. Oh, yeah. Darth Treya, Nihilus, and Sion. Yeah, those are the names I was looking for. But catching a little here on chat, dude. Saying never played New Vegas on PS3. I've heard that for some reason the PS3 version of New Vegas is like completely borked. So I don't have PS3, so I won't be playing it.
All the Fallout games are best played on PC, just because of all the like Bethesda practically depends on modders to fix their games. So if you're going to play a Bethesda game, like Bethesda Game Studios game, probably play it on PC.
I couldn't disagree with you, especially like that's why Skyrim is still so popular, is because the modding communities kept it alive all this time.
Yep.
Dude saying it starts breaking when the save file gets too large. I've heard that's the case with, I want to say, a couple of their games on PS3, but I don't know much about PlayStation because I've never owned one, but I have heard about that. So yeah, Purist is saying that Drew Karpyshyn wrote KOTOR 1, and Avalon and Karpyshyn both have great track records. Yeah,
I do like Karpyshyn.
I love Karpyshyn. He wrote the 3 of the 4 Mass Effect books. Mass Effect's my favorite video game franchise ever. He wrote 3 of the 4 books, and they're fantastic.
I've heard he did that. I remember,
and he wrote part of KOTOR 1 or not KOTOR. He also wrote or was on the writing team for Mass Effect 1 and 2 as well.
Yeah, that makes sense. It makes sense why there was a big drop in writing quality with Mass Effect 3 then. But
He
yeah, I
also
remember
wrote
he
the
wrote a
Darth
bunch of
Bane
Star Wars
books.
novels.
The Darth
Yeah,
Bane books.
I was gonna say that.
They're right. They're
Yeah.
right there because those are my favorite Star Wars books, and Darth Bane is my number one favorite Star Wars character. I freaking love Bane,
Nice.
and it's because
Yeah,
of Karpyshyn. And I
remember
read
that. Yeah.
because I'm such a huge fan of Mass Effect. I read the Mass Effect book just because it was a Mass Effect book. I had no idea who Drew Karpyshyn was, and after I read it, it said if you like this, you might like some of his other books, and it was Star Wars. I'm a huge Star Wars fan. I'm like, he wrote Star Wars? Hell yeah! And so I looked into it and read his Darth Bane trilogy, and he instantly became like my favorite character ever. I love it.
Yeah, I read I definitely read the original Darth Bane trilogy. I think he wrote a few other Star Wars books that I read.
He
But
wrote
I-
the Revan book as well, which a lot of people are very split on that. Which I know purist. We've been talking about that a little bit because he's going to do a. I don't think he's done it yet. He said he was going to do it in February, but it hasn't. I don't think it's happened yet, or I missed it. But he was going
Did
to
he
do
write
like
the Hand of Thrawn, something like that?
no.
Okay,
But Pierce is
I
going to
might be
have like a
thinking of something
roundtable with some protractors, I guess, and detractors of the Revan book. So I'm looking forward to that because some people hate.
Protractors.
I don't know what the word would be, but the
yeah,
opposite of a
fans.
detractor.
just like fans, I guess.
Yeah, of people who like the book versus people who don't like the book because a lot of people
Yeah.
are very split on the Revan book.
Yeah. But yeah, I was gonna say with Darth Bane, I remember I read all 3 books and I didn't enjoy the second and third as much, but the first one was so good. I remember just really enjoying the way they pulled the plot off.
Yeah, the first one's I think most people consider the first Bane book is the best of the 3. The second one is typically considered the weakest because he was kind of like KOTOR 2 and Fallout New Vegas, basically rushed. I think he had to get the second book out. They gave him like 9 months or something, some super short time frame. So it was kind of rushed. So
Gotcha.
a lot of people think that the second one was the weakest. I liked all 3 of them. But yeah, Darth Bane is awesome. He wrote a few of because the Revan book was in the Old Republic series of books, and I think he wrote a couple of the other Old Republic books as well. But yeah, I love Drew Karpyshyn's his books and stuff. They're great. So, but yeah, catching back up here with what Pierre is saying. Yeah, Karpyshyn and Avalon both have great track records. He's playing KOTOR 2 soon with the added content. Excellent. I'll be playing KOTOR 2. I can't say soon, but I'll be playing it at some point as well. But I'll be playing KOTOR 1 first because I've only played it once, and it was 20 years ago when it was new. So, and I played light side. So next time I'm going to play it dark side, and then I'm going to go straight into KOTOR 2. But yeah, KOTOR 2 is the Sith I think he meant to say triumvirate, not triumvirate. I think. Oh yeah, he corrected it down there with Traya, Nihilus, and Scion. Those are really cool characters. There's a lot of additional Revan lore told through the story of KOTOR 2. That's right. Yes, there is. And the Revan book and Annihilation. That I think Annihilation. Wait, was Annihilation? Oh, I'm thinking of Fatal Alliance. I was like, Fatal Alliance wasn't written by Karpyshyn, but I was thinking Fatal Alliance was Annihilation. Annihilation, I think, was one of his other Old Republic books that Karpyshyn wrote. Is very underrated Old Republic book of his as well. Yeah, okay. I read all the Old Republic books. I'm forgetting which one was Annihilation. Was Annihilation the one about Theron Shand? I think it was about Theron Shand. Or Shan, not Shand. There's no D at the end.
Well, I certainly couldn't tell you. I'm a Star Wars casual.
I'm pretty sure Annihilation was the one about Theron Shand. He says, I will still be doing that just behind schedule. Okay, I'm very much looking forward to watching that when it happens. And he's talking about the stream where he's got the fans of the Revan book versus the detractors of the Revan book.
Gotcha.
But let's see here. Was there anything else I was going to? Annihilation. Yes, I was right. Annihilation is about Theron Shan, which is, Satele Shan's non-force sensitive son. Yes.
Gotcha.
And Satele Shan is one of the main characters from the Old Republic game. I like Satele Shan a lot. A lot of people love Bastila. I like Satele better. They're both great characters, though. But okay. I guess another thing to talk about here is kind of while we're still on sort of the topic. I mean, it's always prevalent given your avatar here. You're a big fan of Batman. Who is your favorite Batman?
Kevin Conroy.
I had a feeling. I just had to make sure. Which is your favorite Arkham game?
That is a difficult question because
Is
I
that
like
Sophie's
all three.
choice?
Well, each of the main three games, actually, you know what? I'd say each of the four big games has something special to it.
That's what I always say, because a lot of people crap on Origins, and I always include Origins
Deservedly.
when talking about Arkham, and I say that
Yeah.
each one of them has some aspect that one does better than the other three.
Yeah. So I mean, Origins deserves the crap it gets, though, especially because of I don't know what on earth they were thinking, not keeping Kevin Conroy on for Origins. There's no reason not to.
Yeah.
And in my opinion, Roger Craig Smith just does not sound anything like what a young Conroy Batman should.
Okay.
Which is my main complaint about that. I've always really wanted to mod it so that use AI tools to replace Roger Craig Smith with Kevin Conroy. The problem is, like, I think you can extract the audio, and I could run it through the voice converter. The problem is that, as far as I know, there's no way to get the audio back into the game.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So, but yeah. So Origins, I think the thing it does best. People say boss fights. I don't think the boss fights are that good in Origins. Honestly, a lot of them are, glorified QTEs, and honestly, I found some of them frustrating, especially the Bane fight on the rooftop, because it's like fighting Rhino in the old Spider-Man games, except Rhino can't turn on a dime the way Bane does.
I hadn't thought about that, but that sounds like a very accurate comparison.
Yeah. So I didn't enjoy the boss fights as much. I'm not saying they're necessarily bad. I just don't think they're as much fun as people hype them up to be. The Deathstroke one, even, I always cheesed my way through that by just firing the Batclaw, punching a couple times, and repeating. So there's that.
I remember doing that fight over
yeah.
and over and over again because there's an achievement for beating that fight without getting hit and taking damage.
Yeah. So if you want that achievement, Batclaw, it's either like 2 or 3 punches, and then Batclaw and 2 or 3 punches, and you just repeat.
Yeah, I did not do it that way.
Yeah. So you can cheese that one a little bit. But yeah, I think what Origins really has special about it is Alfred. The story has because there's nobody else working with Bruce at the time. It's just Bruce and Alfred, so they do, I think, a good job of deepening that relationship between Bruce and Alfred, and it actually reflects on the events of Arkham City, where toward the end of Arkham City, when I believe Talia is with the Joker or kidnapped by Joker, something like that. Batman wants to go after her, but Alfred says, Batman must save Gotham. And that's kind of a mirror of what happens in Origins when Bruce wants to go after Firefly, but Alfred is asking him, basically because Bane is coming to the Batcave, and Alfred's asking him, could you come back here and make sure Bane doesn't kill me? Which, Bruce doesn't do, and then Alfred's nearly dead when he shows up. So it's like he kind of learned a lesson from that in Arkham City. And then in Arkham Knight, there's after Oracle gets kidnapped, Alfred's talking to Bruce about something or the other, and Bruce tells him, keep your guard up, activate all the Batcave's defenses, because now he's actually, genuinely concerned about anything happening to Alfred. So I think that Origins does a good job with that. And it also does, like with Bane, for example, I think it does a good job of explaining why Bane seems like more of a dumb brute in Arkham City.
Yes.
Whereas typically he's supposed to be not just a giant brute, but he's also something of a mastermind.
Yeah. I haven't, I don't know anything about the comics. So, all these years, my impression of Bane was, he's this big, dumb, muscular oaf. It wasn't until I played Origins.
No,
he's really smart too.
Bane is a brilliant mastermind type of guy. Yeah, so his backstory is very interesting. It's not, and I hate what the Dark Knight Rises did with it because there are parallels, like the fact that he was in a prison, but his origin basically is that he was born to a woman who was in prison for something or the other. She died, and then he grew up in that prison, mostly in solitary confinement. And so he had very little to do other than basically work out, study, and make himself stronger.
That's kind of
And then he
messed up.
undergoes
You're born in
yeah.
prison, you just stay in prison.
Yeah, he spent almost his entire
He didn't do anything wrong.
Exactly. Yeah, but it's in Santa Prisca is the location. It's supposed to be like an island in like the Mediterranean. No, what am I saying? An island in like somewhere around like Cuba and all that. I think.
Okay, I was gonna say I was
yeah.
thinking like Spain or something, so Mediterranean would make sense.
No. He's more Mexican. That's why he has like the
Okay.
whole luchador. That's why he's like the whole luchador.
That makes sense.
Yeah, and so then at the end of all that, he's put through that experimental procedure where they hook him up to the venom, and then he becomes like the big monstrous guy that he is.
And that was because of Poison Ivy, right?
No.
No, you know what I'm referencing, though, right?
When Joker gives the Titan to her.
I'm referencing Batman and Robin, the movie.
Oh, I've never seen like the
really?
older one. Yeah, I think I saw 1989 Batman once, but I haven't seen anything else before Christian Bale's Batman.
Huh? Interesting. Yeah, Batman and Robin is the Batman movie I grew up on, so I've got a soft spot.
Yeah.
Oh, that's a perfect answer because we were talking about something while I was doing my roulette stream yesterday. We were talking about like bad movies and bad games that you really enjoy. That's definitely one of my bad movies I enjoy is Batman and Robin because it's the first Batman movie I ever saw and it's the one I grew up with. And it's terrible, but I like it. And in that one, Poison Ivy is the one that gives Bane the Venom formula and turns him into Bane.
Okay. Interesting. Yeah. Because I know a lot of the comic origins and game origins and such, but yeah, I didn't know that that was in the movie. Wow.
Yeah, it makes no sense because Poison Ivy and Mr. Freeze, played by Arnold Schwarzenegger, team up when they're basically exact opposite goals. But I freaking love Arnold in that movie. He's hamming it up. He's
making all those ice puns.
The ice puns are great. I love it.
Yeah. Although I am so glad that the animated series gave Mr. Freeze a much better backstory.
Yeah, animated series was great.
Yeah. And Origins actually follows that backstory pretty closely for the Mr. Freeze DLC.
Okay.
So
that's right. It was a DLC. I forgot about that.
Yeah, it's a DLC that takes place I think it's exactly a week after
because the main game takes place on Christmas Eve and the DLC with Mr. Freeze takes place on New Year's.
Yep, and that's always exactly 1 week.
Yes.
Yep. Yeah, so that was pretty interesting. So yeah, there's that. And I think the Arkham games do the best job with Mr. Freeze of anything I can think of, in my opinion.
Yeah, when we did top 5 boss fights, Mr. Freeze was on mine because the Arkham City boss fight with Freeze is freaking awesome. Yeah,
that's great. But I actually just mean story-wise, even.
I knew that's what you meant.
Yeah,
but
the Mr. Freeze boss fight is one of the most interesting boss fights because it's not just about general basic like gameplay figuring out it's not just about like figuring out how to fight him. It actually makes you think. It's almost like a puzzle.
Yeah, exactly. It's like a puzzle boss fight. It's great.
Yeah, but it's not like the frustrating kind of puzzle or like the slow, boring kind of puzzle where you're literally solving a puzzle.
Right.
Yeah, it was great. But yeah, so I was saying Origins does Bruce and Alfred's relationship best, I think, exploring that and explaining some of the stuff that happens in the later games. Asylum, of course, is the most atmospheric. It has just that perfect atmosphere for Arkham Asylum and everything. If I had one major complaint about Asylum, it's that Alfred is not in the game.
Yeah,
because he should be. I I don't mind Oracle, nothing against Oracle, but Alfred should be there. Alfred needs to be there.
What, like, he was in the game as like a voice over the radio, though, right? He just not as like a character.
No. No. So Alfred is physically shown in Origins and a little bit in Night, and then he's only a voice. There's like a picture of him, but as far as like gameplay wise, he's only a voice in City. In Arkham Asylum, the only Alfred that is in there is like a character bio.
Really? I thought he talked to you over the radio in Asylum.
Nope, just City.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I like to think he would. There is an issue of Legends of the Dark Knight where I'm going wildly off tangent, but you'll understand where I'm going with this in a minute. There is an issue of Legends of the Dark Knight where Bruce sends Alfred off on a vacation to an island called Corto Maltese. And Alfred, being Alfred, promptly manages to get himself kidnapped by the cartels. So Bruce has to go save him. But I like to think that's what was going on during the events of Arkham Asylum, is that Bruce packed off Alfred on vacation, and maybe that's why he's not there.
Missed opportunity, though. Okay.
Yeah. And then, City, I think it's City has a lot of great things, but I think City is a really interesting political thriller in a sense. With basically all the Protocol 10 stuff, and how Professor Strange, I gotta be careful not to call him Doctor Strange, because there's already Marvel's got a Doctor Strange.
That's right. You just call him Hugo Strange.
Yeah, you can call him Hugo Strange. But yeah, with Hugo Strange and Ra's al Ghul, their whole plan to kill off all the criminals, even though a lot of these guys are actually just political prisoners and all that. So, I think it's a very interesting political thriller type of story. And then Night, I think Night is just an interesting personal story, and gameplay wise, it is the absolute best gameplay. Everything is so fluid and, instinctive almost. The Batmobile is just so much fun to drive. I only wish that they had included a Batcave and made the Batwing flyable.
Oh yeah, that would have been cool if Batwing was flyable.
That would have been awesome.
What's your take on the tank segments? I know a lot of people hate them. I didn't mind it. I thought those parts were pretty fun for the most part.
I don't mind them too much. I think sometimes they can be a bit much. What I really hated were the stealth tanks. That sucked until I realized that you could use the CPU virus to take control of one of those tanks at a time. And so then you could get the tanks to sort of fight each other, which helps a lot. But yeah, I think that is the worst part of the game, is the Cobra tanks is what they're called.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, but yeah, unrelated to anything we're talking about, but Pierce was asking, what program do you use for your avatar? He'd love to do something similar with a real Star Wars character, meaning pre-Disney.
Okay, so you're gonna need a couple things. First of all, you're gonna need the actual model of the character you want to use. So, what might be easiest is finding a rip from a game, if you can. And then you have to use, this was the hardest part, is rigging everything up in Blender. There are a couple of plugins you got to set up to rig it for, I think OpenCFace is the animation, I guess, platform you'd call it. So you basically have to rig up the bones, as they're called, with these kinds of avatars, or not with avatars, but with 3D models. They're called bones. Yeah, so you got to
skeleton, so it knows where the hinge points are and stuff.
Exactly. So you got to hook those up so that they match up to what the OpenCFace applications are expecting, and then you probably want to set up some animations. So the mouth animation I have here is, it's not a one-to-one with a skeleton. It is also tied to the sound of my voice. So even if my mouth is not moving that much, you'll still see the jaw move up and down, just so you can kind of tell I'm talking. So you rig up animations like that. Once you've done all that and exported your OpenCFace compatible mesh, the program that I'm using to actually sort of do the VTuber thing is called Warudo, and it is a free application on Steam. I highly recommend it. The beta actually just added hand tracking. So, when you see me doing hand motions, that is actually my hands moving around.
I figured as
but-
much. Although sometimes I was thinking earlier while your hands were doing that, I'm like, it reminds me of
Stan S. Stanman from Monkey Island.
no, I was gonna say was it Anchorman or was it Talladega Nights? He's like, I don't know what to do with my hands.
Might be
I want to say
Anchorman.
I want to say that was from Talladega Nights because they were
Oh, okay.
interviewing him after a race. I'm pretty sure.
Oh, okay, yeah. I might have seen Anchorman once. I never saw Talladega Nights. but-
Oh, those are great. I love
No,
those movies.
when I
Although
was
haven't seen them in
playing with it,
forever, but that's what that reminded
Yeah.
me of.
when I was playing with it though, because of the way that the hands kind of gesticulate awkwardly, sometimes I was thinking of Stan from Monkey Island, the way that he like wildly gesticulates everywhere.
Okay, yeah, I was right. It was from Talladega Nights.
Okay.
'Cause they're interviewing him, and he's got his hands up, and they're like, "What are you doing?" He's like, "I don't know what to do with my hands." He's like just doing the weird thing with his hands while they're interviewing him. So
Yeah,
while the hands are moving around, sometimes that popped into my head.
yeah, but yeah, the program is called Warudo, Warudo. It is totally
D-O,
free on
okay.
Steam. Yeah, totally free on Steam, so you can download it, use it, and if you use the beta, it has the hand tracking.
Okay.
Yeah, if you really want to go all out, it's good if you have a webcam.
I was just going to ask, like, how does it do the tracking? Is it a
Yeah.
webcam, or do you have specialized equipment that have
Nope.
sensors on it?
Nope. It's all webcam based. So it can, if you have, I think, Leap Motion controller, you can tie it to your hands and do it that way. But I don't bother with that. I just have a webcam, and
Okay.
it basically just does like tracking based on your webcam image. So of course you got to be careful not to hook up your actual webcam to a stream or anything because you don't want people to see you.
Yeah, assuming you don't. Yeah, assuming you don't
Yeah.
want to actually be seen.
Yeah. But yeah, so that's how you do that. And then you can use a phone, I think. So you can use your phone's camera and download like an app for it. I've never done that. I've just used the webcam.
Okay. So your character model, did you
Mhm.
create that yourself, or did you get that from somewhere?
Oh, it's ripped from Arkham Knight.
Okay, because that definitely looks a lot like the Nightmare Batman at
It
the
is.
end of the game, which
It is that is the model.
which is your namesake.
Yeah, it is the model. I did make some tweaks. So for example, there's like a thing across the shoulders that's kind of meant to look like a bigger cape, but it looks really bad. So I got rid of that. And then I made some changes to the texture so they glow a little more nicely, that kind of thing.
Nice, because like that character model is actually in the game. Because the only place I
Yes.
remember showing up is in that like 1 second clip at the very end of the game after you get the real ending.
So no,
it was
it
in a
shows
video.
up.
It's not even in the game. Like in the like,
That's a video, but when you're back in Arkham Asylum during like the climax of the game, when the part where I'm going to spoil a 10-year-old game here. I hope nobody minds.
when you're in the being affected by the Scarecrow's gas, right?
Right after that, yeah, when after Bruce's identity is revealed, all that. Once Jason frees him from the shackles, and he gets out and he grabs Scarecrow and gives Scarecrow his own fear toxin. There's that bit where you see from Scarecrow's perspective what Batman now looks like, and you see, and that's not pre-rendered. It looks pre-rendered, but it's not. It's because I guess they just did a really good job with that animation. It is actually the character model, and that's where the character model comes from.
Okay. It's been other than
Yeah.
Arkham City, which I just played about a year ago. I played it last February.
Mhm.
I haven't played any of the Arkham games in a long time. Those are also on my backlog of games that I need to replay, is all the Arkham games. So I vaguely
Yeah.
remember what you're talking about.
Yeah, I've been meaning to get back. There's actually a mod that lets you. I think there's a mod that lets you actually select this character model in the game,
Oh, that'd be cool.
just like one of the Batman skins, and then you can just play as the Nightmare Batman, it's cool, but it also looks super weird sometimes because the cape is ridiculously gigantic for effect. But yeah,
My favorite
speak-
in-game skin that I always use, as long as it's available in all the Arkham games, is the Batman Beyond skin. I love that skin.
Really, I always go with. Honestly, I love the Arkham City skin so much because I think it is the best adaptation of the classic comic book look.
Yes, I would agree with that. That one is cool too. The other thing I was kind of disappointed that wasn't in there, at least not in the base game, because I haven't played it on a moddable PC. Is I wish that the Arkham Knight was a skin that you could play as
It is.
for Batman.
Oh, not for Batman.
Because you can play as him in the challenges, but you can't use that skin for Batman in the campaign.
Yeah. So part of the reason is I remember when they were actually releasing those skins, Sefton Hill, the co-founder and at the time studio head of Rocksteady before Suicide Squad.
Okay, I was like, I heard that name, but I wouldn't be able to tell you why I know the name Sefton Hill.
I will tell you a couple things about it right after this that are interesting. So Sefton Hill tweeted when they were doing some of the final updates for the game. He asked people on what was then Twitter. He was saying we can probably do one more character skin, and that'll be.
Oh, is he British?
Rocksteady's British, yeah.
Okay,
So,
I didn't realize that.
I'm doing an impression of how I remember his voice.
So you went British all of a sudden. I'm assuming it's because you're talking as this person.
Yeah. So he was asking people, do you want the Arkham Knight skin for Red Hood, or do you want the classic Harley skin from that prequel DLC for Harley Quinn? Because Harley Quinn's playable in the game too, in the challenge maps, because she has like one of her little DLCs.
Right.
And then there's like a classic Harley model that appears in the Batgirl DLC. So he was asking, we probably have time to rig up one more extra skin. So do you want Arkham Knight for Red Hood, or do you want classic Harley for Harley Quinn? And in the end, they released both.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, which was really cool of them. The other thing I was going to say about Sefton Hill.
Oh,
I remember.
So the Arkham Knight wasn't an actual separate character in the challenge. It was just a skin for Red Hood.
Yes. Yeah. Because it's the same guy. It's the same.
That makes sense. I didn't realize. I was thinking they were two separate characters with different movesets, but they're the same. Just
no. If you look at the costume of Red Hood and you look at the costume of Arkham Knight, you'll actually see that Red Hood's costume is actually the Arkham Knight's costume, but with a bunch of pieces changed out.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah. So, the little story with Sefton Hill, I remember when they were first announcing the Suicide Squad game, they did this weird virtual announcement thing Warner Brothers did with Will Arnett from Arrested Development. If you know who he is.
I know who he is, but not from Arrested Development, because I've never seen Arrested Development.
Okay. So you know who he is at least.
Yes.
Yeah, he was doing. For some reason, they had him doing a bunch of announcements for Warner Brothers.
He did voice Batman in Lego Batman.
Oh yeah, he did.
I liked Lego Batman. That was pretty great.
I never saw that. I saw the Lego movie, but I never saw Lego Batman. But yeah. So when he was doing it in that like weird virtual stage, I don't know if you remember that announcement. It was a really weird event. I think
so. That doesn't sound familiar.
It's probably like 5 years ago now. But he's introducing, Rocksteady because they're about to announce the Suicide Squad game. Sefton Hill walks in, and I swear he looked absolutely dead inside. Like I could just tell he did not want to announce this game. He did not want to make Suicide Squad. I could just tell.
He was being forced to make something that he knew was not going to be well received.
Yeah, because I think originally they wanted to do a Superman game, which would have been amazing, by the way.
Yeah, if anyone could do a Superman game correctly, I would say Rocksteady would be the ones.
Yeah, 2015 Rocksteady would have been ideal for
that. I know that's what a lot of people were like rooting for, is Rocksteady to do a Superman game.
Yeah.
Because Superman games have not had the greatest track record.
No. I've always wanted to play Superman Returns.
I did play that one.
Yeah, because at least it's an interesting concept where like the city takes damage instead of Superman himself.
Yeah, he can't. But he doesn't have a health bar, but the city does.
Yeah, but like the problem is that I want to play the 360 version, which is a little better.
That's the one I played.
But I don't have a 360, and I don't want to buy a 360, so I'm waiting for Xenia to get to a point where it can actually play the game.
Is that a 360 emulator?
Yes, exactly.
Okay.
Yeah,
I haven't heard of that one.
Yeah.
Oh, and yeah, I just pulled it up. It is not backwards compatible, so you would have to play it on a 360. You couldn't play it on an Xbox One or Series X or anything.
Yeah, apparently there's like a whole story behind the game's development too with EA Tiburon.
I haven't pulled up here. It says EA Orlando.
Oh, Orlando. I thought it was Tiburon.
But yeah, probably better well received than Superman 64. But at least looking here on True Achievements, it's got a 1.96 out of 5 stars, based on 33,000 people who have played it.
Yeah, I still want to try it though. I still want to try it because I had Superman.
I didn't think it was that bad.
It looked kind of fun. I had Superman Battle for Apocalypse, I think it was called, on PS2.
Was that based on the Superman
Animated series?
Animated series? Okay.
Yeah.
I didn't play that one, but I was like, I think that was based on the animated series.
Yeah, it was. I think it was Tim Daly's voice in the game. Might have been George Newbern, but probably Tim Daly. And I couldn't get. I only got past like the first couple levels. It was okay, but Superman with a health bar always seemed a little odd. So,
yeah.
Yeah, and then I know there was another Superman game, I think on the original Xbox that I never played. That one was just purely comic based, but apparently it was really bad. But yeah. Yeah, and just what I was saying with the Suicide Squad thing.
Oh, yeah.
When Sefton Hill came out and said that, I was saying, like, right then I was saying, this game is going to be terrible. It is going to be garbage. It's going to be just like Marvel's Avengers and Gotham Knights. And I was telling my friend this, and he's like, nah, it's going to be fine. It's going to be good. And, people were telling me, oh, no, you're wrong. Rocksteady's not going to do a bad job.
I think comparing Suicide Squad to Gotham Knights is insulting to Gotham Knights.
Might be. I had never played any of these.
I was excited for that game, and I was like, why is this not the actual sequel to to Arkham Knight? This actually makes sense because Batman's gone and it's up to, his team now. And they're like, no, the Suicide Squad is the actual canonical next game. It's like, that makes no freaking sense.
No, I didn't like either concept, to be honest. I don't want to play as sidekicks or villains. I want to play as Batman.
I like the concept. I didn't play it, but I was looking forward to it. And then when I heard it wasn't very good, I was like, I'm not going to play it.
If I'm going to play as someone else, I want that someone else to be Superman. But
fair enough.
But yeah. Yeah. And well, it turns out I was right. All of those games were terrible.
Yep. And real quickly here on the topic of Superman 64 on retro achievements, there are 20 people who have mastered it and gotten all the retro achievements for it. I'm sorry for those 20 people. But yeah, I was disappointed. I knew, kind of like you, from the moment Suicide Squad got announced, I knew it was going to suck terribly. Yep. So I was excited about that one at all. And then as soon as I saw it, and it's like, this is a third-person shooter, it's like, WTF is this trash?
Well, the moment I saw,
I was more disappointed that Gotham Knights turned out to not be very good.
Yeah, but I mean, like the moment I saw that they made Deadshot black, I realized this is just a cash grab.
Now, what like I know nothing about the comics. My experience with like Superman and Batman is like from both of their animated series and the Arkham games, so I don't really have any background in any of the comics. Canonically, what race is Deadshot? Because from Arkham City is the only thing I've ever had an experience with Deadshot. I thought he was Hispanic.
No, I'm pretty sure he's a white guy.
Okay.
He does look a little Hispanic, I guess, but I'm pretty sure he's a white guy. Yeah, Floyd Lawton. That's his name, as I remember.
I didn't know what his name was, and I don't know where I got that impression. I just thought for some reason he was Hispanic.
No, he does look a little Hispanic, even in Assault on Arkham. He does look a little Hispanic.
That's probably why too, because I watched that. And when they announced the Suicide Squad game, but the Suicide Squad movie, I was like, oh, this is just like the animated movie Assault on Arkham, where they get all the villains together to run an op for Amanda Waller.
Yeah, but they didn't do that right, and the Joker was so bad in that. But
you don't like
having damage tattooed on his forehead.
What the heck is his name?
Jared Leto.
Thank you, Jared Leto. I just spaced on his name. You didn't like Jared Leto Joker?
It was too weird. But I was going somewhere with that.
Something about with the Suicide Squad getting announced.
Oh no! With Deadshot being black.
Oh, Deadshot. Okay.
Yeah, I knew at that point it was a cash grab because Will Smith happened to play Deadshot, and also happened to be black. when the character is not black. So at that point, something told me they're probably just releasing this to tie into the Suicide Squad because they've been trying to make Suicide Squad a thing for so long. And the thing is, the best Suicide Squad thing they ever did was Assault on Arkham because
thought that was
Kevin
pretty good.
Conroy's in it. Yeah, Kevin Conroy is in it. The plot is, in my opinion, the plot is excellent, and Batman is so well written, even though he's not. I mean, Kevin Conroy has first billing in the movie, but I don't know if he's technically considered the main character.
Yeah, I definitely wouldn't consider him. I only saw it once. It was a long time ago, so I vaguely remember it, but I don't even remember him actually being in the movie. I just remember all
Really?
the
Because what happens with I can't remember his name. You know the black guy from Breaking Bad.
Giancarlo Esposito.
Yes, so he plays a character in the movie, and
In
his character
the
Assault on
Suicide-
Arkham.
Oh,
Assault
he
on Arkham.
voiced the character. Okay,
Yeah, he voiced
gotcha.
the character.
I thought we were
Yeah,
talking about the
and-
Suicide Squad movie. I'm like, I don't remember him being in Suicide Squad movie.
No, he wasn't. No, not live action. No, so yeah, they had a great voice cast for that movie. And there is a plot point with him and Batman. I really think people should watch that animated movie just because it's so good and it's set in the Arkhamverse. But there is a plot point that is just the most Batman thing ever. Involving
Tara Strong wasn't Harley Quinn in that one. Interesting.
No, it was Hynden Walsh. Hynden Walsh did the voice also in 2004's The Batman.
Yeah, I don't even know who that is.
She's a pretty decent Harley Quinn.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, Troy Baker was Joker. I didn't realize Troy Baker was Joker in that.
Troy Baker is a really good Joker, and I think he is a decent young Batman because he did the voice of Batman in Batman versus Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles.
I have not seen that one.
I saw a little bit of it once.
Giancarlo Esposito was Black Spider. I don't
Yes.
remember that character.
He's not the most memorable character, but like I said, there is a plot point involving Black Spider and Batman that is just pure Batman. That it is. I don't want to spoil it because it's just that good. But yeah, I thought that they did Joker and Harley pretty well in that too, because of the way that Harley makes Joker jealous, and he actually does get jealous, even though, people say, "Oh, Joker doesn't really love Harley," and yeah, that's probably true. But he's still gonna get jealous if he sees her with someone else, because, she is about as close as he is capable of loving a person.
Yes, that's a good way of putting it.
She is his favorite play toy.
So yeah, a couple of the other people in it. Neil McDonough was Deadshot. I did not know that. And John DiMaggio was King Shark. And Jennifer Hale was Killer Frost. And Martin Jarvis is Alfred, but he's always Alfred, right?
He's been Alfred. Yeah, he's Alfred in the whole series.
Yeah, it's funny how Martin Jarvis is basically your, the guy in Batman that does everything for him, when Jarvis, and Iron Man is the one who does everything for Iron Man.
Well, in some versions, Alfred's father is named Jarvis Pennyworth.
Oh, that's funny.
Yeah. Also, I think you got a spam bot on Twitch.
Oh, yeah, that happens all the time. Oh, and Nolan North was Penguin.
Yes, Nolan North is Penguin in the games too.
I did not realize that.
Yep. And Troy Baker voices Two-Face.
Yeah. It's funny because I saw Assault on Arkham. Like I said, it was a long time ago, so I vaguely remember. It came out in 2014. I probably saw it around 2015, not long after it came out. And I had completely forgotten this character because when they announced the Suicide Squad video game and there was King Shark in there, I was like, who the heck is King Shark? He was in this movie and I didn't even remember him. Voiced by John DiMaggio.
He's not the most memorable character. Oh, Amanda Waller is in it, and she is obese as she should be, and she is voiced by CCH Pounder, who is the same voice from the animated series.
Oh, okay.
Yep.
Way down there at the bottom. CCH? What kind of name is that?
It's one of those stage names, right?
Yeah. Okay, I recognize her. I've seen her and stuff before, and I wouldn't be able to tell you where I've seen her, but I've definitely seen her and stuff before.
I don't know that I've seen her in anything, but I know her voice. She is also, if you remember, at the very end of Origins, Amanda Waller pops in to where Deathstroke is in jail, and she tries to recruit him to the Suicide Squad. Although nothing ever came of that for some reason.
Nah. Yeah, I don't know what I've seen her in, but I have seen her in some like live action stuff. I just don't know what. But yeah, big name cast for that movie for voice
Yeah.
actors.
And I really wish they had done the Superman game, because if they had done the Superman game, I think there's a very good chance they would have gotten either Tim Daly or George Newbern to voice Superman, and it would have been so nice.
Are those because I don't know.
Tim Daly is the voice of Superman in Superman the Animated Series, and
Okay.
then because of some kind of scheduling conflicts, they replaced him with George Newbern, who sounds almost exactly the same.
Okay.
For
I don't
Justice
know the
League.
voice actor for Superman like I do for Batman.
Yeah.
Although that's basically
Yeah.
Kevin Conroy.
Yeah, there is a just speaking of that, Tim Daly's son Sam Daly did the voice of Superman in it was Justice League Flashpoint Paradox. And again, he sounds exactly like his dad. So
Nice.
but there is a video. Tim Daly had a YouTube. He has a YouTube channel, and years ago he did a little skit with Kevin Conroy, where they're sort of both pretending to be their respective characters.
That sounds awesome.
Yeah, and Tim's son Sam also shows up, but yeah, they're just being silly. It's nice.
That's great.
Yep.
So, all right. So, dude was saying that there was an episode of the animated series where Ivy was sending spa invitations to big CEOs who were casual,
Causing natural destruction.
Oh, causing natural destruction. So she went to Bruce and gave it to Alfred because he thought he needed a vacation. Turned out Bruce had canceled the project Ivy was mad about before she sent the invitation. Once she's written correctly, Amanda Waller is an amazing villain. Yeah,
I actually remember exactly what episode dude is talking about, and Alfred has a girlfriend in that episode named Maggie.
Oh, good for him.
Yeah, it's nice. They're both nice old people. But I remember there's after Alfred gets sick from going to the thing, there's a small part where like Bruce is looking after Alfred while Alfred's basically Bruce has put Alfred in bed, as I remember, and he's just like looking over him. And I just thought that was really sweet. See Bruce take care of Alfred.
Yeah. And speaking of Batman Ninja Turtles, dude thought the fight between Shredder and Batman was pretty good. So I haven't seen that one, so I don't know. But okay. All right. Well, shifting gears here a little bit. One of the other things I had written down that we needed to talk about. I don't remember exactly what was the catalyst for this, but I wrote it down. Was Lords of Shadow 2, Castlevania.
Yeah.
Because I just played that for the first time and finished it earlier this month or late last month. So it's very fresh. I played Lords of Shadow 1 way back in the day, probably over a decade ago. But it wasn't until just recently I played Mirror of Fate and then Lords of Shadow 2, because I think Mirror of Fate actually takes place between the two games.
It does, yeah.
So why did I write that down?
Because at some point I remember I keep telling James he needs to play Lords of Shadow 2, and you probably just saw me saying that.
Yeah, that could be. Okay, yeah. I played Lords of Shadow. I finished it in September of 2013, so it's been a while.
Wow.
And I really like that game. The reason why I played Lords of Shadow is because I like hack and slash games. That was the first Castlevania game I ever played, and I only played it because it's a hack and slash. But I know, it's very different from the Castlevania pedigree, I guess. So I don't know how it was it was received by actual Castlevania fans. But I liked it. But we did talk about that. I did talk about Castlevania Lord of Shadow 1 with James when he came on Party Chat like not long after I started my channel, because he did not like that game. But Lord of Shadow 2 was a completely different genre, and the argument could be made that it's actually a Metroidvania, which
it very much is.
Which I was not expecting. I figured it to be more a linear level based hack and slash, just like the first one. So I was pleasantly surprised.
Yeah. The only reason I even played the first one is because of the story. Because so what I find so interesting, I've never played the mainline Castlevania series. Partly because I know half the plot of the original series, because Dracula's the main villain. Half the plot of it is Alucard, and he's just trying to kill his own father, and I don't know. That just makes me sad. I don't want to kill my like I love my dad, so I don't want to do that. But then so that's what got me excited about Lords of Shadow is that now you are Dracula. You get to play as the most powerful villain, and I just love a good power fantasy, you know. So like that, really, that is one of the main things that ties the games that I like together. A lot of the time, is it's just I am the gamer that the screeching people on Twitter complain about. I love the the macho male power fantasy. So you're playing as in Lords of Shadow now. He's Gabriel Belmont. Yeah, and in the first game, that's pretty much what he is for the most part.
Yeah,
Um,
I went
but yeah,
because they teased it after you beat the game with the whole.
they did such a bad job with that because the cutscenes were those weird animatics almost.
Yeah, after
And they
I
don't.
beat it, and then like because I was just taken aback, I guess, when I beat Lord of Shadow because they teased like you becoming Dracula. I'm like, where
Yeah.
the crap did that come from? Like, I'm like at the end when you're fighting the boss of the first game, which is Satan himself, and
Yeah.
you're like, I am God's instrument. He has called me to defeat Satan, and now all of a sudden I'm Dracula. I'm like, what the heck? Where did that come from? Talk about a complete 90 or 100 degree, left turn, 180 degree. I'm like,
Yeah.
where did that come from? It was like so jarring. And then
I
in
forget.
2, you
Yeah.
play as Dracula. So
You're
technically
you're
you're
straight up
playing as
Dracula.
the bad guy.
Yeah. Well, sorta. Right. Sorta. This version of Dracula is not evil.
Anti-hero.
Yeah, I think anti-heroes probably fits because in the end, he actually is the hero when you think about it. But yeah, like the first game, I mostly just played because I knew it was going to happen because I played those games way after release. So I played the first game just out of just 'cause I felt like I should play the first game if I'm going to play the second game. I never played Mirror of Fate though, just because I'm not really into the 3DS style games.
Okay.
But
Yeah,
so I played the first one, and yeah, they did. I was so excited to see him transform into Dracula, and all that happens in just like a barely animate and a bunch of like static frame cutscenes, and like, come on, couldn't you at least give me like a nice cinematic of him becoming a vampire and absorbing that demon thing's power and becoming Dracula? Would it have killed you to do that? Would it kill you to do that?
yeah.
So
I was just
so
so
disappointing.
confused because it was like
Yeah.
now like you beat Satan. Now all of a sudden, like you were the poster child for his order was called the Brotherhood of Light, right?
Yeah, the Brotherhood of Light, and I
Which is
forget how
also from Star
exactly.
Wars.
Yeah,
Talk,
that
talk
was in
about
the Darth
when we were
Bane
talking.
book. Yeah,
Yes, exactly. Darth
yeah,
Bane. It was the Brotherhood, the Brotherhood of Light were the good guys, the
the
Jedi,
Jedi army. Yeah,
and then there was the army, Khan's army. Khan was the leader of the Sith at the
yeah,
time. But yeah, I just thought that was kind of funny. But yeah,
yeah.
he's like the poster child for the Brotherhood of Light, and now all of a sudden he turned his back on God, and now he's Dracula, and like
I forget
it was
exactly
so jarring.
why. I forget exactly why he gets so pissed off at God between 1 and 2.
Yeah, they did not do a good job of explaining that because I was like, I didn't understand why the like
No,
complete.
I think it's something to do with how he felt betrayed by the God mask not letting him get his wife back or something like that. Because like the driving thing of the plot, the driving part of the plot is that his wife is dead, and it turns out that he was tricked into killing her.
It's been so long
Yeah.
since I played it. I vaguely remember that. And
Yeah.
so in the second one, I remember that she was dead, but like she
Yeah.
shows up and so does
The
the
second
son.
one-
I was
Okay, look,
so confused on the story,
one
but
one
I
thing
enjoyed
that
the game.
one important thing to remember is that Hideo Kojima was apparently involved in these games.
Oh,
So that's why the plot is nearly indecipherable.
that does explain a little bit.
Yeah. So, yeah.
Yeah,
So that
'cause
explains
it
why
was
it's
Konami.
confusing. Yeah. But yeah, so in the second one, yeah. Yeah, so in the first, even in the main game, he doesn't become Dracula. It's like DLC where he becomes Dracula, where he like drinks the blood of the vampire girl, and then he goes and fights that like ancient evil god demon thing,
Yeah.
and then he
I
tricks
forgot.
it into absorbing its power.
I did I did play the DLC because I have all the achievements for Lord of Shadow 1, and I forgot about
Yeah.
that. What I do remember is that DLC was a pain in the
Yep.
royal butt because the achievements, you have to beat it on the hardest difficulty.
Oh,
And most of the game was not that bad, but the last level of that DLC, there's basically no founts to restore your health and your mana essentially.
yeah.
So basically, there's no way to get it back throughout the entire level, and it was annoyingly long for that. And I had to play that level so many freaking times to beat it and get that achievement. Was not a fan. If they just put
Yeah.
founts to refill your health and magic before the final boss fight, it wouldn't have been a
Yeah.
big deal. But they didn't give you any in the entire level. That
Yeah.
pissed me off
It was
so
annoying.
much.
And that climbing segment right before that was very annoying.
Was it another? I don't remember that, but was it one like where it's shifting back and forth?
No, I don't think it was shifting back and forth, but like the giant demon thing was also climbing and you couldn't let it spot you. And so you had to like hide a lot. It was a pain. But like I said, it wasn't even very rewarding because the cutscenes are just like static drawings, basically.
Yeah, it was DLC, so they didn't put as much effort into it.
Yeah, like same thing Just Cause 3 did with some of its DLC. If you remember that. Some of the cutscenes for like the Sky Fortress DLC are just like
I don't even
static.
remember being story to the DLC, but
Wow.
I freaking love Just Cause 3 is my favorite of the Just Cause games. I freaking love that game.
I've only played 3 and 4, but 3 is definitely my favorite of the two.
I would say 2 is definitely worth playing. I wouldn't bother with the first one.
Okay. Yeah. Because I mean the plots are complete nonsense anyway. Right?
Yeah, it's like
So,
I don't play Just Cause for the story. It's Michael Bay simulator. You just blow stuff up and have fun.
yeah. Well, I wish 4 had been more of a Michael Bay simulator, but it wasn't. So
Yeah, 4 was very meh. I was a bit disappointed by it coming off of Just Cause 3. But my favorite is 3, 2, 4, 1.
Okay.
For the Just Cause games.
Yeah. The nice thing about 3 is that you can there are mods for it where you can make the jetpack unlimited, really boost up the rockets and increase the speed. So by the time I was done modding the game, I was basically flying around like Iron Man and just shooting rockets and everything.
That's what I said when I had BDJCon for Open Mic way back, because he's a huge fan of Just Cause as well. It's like it's the best Iron Man game once you get the once you get the Bavarian wingsuit, you're Iron Man without the armor. Well,
not just the wingsuit, but like the Sky Fortress DLC gives you a jetpack, right?
That's what I'm talking about. The Bavarian wingsuit is what it's called.
That's what it was. Okay, yeah.
That was a game changer. I'm like, oh my god, I already love this game. This just made it so much better.
Yeah, and with those mods, you literally don't need another vehicle anymore. You can literally just like jetpack across the entire map because it speeds you up too. Yeah, which is so much fun. And yeah, I've often said
3 up every once in a while just to dick around in it for a little bit because I love that game.
I made a couple of wallpapers in Wallpaper Engine. If you're familiar with that,
I have it, but I've never actually launched it yet.
It's worth it. So I have a couple of wallpapers that are video landscapes. One is
the main menu where he's sitting on the beach with the
no better.
No.
So I got a camera hack, and I just zoomed the heck out, zoomed out like crazy. So it is a video loop of just the Medici countryside and ocean.
Oh, nice.
So yeah, so you can see like the Città di Ravello, which is like the capital city of the area.
Okay, yeah,
like the little dictator's mansion, and then like the big buildings, and then you can see a ton of like the mountains and countryside off to the left, and then the big ocean off to the right. It's really nice wallpaper, and it's super wide, so
nice.
You can download that. I got a similar one for Arkham Knight where you can just see like Gotham it's just Gotham.
So, like I said, I haven't launched it, so I don't really know the extent of what you can do with it. Like, since I'm pretty sure we're friends on Steam, so if I went into there, I'd be able to download the ones that you've done.
Yeah, they're on the workshop. I don't think are we friends on Steam? If not, I
thought we were.
Okay, yeah, I see you there. Yep, we are.
Okay.
Yeah.
So would I be able to go to you and look at the ones that you've published, essentially?
Maybe. I can always look for them and link them to you.
Okay.
But But yeah, I made an Iron Man spinning arc reactor one too, but I never updated. They updated it, so it broke, and it doesn't look that good anymore.
Oh, that sounds pretty cool.
Yeah, it was kind of neat. But I think the Just Cause and Batman ones are the best ones because they, I can't even find my own stuff here. Jeez. The workshop is not the best interface. Okay, yeah, there are. Yeah, it's just the arc reactor and then Just Cause 3 and Arkham Knight. I wonder if I can paste the link to you here.
Maybe I'll finally boot it up after the stream here and take a look. Okay.
Yeah, there you go.
Sweet.
There you go.
And if that works, then I'll put it in the stream description afterwards in case anyone else wants to go take a look.
Yeah. So they're video loops. So I think you got to have the right codec installed. But if you do, it'll just play in the background in a nice loop for you. And you'll. The Arkham Knight one is nice, but I think the Medici one is better just because it's like that beautiful sunny beach side. So it's just like a really nice, relaxing wallpaper to have.
Yeah.
But yeah, so basically what I did was I just zoomed out with a camera hack and then recorded the game just going for like 15 minutes and then looped it. So
sweet. Yeah, I definitely gotta go take a look at that.
What were we talking about?
What got us on Just
Castlevania.
We were talking about Castlevania due to saying that the true ending for Symphony of the Night is bittersweet between Alucard and Dracula. It felt like closure. Because I thought it was cool having just played Lord of Shadow 2, the DLC for Lord of Shadow 2, you actually play in
as Alucard.
the Lords of Shadow type of third person hack and slash as Alucard, which I think is the first and only time since Symphony of the Night you play as Alucard.
I think you can play as him in Mirror of Fate, but I'm not sure.
Oh yeah, you're right. Because there's 3 acts essentially, and you start out the first act you play as
there's
Simon,
Dracula, Alucard,
and then you
play
Simon, as Alucard, and then you play as Trevor.
Or Trevor, okay.
And
I can't remember who's Trevor and who's Simon. I know one of the two appears in Lords of Shadow 2.
Are you talking about the character that shows up like in the story of Lords of Shadow 2?
Yeah.
That was
or is that Victor?
That was Victor. Okay. I was like, that was a different character because that, he's around in the modern day. Because that was another thing.
Yeah.
Lords of Shadow takes place, in like the 14 or 1500s, and then all of a sudden, Lords of Shadow 2 takes place in modern day, hundreds of years later. Isn't it like the
11th century that takes place, like 10 something?
I don't know, but it's
something like
hundreds and hundreds of years ago, back
times.
The medieval type time frame, and now all of a sudden, Lords of Shadow 2 is taking place in modern day. It was
and it's very cool.
Kind of weird.
I did love that about Lords of Shadow 2, though, is that it feels like a very kind of like what Arkham does, where it blends that sort of like fantasy setting, especially Arkham Knight, where it blends like the fantasy setting with like our real world-ish setting. And there's all that like neon lighting and such, which I think it just looks really good. But yeah, so I love that about Lords of Shadow 2, because now you're playing as Dracula, and like the first game, you get to basically kill Satan. And I actually really like the storyline. Yep. But I really like the storyline between Dracula and Alucard in Lords of Shadow 2, because there's an almost Star Wars like element to it of like, Alucard redeeming his father.
I did not think about that, but that's
basically a Dark Lord.
That's a good analogy. Because
the ending is
that comes late in the game, so you don't even know any of that until really late in the game, and you're like, it's like,
exactly.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah, so it's almost like playing Star Wars from Darth Vader's perspective.
Yes. I hadn't thought about that. That's a great analogy.
Which, now that I think about it, that would actually be kind of fun. Because I know in the beginning of
Force
Unleashed, they let you play as Darth Vader for a little bit. But yeah, it's you're basically playing as the Darth Vader of vampires.
Yeah.
And then he redeems you, and it's just kind of like a nice, relatively happy ending where father and son just get to go live happily ever after, or at least in peace together. Also, I really love the act. Well, I should say the actor for Death. I forget his name in the game, but basically the character that is Death. That is Patrick Stewart of X-Men fame.
Oh, Zobek.
Zobek, yes.
Yeah, he's in both Lords of Shadow.
Yep. Yep. And he is
Um,
the Lord of Death. He's effectively death in that series. And
That's
then
a little bit of a spoiler, but yeah.
yeah. Yeah, but I mean, come on, those games are like 10 years old.
Yeah, because you
And
don't
then
ever actually
yeah.
see death until you fight him late in Lords of Shadow too.
No, Lords of Shadow 1.
You fought him in Lords of Shadow 1?
I think so, yeah.
Because I absolutely know you fight him near the end of Lord of Shadow 2 because I just played it. But it's been a very long time since I played Lord of Shadow
I'm
1. So
pretty
I don't remember
sure
fighting him in the first one because I thought he was on your side the whole time.
he's pretending to be on your side. Well, he's the reason. Okay, I guess I'm just going to go full spoiler now. He's the one who made you kill your wife.
Okay. I do not
Um,
remember that.
Well, you wouldn't remember it because it's something you find out very, very late in the game. He basically stuck the devil mask on you, controlled you, and basically he like controlled your body and made you kill your wife.
Oh, okay.
And then you fight him at the end as like the Lord of Death. So the Lords of Shadow are the Vampire Queen. She does appear in 2, and she's actually better looking in 2 because she does look as monstrous. Then there's
Oh, I do remember her.
Yeah, and then there's like what was the other guy? Like a goblet werewolf. That's what it was. The Lord of Werewolves. But you basically once you kill him, he never appears again.
Okay, I don't remember him.
Yeah,
I
he's
was
not very
planning on
memorable.
playing Lord of Shadow 1 again before I played Lord of Shadow 2, but I was like, I'm on this I'm because I've already got all the achievements. It was like I have to play through it. Yeah, not that it's a terribly long game if you're just going through it for the story, but I was like, I'm on this strong push to get my completion percentage back to a certain point because I've got all these games I've been backlogging that I'm waiting to start once I do. So I was like, you know what, I'm going to skip it and I'm just going to go straight into Lord of Shadow 2. So
yeah.
um,
One thing I did find very memorable about Lords of Shadow 1 that I completely did not expect. You remember the little fairies? I think they were fairies or pixies. I was not expecting them to be like fully naked women flying around. So just getting slammed with that was I'm glad I was not playing that when I was a kid. That would have been very awkward.
I don't remember that, but there was this special attack in Lords of Shadow 2 where you summon like this topless demon. I'm like, whoa,
that's in 1 too.
That. And
that's in the
like,
first game too.
Looks really familiar. I think this was in the first one as well, and I just didn't remember.
So it's a special attack with like a crystal in the first one. In the second one, she only appears once, and it's not your attack. It's used against you, and you literally turn into a dragon and kill her.
Oh, that sounds right.
Yeah. But yeah, there were a lot of but that was just like a topless woman, but like the little fairies in the first game, they're just completely naked, which was just, so unexpected. I did not see that coming at all.
Did not see that coming. Hey, Paul's here. What's up, Paul? Good to see you, buddy. But dude saying that Alucard does appear in the Arya and Dawn of Sorrow games, which I think those were the DS ones. Because I'm not too well versed in the Castlevania franchise, so I know it's either DS or GBA. I'm just not sure because I haven't played those ones yet.
Same.
Because Castlevania Lord of Shadow, like I said, is the first Castlevania game I played. I've now played Mirror of Fate and Lord of Shadow 2, but I did after playing Lord of Shadow because I'm a huge Metroidvania fan. It's my favorite genre. Being that Symphony of the Night is part of the reason the genre exists. I was like, I owe it to myself to play Symphony of the Night. So I have played Symphony of the Night as well.
I assume being a Metroidvania fan is part of what got you into Arkham Asylum.
No, it had nothing to do with Metroidvanias because I think I played Arkham Asylum before I was like really into Metroidvanias.
Oh, okay.
I played it just because, not that I was like, I'm a huge Batman fan, but because like everyone was like praising how good these Batman games were. And it's still surprised. Like I've said it many times, the Arkham games, they had to grow on me because everyone was like praising how good they were, especially since
so they just built them up for you so much that you had like that crazy expectation in your head, and so it wasn't as good as you expected it to be.
Partially that, but just because everyone's praising how good they were, and similar to Superman, not having a great record of video games. Batman had a better track record of video games than Superman, but I wouldn't say by a lot. So the fact that this was a good game and everyone was praising it, and I was like, all right, I'll give it a shot. I got to play it. My biggest issue with Arkham Asylum, and it wouldn't have mattered which one I played first. It would have been the same for all of them. That it took me a while to get over this, and once I did, then I really fell in love with the Arkham games. But I'm this giant hulking I'm Batman. I'm this giant mountain of muscle.
Yeah,
and it's like, why is it taking me so many hits to take out one thug? I'm like, it should be one punch and these guys are down. And it's like, I'm having to punch these guys so many times to take him out. It's like, what the heck is this? I'm Batman. They should be down in one punch. But
well, you got to remember
the gameplay mechanic.
Yeah.
Once
it's
I
the gameplay.
got that and got over the, my Batman should be able to take these guys out in one punch, accept that as a gameplay mechanic, then I was like, all right, I can start enjoying this game for what it is, not what I think it should be. And then I came to really enjoy the Arkham games.
Yeah, well, I mean, I think you got to remember a little bit that, for one thing, he's also trying not to kill anybody. He's just trying to take them out. And then these are also big, tough brutes. They're not just, they're not just anybody. These are like, big, tough guys. So it's going to take a few punches to take them down.
Yeah, and the fact that literally every thug is also a roided out, gym jockey. It's like, I'm sure there'd be a lot of thugs that are not, that built.
I think those thugs ate. I think the main thugs ate those thugs.
Yeah, for sure. I had a similar not video game related, but I had a similar thing with a movie where I had this expectation of it and I hated the movie. But then the second time I watched it for what it was and not what I was thinking it was going to be, and I fell in love with it. And so that is, as you probably have no surprise, my favorite movie of all time is The Matrix. So when the next movie from the Wachowskis, I never remember how to pronounce their name. But the next movie from the Wachowskis, I'm pretty sure it's Wachowski, it was announced, and it was V for Vendetta. I'm like, sweet, let's go see this. And I was greatly disappointed by it because I was expecting, something like The Matrix, and it's nothing like The Matrix.
Yeah.
But then the second time I watched it for what it was, and I fell in love. It's one of my favorite movies as well. I absolutely love V for Vendetta so much. So I had a very similar thing with that as a movie as I did with the Arkham games on the video game side of things.
Oh, interesting. Like the reason I got into Arkham in the first place, I remember I had played the Batman Begins game. So
I've heard that's actually pretty decent.
It is. It's a little bit, I think I've seen people describe it similar to Splinter Cell. I've never played Splinter Cell.
I love Splinter Cell.
But yeah, it's very there's some, stealth, some simple stealth mechanics in there. Decent amount of just beat 'em up action. It is a surprisingly good-looking game for the PS2, by the way. I
know it was on original Xbox as well.
Yeah, for that era of games. And I remember most of the main cast is in it.
It was on GameCube as well.
Yep. Yeah, GameCube. I usually play it in Dolphin.
Okay.
Yeah, because you can do texture mods and all that.
Oh, okay. Because talking about achievements, I'm into retro achievements thanks to Dude. He got me into it, and Dolphin or GameCube just got retro achievement support this last summer, so I've been playing a lot of
nice.
GameCube games again for the first time, in 2 decades essentially, because now I can play them for achievements. And so I recently played through one of my favorite Star Wars games because it was on GameCube as well and has retro achievements. That's Jedi Outcast. But boy, oh boy, the GameCube version is pretty garbage because the only version I played is the PC version of Jedi Outcast, which is phenomenal. The GameCube version is not great.
Yeah, it makes sense. Yeah, but yeah, so Batman Vengeance had been okay. Batman Begins was fairly fun. And yeah, like I said, they got most of the movie cast in there. They even got Morgan Freeman in there, which was, I mean, it's Morgan Freeman. You wouldn't expect him to even be in a video
that's
game.
Awesome. Because that would have still been in the era when movie-based games were still a thing. Those don't exist anymore.
Yeah. It was surprisingly good. And it was 1 year after Spider-Man 2 had come out too.
Oh, so that's a very highly regarded video game as well.
Spider-Man 2 is the best movie tie-in as far as I know, and one of the best superhero games.
I'll give
But
you a
yeah,
good superhero game. My favorite video game tie-in is GoldenEye.
that's a good one. Yeah. Did you play the remakes?
Remake, as in like the one that
PS3, Wii with
okay,
Daniel
the
Craig.
actual remake.
Yeah.
I had the Wii version. I played a little bit of it, but I never beat it, and I don't know whatever
Okay.
happened to it because I've gone through all my video games and I can't find it. So I don't know if I lost it or I sold it or what, but I don't have it anymore. So
Okay. It wasn't bad. Yeah, I remember the remake more just because I played that more recently. It was decently fun. James Bond had some good video games back in the day. But yeah. Anyway, to finish my earlier thought.
yeah, big name voice
yeah.
cast in it too.
Yeah,
as well.
yeah. With Batman Begins had that had the big voice cast. Yeah, and it was a very very good looking game for that era. And I remember I liked that game a lot, especially the Batmobile parts of the game. Those are really fun. And as James told me, they basically took the Burnout. They basically like ripped Burnout and put it into Batman Begins for the Batmobile segments. So those are a lot of fun.
Okay, I've
and
not
so,
played
yeah.
the Burnout games, but I know those are popular. And
Yeah.
those are.
Yeah, I haven't played them either. But I guess maybe I should because those Batmobile levels are really fun. And I like that game a lot. So when they canceled EA Pandemic Studios were supposed to make a Dark Knight game for the 2008 movie. And I know Gary Oldman, who played Commissioner Gordon in those movies,
Great
he
actor.
in an interview he had mentioned that they had been putting a lot of work into the game and that something about like the cape physics that they'd been working on. And then the game got canceled because EA just shut down Pandemic entirely, and I was disappointed because I was actually looking forward to that. And then like the next year, like not long after, the demo comes out for Arkham Asylum on PS3 at the time, and I cannot tell you how many times I replayed that demo and just thought it was so cool.
We've talked about that on Party Chat before.
Yeah.
Games where you played the demo a crap load.
Yeah.
I've got a few
Yeah.
where I played the demo probably more than the actual fully released game.
Yep. Yeah, it's like I played the crap out of that demo for like a year probably, and then I dragged my dad to Walmart when Arkham Asylum finally came out and made him buy me Arkham Asylum. Yeah, I remember seeing my science teacher there randomly for some reason. Yeah, and so then I got home. This was back when games came in packaging, and before you played the game, you could like open up the case and read the manual and all that.
Game manuals, I miss those.
Yeah, now you just get like a card with a website and like a warning. Yeah, it sucks.
Yeah,
which is why there's no nostalgia left in all the physical releases anymore. Anyway.
Yeah, a lot of times they don't even come with a physical disc.
It's just a code. It's just a code in the case. But yeah, and then I played it and I just loved it. So yeah, that's my story with Arkham.
Okay.
But really, one other thing I'd wanted to mention with Lords of Shadow 2, the guy who voices Satan in those games is a really solid actor.
Gonna bring that up because I've still got the voice cast up here. I was gonna mention a few of the people who are on the voice cast.
Jason Isaacs.
Patrick Stewart was Zobix. Yeah, Jason Isaacs did the voice of Satan, and he is a great actor. And no matter what he plays, I will always hate him because of how good of a bad guy he played in The Patriot.
I never saw him in that, but he was Lucius Malfoy in Harry Potter.
I've only seen the first two Harry Potters, so I don't really give a crap about Harry Potter. But I know he was in that, and he was essentially a bad guy in that as well. He plays such a good bad guy.
Yeah, he plays Draco Malfoy's dad. He's amazing in that. But then what made me if you want to see Jason Isaacs as a good guy, this is going to be a totally out of left field recommendation. So feel free to laugh at me.
Is it going to be the TV show that he was in?
No, I don't even know what TV show.
Okay, he was in like a murder mystery TV show. I'll tell you. In just
no. This is like a family friendly movie.
Okay.
It was a Jackie Chan movie called The Tuxedo.
Oh, that's the one where
Jackie Chan puts on.
Hewitt is in it.
Yes,
I've not seen that one, but
it's worth a watch if you want to watch. If you want something that's safe to watch with your parents, or your kids, that's probably a decent choice for that.
Okay. He's a good guy in
yeah.
that one.
He is a really good guy in that one. So like the premise is that Jackie Chan is basically just like I think he's just like a taxi driver or something, and he gets hired as a secret agent's driver, and he's instructed, do not talk to do not talk to your boss, do not do anything, just do what he tells you and drive a specific way. And that secret agent turns out to be Jason Isaacs, and
Okay.
it turns out that he has this
The
not magic, but like
tuxedo is what does
this
all
high
the
tech
work.
tuxedo. Yeah, basically it makes him like a martial arts master, that kind of thing. And then basically Jason Isaacs, when he actually meets Jackie Chan, he talks to him and he goes, "Did they tell you not to talk to me and all that?" He goes, "Yes, sir." And just drive on the route. "Yes, sir." And he goes, "You know what? You can ignore those guys. You know a faster way to get where we're going." And basically he kind of befriends Jackie Chan. And he's really nice to him. And he somehow, he gets called off on a mission or whatever, and then Jackie Chan gets his tuxedo, and all sorts of hijinks ensue. And at the end of the movie, Jason Isaacs helps Jackie Chan ask out a girl at a museum, which is So it's a very wholesome movie, and his character is very, very nice. So if you want to like a Jason Isaacs character, I recommend that movie.
Okay. Because Patriot is a fantastic movie, and he plays such a good bad guy in that movie.
Is that with Mel Gibson?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, if you haven't watched The Patriot, I definitely recommend it. It is a great movie. And the reason, it's not really a spoiler because it's pretty early in the movie, but Jason Isaacs kills one of Mel Gibson's sons, because he's got a number of sons, early on in the movie. And so one of his oldest son, who's played by the Joker that died, Heath Ledger, basically has a grudge against Jason Isaacs' character for the whole movie. So great movie. But yeah, I'm looking through his IMDb, and God, he's been in so much stuff. And he's done he voiced Brainiac in the Suicide Squad game.
Ooh, poor guy.
But yeah, he's done some other work with some other video game or comic book character stuff. He was in Marvel's Midnight Suns as a couple characters. What was the other thing that I saw him in? Shoot, there was I haven't seen it yet, because there was a TV show that he was in where he was it was kind of like a CSI type of show. I never saw it. I just remember seeing him on the poster of it, but it was like one of those murder mystery type shows. I'm pretty sure he was a good guy in that. Oh, he was in a Legend of Korra episode as Commander Zhao.
Oh, interesting. I never really saw Legend of Korra. I saw the original Avatar, but not Legend of Korra.
Avatar is freaking great. So, but yeah, great actor, plays a great bad guy.
Yep.
And then the other one I was going to mention or was that one? Oh, yeah, the lead character, Gabriel Belmont, voiced by Robert Carlyle. I actually just mentioned this on another stream within the last week or so, because I am and was a huge fan of Stargate. And Robert Carlyle is one of the main characters of Stargate universe. And so
very cool.
When I played Lord of Shadow, I'm like, God, that voice is familiar. I'm like, I swear that's the guy from Stargate Universe. I looked it up. I'm like, it was him. He's the voice of Gabriel Belmont. So
yeah, he did. I don't think I've seen him in anything else, but he did a really fantastic job.
As Gabriel.
As Gabriel, to a point where I was barely even questioning the fact that Gabriel Belmont is Scottish. Yeah, when Dracula is typically Transylvanian.
Oh, okay.
Because because his accent is Scottish. It's not. It's not Romanian.
That makes sense. And Robert Carlyle was born in Scotland.
Yeah,
that would explain why he's got the Scottish accent. But yeah, he did a good job.
Yeah, the wife is played by, I don't know her name, but she was in.
Don't mention it. the Halo show we won't acknowledge exists.
Oh no, I was going to say the Truman Show. That's what it was.
Oh, I only saw that once, and it was before I knew who she was.
Oh, okay. Yeah, she was in. She was like Jim Carrey's admirer, something like that, in the movie that.
Okay.
Was trying to help him escape.
So I thought because she played she was Halsey in the Halo show.
Oh, I didn't watch that.
I didn't either, but I know she was in it. What I know her from is she played Keith Sutherland's wife in the
Kiefer
show
Sutherland's wife. Yeah.
in Designated Survivor when he was
Yeah, I saw a little bit of that.
president. That was a
I saw
cool
little bit of
premise.
that. Yeah.
Seasons 1 and 2 were good. Season 3 got bought because it was originally one company. I want to say it was originally a Netflix series, and they sold it to Amazon, and then it went
No, it started
downhill.
off on ABC. I know that.
Okay, but yeah, it was one company for seasons 1 and 2, and then Amazon bought it and did the third season. Third season was not very good, but the first 2 seasons were good. I really enjoyed it.
The biggest thing I remember about that show is that the girl who is Kiefer Sutherland's advisor or whatever is actually really hot.
Yeah, yes, she is. Her real name is like America or something. But yeah, she's good looking.
It's something Ricci, not Christina Ricci.
Yeah,
It's like I want to say Italy, Italian.
I'm pretty sure she was Italian, but yeah, she was very good looking.
No, like her name was something like Italy.
Oh, I'll have it here in just a second because Italia Ricci.
There it is. That's what it was.
Yeah,
and I remember because she was also on this. God, this is gonna make me sound so obscure, but she was in a random show on Cartoon Network when they were doing their whole live action thing for like a year or two. She was in a show on Cartoon Network that I remember actually being not too bad.
Do you remember what the show was?
I want to say Unnatural History is the name of the show.
Okay. It's not showing up on a search, but I may have to expand the search. So let's see here. Unnatural History. Yep, nailed it.
Yep.
2010. She's 13 episodes.
Yep.
Yeah, she's hot for sure.
Yep. Absolutely.
All right. Catching up here a little bit on chat. Dude saying, has Neo watched the OG Ghost in the Shell movie? No, the only Ghost in the Shell thing I've ever experienced was the Scarlett Johansson movie. So I don't really know anything about the origins of Ghost in the Shell, except for what dude has told me, because he's told me about pretty in depth about different media for Ghost in the Shell, the anime, the movie, the anime movies. But yeah, the only thing I've actually seen is the Scarlett Johansson movie. But he also go ahead.
I have zero experience with anything Ghost in the Shell. So
okay. But he also says that he's a Legend of Korra enjoyer. I did like it. I thought season 1 was fantastic. In spite of Korra being a bad character, understandable. Zelda Williams, Robin Williams' daughter, played a villain of season 1. I did not realize that.
Yeah, I didn't know that. I do know that J.K. Simmons, who played J. Jonah Jameson in the Spider-Man movies,
Yeah, I love him. He's great.
Yeah, he's great. He's been in a bunch of stuff you wouldn't expect him to be in. Like he was in Gravity Falls, of all things.
I've heard of that, but I've never seen it. That's an animated show, right?
Yeah, it's like a kid's cartoon, but it's got like an interesting little plot to it.
But yeah, I pretty much love anything he's in for the most part. Although, the show that he was in, where he was the main character, had a really interesting premise, but it was just so boring. I heard it was really good, but I only watched the first 2 or 3 episodes, and I was like, I didn't bother with it because it was just really boring. But did you ever see anything on Counterpart?
I don't think so.
It was a really interesting premise where it's basically like these 2 parallel universes, and like he communicates with he's like part of this government organization, and he's one of the people that works for this government organization, where he communicates with his other self in the other parallel universe, as do the people that he works with. They work with their own parallel universe counter self, and it was a really interesting premise, but it was just so slow and boring. I didn't continue watching it, but I heard it was really good, so maybe I have to get another chance someday. But
interesting.
That's the only thing I can think of off the top of my head that J.K. Simmons was in that I didn't enjoy.
Okay. Yeah, I know he played Commissioner Gordon in one of the DC movies. I never saw it.
In one of the live action ones, or voiced him in one of the animated ones?
No, physically. It was in, might have been like, okay, it was in Justice League, the 2017 Justice League, Zack Snyder.
Oh, Zack Snyder Justice League. I didn't see Zack Snyder Justice League. I only saw the original release.
Well, it was the original release. But
Oh, was he in both?
I assume he was. Yeah, he was in the theatrical release for sure.
Okay, then I did see him because I did see the theatrical.
I just don't have a way to separate that from like DCU's Justice League TV show or like anything else that's just called Justice League. You know, there are a bunch of things called Justice League.
Zack Snyder Justice League was the theatrical release. I was thinking that was the fan or the one that the fan movement got.
No,
released.
so
that was.
So yeah, it was. So the 2017 theatrical version is literally just called Justice League.
Okay,
and then
I did have it right in my head
yeah.
then.
Yeah, and then the director's cut is called Zack Snyder's Justice League, but that makes it extra difficult to separate the theatrical version of the movie from the animated series, also called Justice League.
Okay,
Yeah.
That makes a lot of sense.
Yeah.
So, but I did have it in my head. I was like, I swear that it was just Justice League, and then Zack Snyder's Justice League was like the one that the fan movement was able to get released. So,
yep.
But one thing I was
and of course, Cave Johnson. Cave Johnson. How could I forget Cave Johnson?
I just played. Well, I didn't play through the campaign because that's not the only one I want to play through again. Is Portal 2 because Portal is my favorite Valve franchise. But yeah, he was absolutely fantastic as Cave Johnson. I love that character, even though you never see him. It's all just voice. But
there is a painting of him in the game, and it looks. This is weird, but it looks like a guy who was on Conan O'Brien's show, back in like 2013-ish.
Like a guest or like one of the regulars?
He was one of the writers, I think. One of like the writers that was also on the show from time to time.
Okay. But yeah, Cave Johnson
let me
was a great
let me see if I can look up the guy's name because I think I remember it. And then you can tell me if he looks like the portrait.
But dude, saying the theatrical cut of Justice League can just be called Whedon cut. Oh, that's why people call it Justice League.
I just keep getting a politician. No, okay, I see the comedian, but I can't get a photo of him. Jeez, come on, it shouldn't be that hard. Come on, internet. Okay, here we go. Here's a photo of him.
Oh, you're gonna share it?
Yeah, I'll paste it to you.
Oh, okay. You can do that too. I was gonna say, if
that
you have it up,
not gonna work.
You could just share the screen.
That link is not gonna work. Let me get you a better link here. There you go. So I'm not a streamer, so I don't know how to do anything.
Okay, so down at the bottom, you hit the little monitor with the up arrow if you wanted to share your screen, and then you could just share the tab. Then you wanted to do that way.
I probably shouldn't because there might be some personally identifying information on my browser.
Okay. Oh, you know what? I did this in the wrong browser because there we go. All right, now I should be able to show it. Let's see your share, and let me pull up my.
Cave Johnson was an American politician who served in the state of Tennessee as a Democratic congressman in the United States House of Representatives.
Oh, like so Cave Johnson is actually a real person as well?
Yeah, there was a real Cave Johnson in like 1845.
So it's been, like I said, it's been a long time since I played through the campaign of Portal 2, but I actually just helped someone through the co-op of Portal 2 just last week because I love Portal 2, and I would happily help anyone through the co-op because I love that game. So it's been a long time since I played it, so I don't really remember the picture. I do remember there being a portrait of him on the wall in the game somewhere. I don't really remember exactly what it looked like, but if anyone does remember what the portrait of him looks like,
got a link for that?
This is.
I got the link.
Oh, okay.
If I can, I don't know if it'll load, but I'll paste it too. See if you can.
All right, let me copy that and I'll replace it. Hopefully this doesn't pull up anything. Any day now.
Yeah, that Portal wiki is kind of slow, but.
My goodness, it's taking forever. There we go. Okay. Okay. So I can see it a little bit, but the guy on this, it was on Conan, you said?
Yeah, he was on Conan. I guess he now works for The Late Show or something.
Okay, but he reminded you of Cave Johnson's portrait.
Yeah, he looked a lot more like Cave Johnson when he was on Conan.
Okay.
And I just remember noticing that because I saw that guy like at the same time as I was playing Portal 2, and
Oh,
kinda-
okay. Yeah, that would have
Yeah.
been about the same around the same time. So, okay. One of the things I was going to mention way early on, because you said that your favorite Star Wars game was Force Unleashed 2. And I did enjoy it because when they were making the game, the whole motto for the game was kicking someone's ass with the Force, and they definitely delivered on
Yep.
that. It was fun, but I'm playing through it again for the first time in a very long time. But one of my favorite hack and slashes of all time is Ninja Gaiden. Not the NES one, but the Xbox one.
Mhm.
And that's what Dude was just playing earlier tonight, although he's playing the Sigma version. But that was an original Xbox game. Force Unleashed was a 360 game, or at least that's how I played it. And so my biggest thing is that coming from Ninja Gaiden because I was like, you know what I would love would be a Ninja Gaiden like hack and slash in the Star Wars universe. And that's essentially what Force Unleashed is,
Yeah.
but it's the best way I can describe it is that it's too clunky, if that makes any sense. Like everything is too magnetic and your movement is it's not that fluid.
I can kind of see it.
So
I think the lightsaber combat did feel pretty fluid, but like the other powers did not feel as fluid.
But I still enjoyed the game, but it didn't play as smoothly or as fluid as I was hoping coming from Ninja Gaiden. But my favorite, as mentioned earlier, the Jedi Knight series of games, those are my favorite Star Wars games, and Jedi Outcast and Jedi Academy being I tie them together because they're built in the same engine, so they're basically the same game, but Academy has more mechanics to it. But those
Academy is a sequel to Jedi Knight, isn't it?
It's the sequel to Jedi Outcast.
Outcast.
And it came out only like a year or so after Jedi Outcast came out. It was very short because it's built on the same engine, so they didn't really have to build it from the ground up. But they took everything that they did in Jedi Outcast and they expanded upon the lightsaber combat. Like the lightsaber combat in Jedi Outcast was already great, and they made it even better in Jedi Academy. But the story in Jedi Outcast is far better than Jedi Academy. But just how good the saber combat is in Jedi Academy, it's my number one favorite Star Wars game, and no other Star Wars game before or since has ever matched it when it comes to lightsaber combat.
Interesting. Yeah, I've been meaning to play some of those games at some point.
Yeah, the Jedi, the whole series is great, starting with Dark Forces, although that's a first-person shooter. It's a Doom clone. It wasn't until the sequel to that, Jedi Knight 2 or Dark Forces 2 Jedi Knight, where you actually get force powers and a lightsaber. But yeah, those games are all great.
Is Dark Forces 2 still like an FPS style game, or does that transition to third person?
Dark Forces 2 Jedi Knight is you can play it. This goes for Jedi Knight Mysteries of the Sith, which is the Jedi Knight expansion, Jedi Outcast, and Jedi Academy. This goes for all four of those games. You have guns, so you could play it as a first-person shooter if you wanted to. But I think you're doing yourself a disservice because you have force powers and a lightsaber. So I don't know why you would use guns when you can use a lightsaber and force powers. But if you wanted to play it like a first-person shooter, you can. Although there are parts like when you're fighting other force users who use lightsabers, your guns aren't going to do any good. You have to fight them with your lightsaber. But for the most part, when you're fighting stormtroopers and stuff, you can play it as a first-person shooter if you want. But I think I would say you're playing it wrong in that case.
Yeah.
But
yeah, I'm asking because I would prefer to play it more in the later game style as opposed to the Doom style for a game like that.
Okay.
Yeah. So, because I mean, you have a lightsaber. Of course, you want to play with a lightsaber. It's cool.
Yeah. Typically, although there is a setting you can change, but typically in Jedi Knight and onward, when you switch to your guns, it goes into first person, and when you switch to your lightsaber, automatically switches to third person.
Oh, that's interesting.
If you wanted to play it all in first person, even with your lightsaber, you could. Or if you wanted to play it entirely in third person with your lightsaber or your guns, you could do that as well. But by default, when you're using your guns, it goes into first person. But when you switch to your lightsaber, it goes to third person. But you don't have to do that if you don't want to.
Nice. That's pretty cool. Yeah, I've been meaning to play those games. I might, if I do, I might just skip the first game then. But
Dark Forces is great, but yeah, that's solely a first-person shooter.
Yeah, an FPS, unless they're like straight up Doom 2016, I probably wouldn't be super into an FPS.
So yeah, that makes sense. But yeah, absolutely for sure play Jedi Outcast and Jedi Academy. No Star Wars games that ever made you feel like a Jedi like those, because it's not like, because in like Force Unleashed, when I was talking about it's clunky, like when you're around enemies, you're slashing, it like automatically locks onto them, and you're gonna, unless you're you're automatically gonna slash at whatever enemy is closest to you. Or if you wanted to slash at a different one, you have to point your joystick at that one and hit your attack buttons. In Jedi Outcast, you could be, and so basically everything I was going to say goes for Jedi Outcast and Academy, because they're essentially the same game. Just Academy has more stuff in it. You can make a slash at someone right in front of you, and you could miss if it doesn't line up perfectly. So you have to make your slashes actually connect, and you can slash in all sorts of ways. And it's not like a button mashing hack and slash game, like Force Unleashed or like Ninja Gaiden, for example, where you're using combos and stuff. You actually have to aim your slashes by how you're doing your movement and where you're aiming. I'm assuming you're going to play it on PC, because you say you play other stuff on PC. That is the proper way to play it. And so how you do your slashes, which way your slash goes, depends on which movement you're doing and kind of where, at what point you're hitting the your slash button. So you'll do different slashes. They actually have to connect and be within range, otherwise you'll miss. The other thing that's great about it, and why no other game has come close to it when it comes to lightsabers, is almost all Star Wars games, even when you're hacking away at someone that you're cutting down their life bar, lightsabers cut through at pretty much anything immediately. And that's how lightsabers work in Jedi Outcast and Jedi Academy. Is you hit someone once and they're probably dead. There's a reason why certain characters don't. Either because they're also,
Force users.
They're Force users and they are blocking your attacks. The main exception to that is in Jedi Outcast, there are enemies that are not necessarily Force users, and they can survive multiple hits, but there's a lore accurate reason to why. But
is it
for
like
the most
Cortosis Arbor?
Yes, exactly.
Okay.
I
remember my Darth Bane. He was mining Cortosis.
Yes. So in Jedi Outcast, one of the plot points is there's an Imperial scientist. His name is Gallic Fyar, and he creates the Shadow Trooper program, and he creates this armor that's resistant to lightsabers because it's powered by Cortosis. So there's a reason why you don't kill these guys in one hit. Like any normal stormtrooper, you're going to kill them in one hit because you have a freaking lightsaber, and lightsabers work in Jedi Outcast and Academy like you expect them to, and also why they're my favorite Star Wars games. When you do play it, absolutely make sure you turn on the Saber realistic combat cheat. It doesn't change anything other than like it's not actually a cheat. It doesn't like change. It doesn't make you like godly or anything. All it does is when you slash, like the enemies will dismember accurately to how you slash. So if you can slice off just their foot or their whole leg, or if you had a slash across the middle, it's going to cut them perfectly in half. That cheat makes it so wherever your lightsaber slashes, the dismembering is accurate to the slash that you made. So absolutely turn that cheat on.
Now I have to ask you, have you played Metal Gear Rising: Revengeance?
Yes, I love that game.
Yeah.
I have not played it in a very long time, and I do need that's also on my backlog of games I need to go back and play again. But yes, I've played that, and that is a great hack and slash.
Because I remember, so like the typical gameplay is pretty much like other hack and slashes with the you just mash the button kind of, but there is, if you remember, I want to say Zenketsu mode is what they called it.
Zendatsu, I think is what it's called.
Zendatsu, that sounds right. Where you hold down the button and then you use the joystick to slash. And you got to be right next to the enemy, but if you do it, it'll actually slice up the enemy into little bits.
Yes, that's another game that because you can't go into slow motion like that in Jedi Outcast, but the slashes are accurate, especially when you turn on the realistic saber combat cheat. But yeah, I've never seen any other game do it like Revengeance does, where like you can make like very precise cuts.
Yeah.
That game is great. I love that game.
Apparently it's the Metal Gear game that Kojima was least involved in, which is why the plot makes sense.
It's the only Metal Gear game I've played.
It is worth playing the rest of the games. Well, some people say 5 is great. Some people don't. I'm one of the people who doesn't say 5 is great. I found 5 kind of frustrating and honestly kind of unnecessary. 3 is typically considered the best for a bunch of reasons. and it's great. And also the numbering doesn't make any sense. They're all like completely out of order. But-
Yeah, I've had people like some franchises that I knew nothing about until I've had
Yeah.
people on my show and they've
Yeah.
enlightened me on some. Metal Gear is one of them. I didn't know anything about
Yeah.
Metal Gear. I still don't know a lot, but I've learned a little bit because of having people on. And then Final Fantasy, I know nothing about it. Now I know at least a little bit because of having people on my show.
Well, unlike Metal Gear, the nice thing about Final Fantasy is every numbered entry is basically its own thing. So
Yes, I learned that from Dude.
Yeah, yeah. I'm actually playing Rebirth right now, Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. So,
Okay.
Yeah, I never played the original Final Fantasy VII. I've only played, I think, my first Final Fantasy game was actually 15, which I kind of enjoyed up until the end, up until the whole road trip thing ended. But up to that point, I really liked it. Then Final Fantasy VII Remake, I think, was the next one I played.
I have a feeling I would I may play Final Fantasy VII Remake and Rebirth at some point. I'll probably like him because, as we mentioned earlier, one of the reasons why I was never interested in Final Fantasy is because it's turn-based.
Yeah,
but these ones are more modern action hack and slash almost, so I would probably enjoy them.
I think you would really, since we seem to have some similar taste in gameplay, I think you might like Final Fantasy 16 a lot. Okay. It is very hack and slash spectacle fightery.
Another one that I mentioned because I mentioned Ninja Gaiden, one of my favorite games. It was by Team Ninja. Team Ninja did a Final Fantasy game. Are you familiar with that one?
I might be.
It's called Stranger of Paradise.
I did play that. Yes, it's a little bit Souls-like in its combat, though.
I've heard from people who are Final Fantasy fans say that it's a direct predecessor to the original Final Fantasy VII.
It is. It is. It's a prequel.
And then
not to
Final Fantasy VII.
Not to 7. It's a direct prequel to Final Fantasy 1.
Oh, the original Final Fantasy?
Yeah. So basically the plot is that your main character in Stranger of Paradise goes on to become the main villain, I think, or one of the main villains in Final Fantasy 1.
Oh, I did play this demo for Stranger of Paradise, but I wasn't really feeling it, which I was kind of disappointed in because it's Team Ninja, and I love Team Ninja.
It's a weird game. Like there's no open world, but there are like these little hubs that you go into, and you can talk to people, but you literally do everything through a menu. It's super weird. But yeah, by the end, and there's this whole weird like multiverse time travel. This was Final Fantasy getting on the multiverse boat. But yeah, there's this whole weird multiverse thing or time travel thing. I don't know, something like that. Where the main character is basically from another world, and then he's talking to something with a princess in the first game. And basically they decide to become the main villains for some reason. Like intentionally they decide to become the main villains of the Final Fantasy 1 world for some reason. Okay. And what's also really annoying is that because it's a prequel to Final Fantasy 1, I am never going to play Final Fantasy 1 because there's no way I'm going to be able to get into a turn-based game that is also like
that super
really old. Yeah.
Yeah. Understandable.
So yeah. But yeah, it's kind of a confusing plot, but yeah, basically it's a prequel to the first one.
Okay. Because yeah, dude's saying that the first Final Fantasy game, the NES one had time travel. Because he's a big fan of Final Fantasy, and I don't know if he ever got through all of them, but he's been playing through at least some of the Final Fantasy pixel remasters that came out recently, and he was enjoying those.
Okay, cool. Yeah, but yeah, I think you would enjoy, at least someone. I think you would enjoy the Final Fantasy VII remakes, even though you might be confused by the plot. You might be confused by the plot because it does some weird stuff. I had to look up a whole bunch of it, and I still barely understand it. 15 is more self-contained. You might like 15. And 16, I think you'll definitely like. Again, that one is self-contained, and it's got an interesting plot. I think Clive is one of the best Final Fantasy protagonists I can think of because he's a lot more. He's not a femboy at all.
Oh, so, okay.
He's a very manly protagonist. And basically half the plot is you going around collecting all the powers of the summons are called icons in this game, and you actually become the icons at some point. So you use the powers. I think that would probably be the icon of darkness, but something like that. Odin. But yeah, you go around collecting icon powers, and there are a couple of big icon fights that are kind of like those big Japanese monster fights, like Godzilla versus whatever,
Okay.
where you become those giant icons and you fight. It is just so much fun. I think you would I think you would enjoy it,
Okay.
especially like I wasn't big on the setting, but I like the story and the gameplay. But if you like medieval fantasy stories, you will absolutely like it, I think.
Okay. Yeah, I'm not huge on fantasy. Like I always say, like 9 times out of 10, I'll take sci-fi over fantasy.
Me too. Yeah. I prefer like something a little more contemporary or sci-fi to any kind of like historical fantasy. I will absolutely not play anything that is just not even fantasy and is just historical though. Like the Kingdom Come Deliverance people talk about. I will never play those games.
Yeah, not that there's anything wrong with them or anything, but yeah, I doubt I would ever play it either. So, all right. Cool. Oh, that's what I was gonna say. Is Paul saying, yeah, Final Fantasy 16 looks dope, and I'm not even a Final Fantasy guy.
Yeah, it is really fun.
So, and dude says I need to get back to the Pixel remasters. So,
Yeah.
All right. Well, we are already at 3 hours. I do have one more thing I want to talk to you about, but I wanted to ask you on your time. Do you?
Yeah,
got a little more
I'm
time?
happy to stay. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, no rush.
Yeah, we've gone through everything that I want to talk about. I still have one more topic on here that I had written down for some reason, kind of like Lord Shadow. I'm like, I wrote this down to talk to you about, but I don't remember why. So if you got a little bit more time to talk, then I definitely want to talk about this.
Yeah,
So,
absolutely.
I wrote down Dishonored. Why did I write down Dishonored?
Probably because I have said a couple times, and I was actually going to say this a little earlier when we were talking about like Jedi Knight, Jedi Outcast, Dark Forces, and all that. I have said for a long time what Star Wars should have done at some point was rip off Dishonored and make you like a Force assassin, basically like a Dishonored game set in Star Wars. You probably heard me say this at some point, or seen me mention it in a chat somewhere, where I think they should have made like ripped off Dishonored, but instead of Corvo's folding sword, you get a lightsaber. Instead of the pistol, you get a blaster, and all that stuff, and you get force powers instead of the Outsiders powers. And so I just put that in the Star Wars universe. You print money.
That sounds pretty cool. I never thought of like a basically like an assassin game in the Star Wars universe as like a lightsaber wielder and force. Yeah, it could be up to like the developers on whether it's an actual force user. Maybe you're just someone who has a lightsaber and doesn't actually have any access to the force and has like cool gadgets or something. But either way, that would be a cool premise for a game. I would totally be into that. Yeah,
and I thought I was thinking of that earlier because Kyle Katarn is basically he's a bounty hunter, right?
At the beginning of so Dark Forces, the first game in the franchise, he's a mercenary and he gets hired by the Rebel Alliance in order to, they hire him to run a few missions for them. Yeah. Oh, okay. Yeah. So a mercenary, which basically is a little bit like an assassin in that sense. And that's depending on what they're hired for. Yeah, could be. Yeah. So I mean that's because that's very similar to what you do as Corvo in Dishonored. Yeah. And Paul's saying that Star Wars Dishonored sounds dope, just like a Zelda Dark Souls. So, but yeah, I don't remember what stream it was, but I wrote down Dishonored and you'd said something about it because I bought Dishonored on 360. Mm-hmm. Let's see here. When did it release? Dishonored. It was not too terribly old. It came out 2009. 2012. Really? At least on 360. I don't know if it came out earlier on other platforms, but at least on 360. No, it would have been in October 2012. But I would assume they would all release at the same time. Yeah, it would have been all the same time, roughly. I first played it on PS3. So okay. But I bought it, the 360 one, probably within a year and a half. So around 2013, maybe early 2014. And I never actually played it until last year. I finally got around to playing it. I have not 100%ed everything because there's still one more achievement left that I need to get in the the last DLC, and I didn't do. There's one of the first DLC that came out was actually like this trial mode where you have to like assassinate these targets like in under a certain amount of time.
Dunwall City Trials.
Yeah, the Dunwall City Trials, and you get
Yeah.
ranked on your performance, kind of like the some of the challenges in the Arkham games. I've not
Yes.
even touched that DLC, so I don't have any of those.
Me neither.
But other
And
than
I played that game like from around the time it came out, and I still have never touched that DLC.
okay, so yeah, I finally got around to playing it. Not last year, this year or late last year. Let's see here. When did I jump back into it? Because I got my first achievement in 2019 when I dived it, is what it's called, when you get an achievement on it to put it on your tag. But I didn't get around to actually playing it until December 1st of last year. So I played through it in December, and I played the DLC just the first DLC I played in January, and the second DLC I played in February. So pretty fresh. But of the story and the first and the two story DLCs, I have all the achievements except for one in the second DLC, because you have to beat it with a certain amount of money in your inventory. And I was just a tad bit too short. So I need to play through that DLC again at some point to get that achievement. And then I have that Dunwall City Trials DLC, which I haven't even touched. So I've essentially done everything in it. I just have some achievements left. And then I'm currently playing Dishonored 2. I was playing it just this afternoon, right before we started our stream. And I'm liking the game a lot. The biggest issue I have with it is the achievements, because the achievements force you to play it without getting detected and without killing anyone and without using, buying or upgrading any of your cool powers.
Yeah.
So I get it. It makes the game more difficult, so the achievement means more, but it takes a lot of the fun out of the game. Especially when every time you get detected, you got to reload your last save. And I was playing the 360 version, so every time I got detected, it took a while for the pause menu to pop up, and then I had to load my save and wait for that to load. So it took way longer than it should have. I'm enjoying Dishonored 2 a lot better, because it's an Xbox One game, and I'm playing on my Series X, and it's got quick save and quick load, so it's a lot faster. But still, it's a little too slow and methodical for me. So I'm very much looking forward to, just like when I played Dishonored 1, the high chaos playthrough, when you don't have to worry about getting detected and you can go and kill everyone. That was a lot more fun. I'm looking forward to that, because I'm currently on my first playthrough of Dishonored 2, where I'm playing low chaos. I'm not getting detected. And so I'm very much looking forward to playing high chaos again and being able to just go through and wail on everyone. But I do like it, and I do see a lot of inspiration from some other franchises, like Half-Life is a big one, and BioShock as well.
Yeah. So the thing with Dishonored is that the story especially basically punishes you for playing in high chaos.
Yes.
Which
that's the thing, because I've
Yeah.
I've gotten James to talk about it on a few of his streams, and that's one of the things that he said as well. It's like, you're an assassin, but you basically get punished for doing your job.
Yeah.
And I get that. It
Yeah.
makes sense.
Yeah, basically it's like, are you taking the moral high ground in a sense? But yeah, and the worst part is that one of the coolest set pieces, you remember the last level in the main game on the big, I think it's the lighthouse,
Yes.
or basically the giant tower.
Yeah. It looked like a giant lighthouse, but yeah, that was
King
the last
Sparrow
level.
Island, I think
King-
is what it was called.
That sounds
Yeah.
right. The last
So-
level of the first game.
Apparently in high chaos, the entire island becomes a war zone, and everything is just going crazy. And it ends with what's his name? The general Admiral Havelock, basically.
Havelock. Yeah.
Yeah, Havelock at the top of the tower, holding Emily and threatening to kill her.
Yes, that's high.
Like he's about to kill her. Yeah. And it's just a way cooler ending, just a way cooler climax, where you have to save Emily that way, and you see all the conspirators dying and everything. Whereas
Yeah, because
low chaos
on the
is
high
just
chaos, a couple of the conspirators that were in his crew killed each other.
well, no. So they are in the process of killing each other. In
Yeah,
low
like
chaos,
in that level,
yeah.
they kill each
yeah,
other.
in low chaos, everything is pretty quiet and normal, and then you get up there, and he's just kind of recording something, and it turns out he's just poisoned the other two co-conspirators who are sitting at a table dead.
Yes.
And then all you really have to do is knock them out, and then
I didn't realize they were dead. I thought they were just passed out drunk.
No, he poisoned them.
I did not catch that.
Yeah. Yeah, all you do is knock him out, and then you get Emily out of the door. That's it. It's a little anticlimactic. So
Yeah. Another thing, while we're
Yeah.
on topic of the final level of the first game, that and we're talking about the whole story where you get punished for doing your job was I want to say Samuel Hayden, but Samuel Hayden is Doom, but his name is Samuel.
Yeah.
I forgot what his last name is in Dishonored, but he's
I don't
the
think he
guy.
has a last name. He's just Samuel the Boatman.
Yeah, he's the guy that ferries you around to your missions,
Yep.
back and forth between the hideout and your missions throughout the game. And on the last level, if you're playing High Chaos, he drops you off, and then he shoots a flare off to basically alert the whole island to your presence, and then he takes off and he screws you over. It's like, I've been freaking wronged. Everyone thinks that I killed the Empress. I'm getting revenge by killing them, and you're mad at me for that? It's like, what the heck?
Yeah. I never.
I think I deserve some vengeance.
Yeah, I think they did overdo it a little bit there. But there are some other things that I think do make sense, like how in the middle of one of the levels, Emily will draw a picture of you. Not in the middle of the levels, but like at the beginning of one of the levels after you save Emily for the first time.
When you're at your hideout and kind of just talking to people and upgrading your equipment and stuff.
Yeah, and so if you're low chaos, she'll draw a picture of just you normally. I think you're even smiling, and it says "Daddy," because the game not so subtly implies that you're her dad.
Yeah, I picked up on that like in the opening cutscene, but then throughout the entire game, like no one seems to understand I'm her dad, right? And no one seems to understand this connection. And then in Dishonored 2, it's like they don't hide it at all. Like it's.
I think in the first game it's meant.
Yeah,
I think in the first game it's meant. I think it's meant to be like an open secret in the first game, and then in the second game, by that point they've pretty much just come out and admitted it at some point.
That was another thing that kind of threw me off because I'm her dad, right? And then the fact that no one's like talking about me being her dad and like accusing me of killing the Empress, who is her mom, who I'm assuming that we are together because we're her parents, but no one seems to say anything about that. I'm like, well, wait, am I not her dad then?
Yeah, well, remember the whole thing was a conspiracy to begin with. So
yeah. So
and their relationship was supposed to be a secret.
Okay.
But
that kind of I was very confused about that the whole time.
It is a little weird, but yeah, there is that reason for it. But yeah, I think the second game does a little better job of making low chaos more fun, especially if you get into New Game Plus and then you can play with both sets of powers. I never actually played as Emily. I only ever played as Corvo.
I'm playing on Dishonored 2. I'm currently on my low chaos, and I'm playing as Corvo. And then once I do beat that one, then I'm going to do high chaos as Emily.
Oh, okay. Yeah. So when you do New Game Plus, you can get both Corvo and Emily's powers. Collect all of them.
Oh, I did not know that.
Yep. And yeah, so I always just play as Corvo. Yeah, you can do that, and it gives you a lot more options for non-lethal.
I've been watching a guide as I'm playing through to make sure I don't miss any of the collectibles. And the guide that I'm watching, they're playing as Emily. And Emily does have some cool powers. I forget what it's called, but like you can link people together so that when you knock them out, all of them get knocked out simultaneously. I'm like, that's pretty cool.
Yeah, like domino or something like that.
Yeah, I think that's what it's called.
Yeah, and you can mix it. You can mix powers too in a weird way. Like you can make duplicates of yourself, and then you can link the duplicates to enemies, and then you knock out the duplicate, and the enemies are unconscious. That kind of stuff.
Awesome.
Yeah. So the game gives you a lot more options for non-lethal, which is really nice. And I think nothing quite beats the Boyle party. Was it Boyle
in the first one?
Yeah. Was it Boyle? Was that the name of the sisters?
Yes. Yes. Lady Boyle. Yeah.
Yeah. The Lady Boyle. Yeah. The Boyle's party. Nothing quite beats that level because that is just I love that kind of level where you're just like almost James Bonding it.
Yes. That was a cool level.
Yeah. So I love that kind of thing. I think one of the, I'm trying to remember which James Bond game did that. Or one of the earliest levels, you're at like a fancy party. I want to say
I cannot tell you the only James Bond game I've played is GoldenEye. Although no, I did play. I don't remember what it was called, but I did play a James Bond game on original Game Boy way back in the day.
Oh, okay. Wow. Well, if you ever get a chance, I would recommend playing Agent Under Fire and Nightfire, which are
I've heard a
both,
lot of people have a lot of good stuff to say about Nightfire. I just never actually
Yeah.
played it.
Yeah, so they're both based on the Brosnan era. Yeah, they're both fun. But yeah, so
Okay.
I love those kinds of like, blending into a party kind of levels. I think there's a level like that in GoldenEye too, or at least the
in the
there might be a
remake.
level like that. Yeah, there
'Cause
might
there
be.
definitely wasn't on the original N64 version of GoldenEye.
Okay, yeah, I gotta replay that at some point.
But yeah,
Um,
the Game
yeah.
Boy game I was referring to is just called James Bond 007. My friend let me borrow his Game Boy and that game, and I'm pretty sure I beat it. And I remember I learned how to, because there was a point in the story, in order to progress, you had to win at I think it was Baccarat, the gambling game, and I had no idea how to play it. And I was like, I don't know, like 11 or something. And so I learned how to play that game in the game. I've never actually played it in a real casino or anything, but I learned how to play it in the game so I could earn enough money so I could proceed with the story.
Nice. Yeah. Yeah, I'm trying to remember. I think there was one level in Dishonored 2 that I thought was really good, but
I think I know which one you're gonna
I
mention.
can't remember.
'Cause,
I can't remember. Yeah.
It's the level I literally just finished minutes before we started our stream. Is you get this device from the Outsider that allows you to see into the past, and you can teleport
Yeah, that's the one.
back and forth between the past and the present, and things that you
Where
do
you're
in the past affect what happens in the present. It was a
Aramis
really
Stilton's
cool
Manor.
level. Yes,
Yeah.
Aramis Stilton's Manor, and that's the level I
Yes.
literally just played today.
That is exactly what I was trying to think of. Yeah.
It was a
That
really
is a
cool
really
concept.
cool level.
Because not only is there a past and a present version, but there's one point in the level where something that you do drastically changes what happens in the present. And so you're
Yep.
basically, it's almost like three different versions of this mansion that you're in. The past, and then there's the present unaffected, and then there's the present affected. And the present affected, the present unaffected no longer exists. So it was really trippy. And it was a really cool concept for a level.
Yeah, and it affects some of the stuff that goes on later in the game too.
Okay. Well, I just beat
yeah.
that level, so I think there's 2 levels left in the game, so I'm getting
Okay.
close to beating it.
So when you're next on the boat, I think you'll see the some of the effects of like back on the ship. You'll see some of the effects of what you did.
Okay.
You didn't
Yeah.
kill Aramis Stilton, did you?
No, I'm doing low chaos, no killing,
Good.
so I just knocked him out.
Yeah, you'll definitely see some good effects then. But yeah, that was a cool level. Yeah, that was a really cool level. So if you ever decide to just play the Dishonored games for fun,
That's what I was gonna say, is because the achievements kind of take a lot of the fun out of the game, I really should just play it however I want to for the fun of it.
Yeah. Like I never play games for achievements. I just never cared about achievements, so I just play whatever I feel like.
Fair enough. I think that's how most
yeah.
people are. Dude and I are the weird ones.
Some people like trophies. Well, yeah, because I was a PlayStation kid, so for me they were called trophies.
Yeah.
Initially. But yeah, so if you ever just decide to play for fun with no restrictions, one thing I recommend trying out is just getting like Cheat Engine or Wiimote or something, and then using the unlimited mana cheat.
That's another thing that I remember James saying is like you should play with unlimited mana. Although basically what I do is because it will recharge automatically. So I usually just wait for it to recharge and then use it again. So I barely ever have to use the mana potions essentially.
So it depends. I know it recharges for like Blink if you wait, but for other like heavier powers, it will not recharge as much.
Yeah, well, I think it recharges the same amount, but because they use more power, it won't fully recharge.
Yeah, exactly.
So
yeah,
I rarely use one of those unless I really, really have to. Because I don't remember if it was the previous level or 2 levels ago, but there was a level where you have to infiltrate basically the witch's manor, and there's a bunch of the witches all over. And
it's not their manor. It's like a conservatory.
Yeah, it's the conservatory. Yeah, and they've basically taken up residence there.
Yeah.
And for some reason, like I was being like, quiet as a mouse, and for some reason one of them was like, "What's that over there?" I'm like, you didn't hear me or see me. What the heck is
Yeah.
that? And it came over and almost detected me. I teleported on top. I blinked up to on top of the bookshelf, and then there was like 5 of them within like 20 feet. So like all 5 of them like converged on where I was, and before they noticed me on top of the bookshelf, I used stop time, and then I pulled out my sleep darts and I shot a sleep dart at all 5 of them. So when time resumed, they all got tranked at the same time.
Yeah.
But I had to use like almost all of my mana
Ton
bar
of
in order
mana.
to do those,
Yeah.
to blink and use that power all at the same time. But other than blinking around, I almost never use any of the powers that like in quick succession.
Yeah, because it's your mana is so limited that you don't get to use the powers in all the fun ways, which is
That's
why
true.
I think it's more fun to play with unlimited mana.
That's what
Also-
a lot of people say.
Also, what you can
Those
do,
mana potions are there's a lot fewer of them than there are the
Yeah.
health potions.
yeah, that's true. But one of the other things that unlimited mana lets you do is you can play it a little bit like Batman. So you can blink around everywhere, do stealthy takedowns. Then all of a sudden you alert. If you want to go like the loud way, you can, leave the body there for someone to find, and then they'll panic, cause some chaos and fear. And
Or-
the game doesn't really have fear as a mechanic, but you can have fun
Right.
with it.
Yeah, when I was playing my high chaos on Dishonored 1, it was nice when I could kill people and upgrade the ability. So when I kill them, they turn to ash, so there's no body to hide.
Yeah, there's that. The second game also, some of Emily's powers are helpful for that. So like she doesn't have blink, she has far reach.
Yeah, because
Um,
his is straight, but hers is
his
kind
is
of
a
like in an
teleport.
arc.
His is a teleport. Hers is like almost like a web zip.
Yeah.
So, but if you're doing New Game Plus, you can have both powers. So you can blink around the map. Use far reach can actually be used to grab people if you upgrade it.
Oh, okay.
So
I did not know that.
you can actually
Haven't
you
played
can
this
actually
story
grab
yet.
people, knock them out wherever you are, and then just leave them there. And so you can get up on like a high perch, grab someone, knock them out, leave them behind you, and just keep repeating that. So you can get very creative with the Batman tactics.
Okay. Yeah, well, I won't be able to do any sort of cheat engine or anything because, like, as mentioned, I'm playing on Xbox, so there's no mods or anything. But
Yeah.
I very likely need to play through it just for the fun of it, and just it'll be even better. I just hate that the achievements on the Dishonored games take a lot of the fun out of it.
Yeah. When you played the first, so random, but when you played the first one, do you remember Granny Rags and what's his name? I want to call him Pork Chop, but that's not his name.
I remember Granny Rags.
What's the name of the Slackjaw? That's his name.
Slackjaw. Okay, yes, I remember Slackjaw.
Why do I want to call him Pork Chop? I don't know what anyway, but you remember when you come across that? Did you help Slackjaw or did you help Granny Rags?
Yes. On my low chaos, I helped Slackjaw. On my high chaos, I helped Granny Rags.
Okay, that makes sense. Yeah, because Granny Rags is the one who turns out to be evil. So when you came across Granny Rags about to cook Slackjaw, did you save Slackjaw?
Yes.
Okay. Did you kill Granny Rags?
So I think I did all of the possible ones because I made like a save and then I basically reloaded and did each of the possible outcomes.
Gotcha. So what I always like to do is after I burn the cameo and whatnot so that she becomes killable.
Yeah, vulnerable.
Yeah. What I do is I actually knock her out and then I throw her in her own soup.
Oh, no. Because she asked you to put Slackjaw in there. So I do remember putting him in there when I was going, because I think there's an achievement tied to each of the different outcomes. And that's why I did that.
Yeah.
So I do remember putting him in there. I don't think I did with her. I think I just knocked her out and or killed her, depending on my playthrough.
Yeah. So it's not really a game. It's not really like anything you're supposed to do. I just find it very
ironic,
poetic, and hilarious.
Yeah. Poetic justice.
Yeah.
Christian Frades is topping in a few minutes ago saying hi. What's up, Christian? Good to see you, buddy. Hope you're doing well tonight. Yeah, so I'm getting close to finishing my Dishonored 2 low chaos. I'm looking forward to playing through it in high chaos, playing a little bit more high pace because some of these levels are really long and having to reload them all the time.
Yeah.
Like one thing that was nice about the level that I was just talking about. Because wait, no, I'm pretty sure it was the conservatory level. And then the level after it is. Oh, that's the other mission that I was thinking of. Is the other mission that is really cool in Dishonored 2 was the one right before the mission I was talking about, where you have the device that lets you see and teleport between timelines.
The Dust District?
Yeah, that's the Dust District. Yeah. The level before that is the I forget
Addermire?
the dude's yeah, but his mansion, and it's like a maze because everything is like shifting around all the time.
Not Addermire. That's Jindosh. Kirin
Jindosh, yes. Kirin Jindosh.
That
was
was
also a cool
an
level.
Extremely cool level. Yeah, now I remember.
Rooms are moving around all the place. It's almost like did you ever see the movie Cube?
I never saw it, but I know what you're talking about.
So Cube is like this weird movie where all these people just wake up and they're basically trying to survive and figure out their way out of this maze, and the rooms are constantly shifting. That's basically what this guy's mansion was, where these rooms are shifting and walls coming down and there's all these levers and changes everything. It was really cool and really hard to keep track of what was where because stuff is always moving. Really cool concept for a level. But that level, if you don't count all the times I had to reset, I don't even know, because every time you load your last save, whatever time you played from that last save to when you reloaded that last save gets lost.
Yeah.
So my entire playthrough from beginning to end, not counting those resets, was 4.5 hours. The levels are freaking long when you're not being detected and knocking everyone out. If you count all the times I had to reload my checkpoint, it was probably like 6+ hours on that level. And that should have been split up into 2 levels, because there's a whole part where you're in the city before you go into his mansion, and that was like 2 hours by itself. That should have been one level, and then his mansion should have been another level. So because of that one level was super long. Thankfully, the level after that, with the
time travel,
I swear there was a level in between, but there was another level after that where it was basically like 2 back-to-back levels where you don't go back to your base, and it was actually split into 2 separate levels, whereas the one before that
is it
was
where
not.
you go? Is that the one where you go to the city and then you go to the Addermire Institute and you save the doctor lady?
So that was essentially the second level.
Okay.
So the first level is the docks. The second level is that institute. So that was split up into 2 different levels. I'm pretty sure it was shoot, I don't remember now. But there was a level after the Jindosh's mansion where it was basically 2 missions back to back without going back to your base, and it was split up into 2 levels like it should have been. I just wish they had done that with that previous level that took me like 6 hours to beat. That should have been split up into 2 missions, but it was one really long mission.
Okay. Dust District. Oh no, so the levels I'm looking now. So you go to the Good Doctor, that's the Addermire Institute, then there's the Clockwork Mansion.
Clockwork Mansion, that's the one where we're talking about where everything's shifting around and moving.
Yep. And
that was the really long one, because that one should have been split into 2 levels.
Yeah, probably should have been. And then there's the Royal Conservatory, which is the witch's base.
Yeah.
And then there's the Dust District, which is the where you get to the time travel stuff, which kind of is split into separate chapters, if not levels. But yeah, the Clockwork Mansion, did you like end up getting inside the walls and like really messing around in there?
I probably did everything, because that's the one that took me, when I beat the level, it said 4.5 hours, but that's not counting all of my, loading my last save, which was probably more than 6 hours. That level was really freaking long. So I'm pretty sure I did basically everything.
Yeah, I
And
remember.
it
Yeah.
threw a wrench in the spokes essentially because sneaking on that level is a lot more difficult
Yep.
because you can't knock the Clockwork Soldiers out. And not only is it because they're mechanical, so you can't choke them out like people,
They can
but
see 360.
well, not 360, but they can see in front of them and directly behind them, but they can't see to the
Yeah.
sides. So you can't sneak up on them because they'll see you even if you're coming up behind them.
Yeah. Yeah, there's that. And so again, I remember if you use unlimited mana, you can have a little more fun with it because you can stop time, beat up a soldier, unstop time, and hide. And then they'll be like, "Oh, you blew up a soldier. Oh, what's happening? What's going on?" So that's pretty fun. And I assume you did the non-lethal route for Jindosh.
Yeah, so and I thought my game was glitched because there is an achievement when you eliminate Jindosh, and they say eliminate because that encompasses either lethal or non-lethal. And so I got up to because he's protected by two of those Clockwork Soldiers when he's at this
Yeah.
desk, so it's pretty difficult to get up there without being seen and grab him. But I knew there was an achievement for it, so I got up there and I choked him out and wasn't getting an achievement, so I reloaded my save and I went up there and choked him out and I didn't get the
Oh,
achievement. I'm like, what the heck?
yeah.
So I was like, all right, you know what? I'm gonna go up there and I think I shot him in the head with either a crossbow or my gun or something, and then the achievement immediately unlocked. I was like, okay, well, that got me the achievement faster, but I reloaded my save and did it again, and then I realized it's because if you're doing it high chaos and killing people, you just kill him. But if you're doing it low chaos, the method to actually eliminate him is you have to hook him up to the electric chair and basically fry his brain. And I didn't realize that until because that's where I stopped it because that level was so freaking long. So I stopped at that point after I got the achievement. I'm like, I'll finish the rest of this level tomorrow. And I think I just did that a few days ago. And so the next day when I came back to it, I choked him out and it still said, eliminate Jindosh. I'm like, what are you talking about? I already did. And then I looked at the objectives a little closer and it was pointing me to this chair. And I'm like, oh, that's why I didn't give you the achievement.
Yeah.
Because on the low chaos, that achievement won't unlock until you hook him up to that chair. And you have to solve the electricity puzzle to get enough power to the chair. And then you shock his brain and basically make him forget everything. There's some really interesting both games so far. There's been really interesting methods for taking out targets in low chaos without actually killing them.
Yeah, and a lot of them are actually worse than killing them. Actually, after Jindosh, after you fry his brain, I always feel so bad. I almost want to kill him just to put him out of his misery. It's like, have you ever heard of the story Flowers for Algernon?
That sounds familiar, but I couldn't tell you anything about it. But
it's basically just a story about basically a dumb guy who somehow is given extreme intelligence and then he loses it. And, it's like knowing what it's like to have. He was better off before he knew what it was like to be intelligent. And so it's just like a really sad story.
Okay.
Yeah. But yeah, so that's basically what it is. It's like you just feel so bad for him.
That's kind of very similar to a recent episode of Stargate I watched.
Oh, interesting. It might have been based on that story.
So, have you ever watched Stargate at all, like the show?
No, I think when I was really young, I had my parents had like a DVD of it. I think it was one of the movies with James
Probably
Spader.
The original movie. Yeah, James Spader plays Daniel Jackson in the movie, and Kurt Russell plays the main character, Jack O'Neill.
That sounds right. It wasn't The Rock in one of those?
Not in Stargate.
Okay, I wonder what I'm thinking of that spun
The Rock was in the Doom movie.
No. Yeah, I know he was in the better Doom movie. But it's sad that is the better Doom movie now.
You're talking about the worst one being the Doom Annihilation movie, right?
Yep, with there's no actual Doom guy.
I haven't seen either of those movies. I just know that they're both pretty bad.
Yeah, me neither. Apparently, the first one, Carl Urban, is about as close as they get to Doom guy.
Okay,
it's not,
I like him a lot.
He's a good actor. I saw his version of Dredd, and I thought he was really good.
Dredd is awesome. I love that movie.
Yeah, and he didn't complain about keeping his helmet on, which I appreciated.
Yeah, exactly. When people complain about actors being prima donnas about I need my face scene, it's like shut
Yeah.
up and play your role. Carl Urban never complained about it in Dread, and Hugo Weaving never complained about it in V for Vendetta. Speaking of V for Vendetta, you never
Yeah.
even see his face in that movie.
Exactly. Oh, I was thinking of the Mummy. That's what the Scorpion King spun off
Oh
of.
yes, he's the Scorpion King in the Mummy movies
Yeah.
or
That's why.
movie. I think he was only in the first one, and that's some of the worst CGI
Yeah.
ever.
Yeah.
Um,
I don't
but
know why I remember that, but I do.
but yeah, there was an episode of Stargate that I watched recently where someone was a murderer, but they used this machine to wipe it from their own memory, so they don't remember doing it.
Hmm.
So, but yeah. So speaking of some of the other interesting non-lethal takedowns, speaking of, I think it sounded like it was your favorite level in the first one, the Lady Boyle party.
Yes.
You basically knock her out and give her to a stalker essentially, and he takes her away to be forever essentially his unwilling wife. I don't know if you want to say that, but that was.
I mean,
interesting.
considering she's funding, evil, I'm okay with that.
Yeah, she's not a good person.
But I mean, it's not like she's going to be that miserable. It's not like he's going to be punishing her or anything. He's just going to be looking after her. So
Yeah,
it's not the
and
worst punishment.
No, not at all. But yeah,
She gets off easy compared to, say, the High Overseer in the first game.
High Overseer.
The head of
What
their
was-
church thing.
I'm trying to think of
So-
what his low chaos elimination.
So his
was.
non-lethal one is you knock him out, stick him in a chair, and then brand him with the
Oh, that was like the second level.
yeah. But I don't know if you noticed later on in the game, if you do the branding later on in the game, after Dowd captures you, when you go to retrieve your weapons at the bottom of that big building, there are a bunch of
There's some weepers down there.
weepers, and Campbell will be one of the weepers if you use the non-lethal route.
I did not know that.
Yeah, it's not immediately obvious, but you can kind of tell from his clothes, and
That's an
the
interesting
mark is on his
little,
face.
nugget of information. Interesting.
Yeah. Yep.
And then
There's I know there's the what are their names? The Pendleton twins.
the Pendleton twins in the first one. You do a
That's-
job for Slackjaw, as you mentioned earlier, and his crew will take
He'll
care of him for you.
Yep. He cuts out their tongues and puts them into slavery, which is
That
was pretty brutal.
Talk about another thing ironic, because that's not the tongue cutting out part, but they put people to work in their mines, and they end up working in their own mines.
Yep.
So great, interesting non-lethal takedown methods in these games. So but yeah, I'll probably finish up my low chaos of Dishonored 2 within the next couple days. And then once I'm done with low chaos, I'm going to be doing the high chaos, and I do plan to get 100% in Dishonored 2 because there's no DLC, and none of the achievements seem too difficult. So I do plan to get 100% in Dishonored 2, and then I'm going into Death of the Outsider. I think I heard you say you have not played that one. Is that right?
Yeah, I have not played that, and I have no interest in playing it because it just ruins kind of the Outsider stuff. I like the Outsider way more in the first game than I do in the second game.
I'm so glad you mentioned that, because they changed not only the character model, but they changed the voice actor as well. And I like it. His character.
They changed the
model
writing for him too.
and the actor in Dishonored 1 a lot more than 2. I'm like, okay, I can understand recasting the voice actor, but why didn't you use the same character model so it looks like, I'm like, who the heck is this guy? This isn't the Outsider that I've been working with in the first game. Why did you change the character model? I like the first one a lot better.
And they also changed up the way they wrote him too, where he's acting a lot more like tricky almost. He's like kind of teleporting around and
He still does that in 2, but
no, in 2, that's what I'm talking about. He's like teleporting around while you're walking around and like acting all kind of. He's acting all weird, like he's trying too hard almost.
Okay.
Like when he stretches, there's a point where it shows his sacrifice scene. There's like a stone scene that shows like that was
in right after you beat the time travel level, as
Mhm.
you're leaving the mansion, you get sucked into the void and you see that
Yeah.
cutscene. So I just saw that today.
Yeah, and so he does this like the Dishonored one outsider would never do this, but the way that he shows it to remember he's lying on the table pretending to be sacrificed again.
Yes. He's
And
talking about
so
when he died 4,000 years ago.
yeah, it just feels like he's trying too hard, should be all cool and mysterious. Whereas in the first game, he was there, he was very calm, very mellow, and he just kind of floated there, all distant. And the voice actor was also better. The first one was named Billy Lush, was the name of the voice actor. Apparently, he's been in some stuff.
Wait.
Um,
Because I was like, that's the name of the character, but that's Billy Lurk. It's funny
No.
how close
Yeah.
that their names are.
yeah, no, Billy Lush. I think he's an actor on like one of those like crime dramas or something too. But yeah, so he was the first one, and he did an amazing job. And then the second one was a guy named Robin Lord Taylor, who played the Penguin in the CW Gotham show.
Oh, okay.
And that was just trying way too hard to be cool.
I just pulled up the IMDb for Dishonored, and holy crap, this has a stacked voice list.
Yeah.
Billy Lush is the outsider. I've never seen. I'm seeing the actor's face for the first time. I've never recognized it, but Carrie
Yeah.
Fisher was in it.
Who did Carrie Fisher play?
It just says alternate street speaker, so it must have been a very small role.
Okay, it must have been like a cameo then.
But yeah,
Susan Sarandon plays
Susan
Granny Rags.
Sarandon is Granny Rags. Lena Headey is Callista Kurnow, which is one of the
One of the conspirator maids. Yeah,
well, she's the one that watches over Emily after you rescue her.
she's Emily's tutor. Yeah.
Yeah. John Slattery is Admiral Havelock. I did not realize that.
Oh wow. Yeah, I didn't either.
Chloe Grace Moretz is Emily Caldwin. I did not know
Yeah.
that until just now. That's crazy.
That one I remember. Yeah.
The one though that I did know, because when you play the DLC for Dishonored, the two story DLCs, you play as Dowd, who's the guy who assassinates the Empress in the opening of the game. So now you're playing from his perspective, and it takes place. Those two DLCs basically take place in between the beginning of Dishonored and the end of Dishonored.
Yep.
But when in the DLC starts, you hear him basically like narrating some stuff. I'm like, God, that voice sounds familiar. So I looked it up. I'm like, oh, it's Michael Madsen. So there's a stacked casting list of this game. I did not realize how many big name voices were in this.
Yeah, there were some really good voice actors in that game. Yeah. And the art style of those games too is gorgeous, especially the first one. It just that like almost painting like style. Apparently the artist who was like responsible for that art direction passed away recently. But yeah, it's too bad because he did an amazing job.
So I've got the cast list here for Dishonored 2. It's got a few big name people in it as well. Rosario Dawson is Megan Foster.
So Rosario Dawson, I think she was also in the first one. She might have been
in the DLC, but not in the main story.
Yeah.
Vincent D'Onofrio is Duke Luca Abel. I did not know that until just now.
Yeah, he voices the Duke and his double. Yeah.
You mentioned Robin Lord Taylor is the voice of the Outsider. Heck, he even looks like the Outsider in. I think they modeled the character model in 2 after this guy because it looks kind of like him.
I can see it.
Sam Rockwell is Mortimer. I don't remember which character Mortimer Ramsey is, but Sam Rockwell.
Ramsey is at the beginning of the game. He is I think he's like the captain of the watch or one of the guys on the watch that betrays you, and you can lock him in your safe room. If you remember that, it's one of the non-lethal things you do. At the very beginning.
I'll have to keep an eye on it when I play through on my second playthrough.
You'll never see him again except in that first level. But yeah, so he's the guy who you knock out and then you drag up to your safe room and then lock him inside.
Oh, yeah. I do remember that now. Okay.
Yeah.
So Sam Rockwell. And then Pedro Pascal is in it. He's Paolo, who's basically like
Paolo.
the gang leader
he's basically like
of the Howlers.
Leader. Yeah. I forget the name of the guy who voices Corvo in the game.
Steven Russell.
Yeah, so he
Because
voices,
he had no Corvo, who you play as in the first game, has no dialogue. He's a completely silent protagonist. In Dishonored 2, he's actually has speaking lines.
yeah. So fun fact. Well, okay, I'll finish what I was saying, but about Stephen Russell.
Oh
He,
yeah, go for it.
He's been in a few things. I recognized him as the voice of the Nick Valentine in Fallout 4.
Okay.
So yeah, he's like a robot detective. But yeah, so a little fact about Corvo in the first game. Originally, he was supposed to be voiced, so making him a silent protagonist was not an intentional decision.
Oh, okay.
They
I did not
literally
know
just
that.
ran out. Yeah, they literally just ran out of time, either time or
Oh.
budget.
So they planned for him to be a voice character and then had to cut
Yep.
it.
Yep.
So okay. So I got a couple people hopping in chat. Justin Cook, what's up, jerks? Hello. Hey, ABF is here. What's up, Alec Baldwin's finger? How's it going? I saw it's like, yeah, wow, I can't. This is like the record for open mic concurrent viewers.
Oh.
We got 20 right now. That's awesome.
I'm glad to be the record.
Yeah. I can't say definitively, but I don't know that I've seen a higher number than that on an open mic. So I hope everyone's enjoying the conversation. The fact that we've had a high number for most of the stream is awesome. So and then I don't know this actress by name, but the voice of who played the Empress in the first one, because she died at the beginning of the game, but her character does show up occasionally.
She shows up as like a little spirit thing.
Yeah, as like almost like a ghost sort of thing. Same actress in both games. And I don't know what her actress looks like, but she's the voice of the mayor from South Park. April Stewart.
Yeah, I recognize that name. Yep.
Oh, she's also the voice of Sharon Marsh. I did not realize that.
Yeah, she voices a lot of characters in South Park.
Sharon
South Park
Marsh.
only has I think South Park only has like 4 or 5 major actors.
Yeah. Wendy Testaberger, Shelley Marsh, Sharon Marsh, Leanne Cartman. So wow, that's she also voices the Empress in Dishonored 1 and 2. That's pretty funny. So oh yeah, I mentioned Dowd as a voice actor, Michael Madsen, because I was like, God, that voice sounds so familiar. I was trying to place it, but I guessed wrong, and I looked it up. I'm like, oh, Michael Madsen, that makes sense. So, yeah, I'm planning on playing Death of the Outsider after that, and it's much shorter because Dishonored has like a 60 to 80 hour completion estimate, which I think Dishonored 2 does as well. 40 to 50, slightly shorter because there's no DLC. But Death of the Outsider is only like a 20 to 30 hour completion, so it should be much quicker.
It's almost like a standalone expansion.
Yeah, and I haven't played it yet. Oh, I did take a look at the achievements though, and it looks like it's a little bit more lenient because I don't think there's an achievement for beating the game without using any of your powers, which is nice. And I think there's an achievement for not killing anyone, but I don't think there's an achievement for not being detected.
Okay.
There's a couple of achievements that were both in Dishonored 1 and 2, but this one does not have, so that also helps make it go faster. I don't think you need to play through it twice. I think you can do it in one playthrough. So, but I think, just based on what little I've gleaned, I think Death of the Outsider takes place between Dishonored 1 and Dishonored 2, because 1 and 2...
it takes place after. It takes place after the whole series.
Oh. Because there is like a 20-year time jump between Dishonored 1 and Dishonored 2. And the character on the cover of Dishonored, Death of the Outsider, I think there's a little bit of a spoiler in there, but I know who that is.
Yeah,
and it would make sense
the
that
boat captain.
Yeah, it would make sense that it takes place between Dishonored 1 and 2 before she lost her eye and her arm. So
those are prosthetics though.
Okay. Well, okay. I was thinking that it takes place between the two, and
No.
it explains how that happened.
No, so she
But you don't have to say anything because I don't want any spoilers because I will be playing it.
Okay, it's not really much of a spoiler, but I believe she gets like prosthetics from the Outsider at the beginning of Death of the Outsider.
Okay.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. But yeah, I'll just say that Death of the Outsider, the name is not meaningless.
Yeah, I'm assuming, like, I don't know how you would kill him since he's like 4,000 years old and he's basically like a god that exists outside of time. So if you're trying to kill him, that's
I think it's
interesting.
if I remember right, it's like they got to go track down the ancient sacrificial knife that was used to sacrifice him and make him the outsider in the first place. That that kind of MacGuffin type of plot.
Okay. Yeah, speaking of the outsider, I'm like, and I didn't think about it until I saw that cutscene where he's, mimicking his death. I'm like, him becoming the outsider, was that intentional or was that by accident?
So, yeah, I believe it was intentional, if I understood the lore correctly. So they specifically sacrificed him in a way to make him the outsider.
Okay.
And I believe they were some like ritual cult in the Pandician continent. So like how outside of like the 4 major islands, that there's like a whole continent called Pandicia.
I don't remember the geography because it's in like
Okay.
one short cutscene, but
Okay.
I will, if you say so.
Yeah, so that's basically how it is. There are the 4 little islands, and then there is Pandicia, which is just like a massive continent that's mostly unexplored.
Okay.
But Sokolov, the slightly mad scientist from the first game, and
Yeah,
he's in both games, actually.
kidnap him because he's working for the bad guys, and you basically kidnap him. Then he comes around to your side, and he's basically your ally in the second one.
Yeah, after he befriends your genius Piero, who I am so disappointed that Piero was not in the second game, because I really like Piero.
Piero.
Piero is the guy who makes all your weapons in the first game.
That's right. Okay, I was like, I remember that name. Which character was that? He was your vendor essentially.
Yeah, and so he and Sokolov become buddies. So the health elixir in the game, in the second game, I should say, is lore-wise. So in the first game, you know how your health and mana potions. One is your health potion, I believe, is Sokolov's elixir, and then
Yes.
Your mana potion is Piero's remedy.
That's right. Yes.
So in the second game, your health potion is they combined their potions. That's why it says like S and J health elixir.
Okay.
It's Sokolov. Sokolov and Joplin. Piero's name was Piero Joplin. So it's Sokolov and Joplin. Yeah.
I did not pick up on that.
Yeah. And then then your mana potion is that Adamire solution, which is from the created by that doctor lady.
Dr. Adam.
One you save from being a monster in the Adamire Institute.
I was just going to say, is that the one that went crazy and you had to
Yes.
inject her in order to turn her back from being crazy?
Yeah, I can't remember her name, but yeah.
Okay, because I was like, that's Hypatia.
Hypatia, yes. Dr. Hypatia.
Dr. Adamire Hypatia is her full name. Is that right?
No. Adamire is the name of the the institution.
That's right. Yeah, that's the institute
Yeah.
and that you're at. Okay.
Yep.
Gotcha.
But yeah, so yeah, I was a little disappointed that Piero wasn't in the second game because he's such a likable character.
Yeah, I liked him too.
But yeah, there's one more thing I think I was going to say, but I cannot remember now.
Yeah, I was going to say something else as well, and now I can't remember what it was either.
Yeah, something about yeah, Pandicia. That's what
I remember what I was going to say as well.
Okay. But yeah, so Pandicia is there's that big continent that only like Sokolov has been to, a few other people. I think Granny Rags went there once. But basically it's like a big mysterious place. There are apparently people living there, but they're like, I don't know, savage or something. And so I think that's where the outsider was where the outsider was from, and there was some cult on the island that sacrificed him and turned him into the outside. Took him from some young guy into the outsider.
Okay.
By killing him. Yep.
Yeah, gotcha. Okay. The last thing I was going to mention was because you have to play the 2 story DLCs after Dishonored 1 before Dishonored 2 because it's vital to what happens in Dishonored 2 in the opening of it. So if you are going to play Dishonored, you can't just go from Dishonored 1 to Dishonored 2. You do have to play the 2 story DLCs. You can skip the Dunwall Trials because it has no story in it, but the 2 story DLCs you absolutely have to play. And
I mean, you can, I think, skip the Dow DLCs if you're just not in the mood.
I would say if you want to skip,
they're worth
least
playing.
Look up something on YouTube to kind of fill in the gaps.
They're worth playing, but they're not absolutely necessary because the second game more or less picks up after what's her face has basically undone everything Dowd did. What's her name? The evil woman.
Oh, the witch.
Yeah.
Delilah.
Delilah, yes, thank you. Basically, like at the end of Dowd's DLC, he defeats Delilah, and then
Yeah.
Delilah
He
is,
basically locks her away in the void. And then
and
all of a
that's
sudden in Dishonored 2, she's in the
she's just back out.
opening and
Yeah,
she's there. I'm like, what the? How? Where'd you come from?
they
You're supposed to be
do.
locked away forever. The level
Yeah,
I just played where you teleport back and forth between time explains how she came back.
it does explain how she came back. So it's pretty well contained. So you don't have to play the Dowd DLC. Also, Corvo.
From a lore
Yeah.
perspective, I think it is required.
Yeah. Also, I think you will find the finale of Dishonored 2 interesting if you like
Okay.
the finale of the Dowd DLC.
Yeah, I enjoyed the Dowd DLCs.
Yeah.
So I'll be
Also,
getting to
if
the
you want,
story finale very soon.
Also, if you want to do some sword fighting, that is the best time to do it. Is when you confront Delilah for the last time,
Okay,
because
So.
she is unkillable initially.
that would make sense. Yeah, because she's So the second story DLC was the Briggsmore, which is what was the first story DLC called? The Knife of Dunwall.
Yes, Knife of Dunwall.
Yeah. So, but yeah, so that's what I've been playing through is the Dishonored games, and looking forward to getting those all squared away. Both because they're good games, and because they're on my list of some of my games that I've started that have a higher achievement count in them. So it'll get me, by completing them, it'll get me closer to my goal, so I can start all the games I've been backlogging, because I've got a lot that I want to play. So
if you do want once you finish all the Dishonored games, if you do want something Dishonored-ish, you might want to give the Prey game a shot.
17. We were just talking about that last night as well. That's definitely in my backlog of games that I'll be starting after I finish my recovery.
Yeah,
things.
It had absolutely nothing to do with the original Prey. They own
same studio though, right?
It's Arcane.
Yeah, and Arcane did the Dishonored games, right?
Yeah, it's the same as Dishonored, but it's not related to the original Prey games. Is what I'm saying.
Oh yeah, the original from 2006. There
was no
Arcane. Only, there's no connection to them.
Arcane had no intention of calling it Prey in the first place. Basically, Bethesda made them call it Prey to capitalize on the marketing.
Okay, that makes a lot of sense, because that's one of my gripes with video gaming. I mean, they do it with movies as well, but it's not as much with video games, where they have another movie, or in this case, game, in the same franchise with the exact same name.
Like Doom.
Yeah, there's Doom. Are you talking about the original one from like 92 or 93? Or are you talking about the one from 2016? That's why most people call it Doom 2016. The most recent one was, I didn't play it, but Lords of the Fallen. There was one. The original Lords of the Fallen was not that long ago, and the sequel to it is also called Lords of the Fallen. It's like, give it a different name,
great.
Put a number on it. I hate that.
Didn't
all
Ninja Gaiden do that?
Modern Warfare 1, 2, and 3. Are we talking about the ones from 10 years ago? We talking about the ones from 3 years ago. I hate that.
Ninja Gaiden did that, I think. Although I think the newer games are actually prequels to the original NES or whatever it was.
So because the original NES ones are just Ninja Gaiden 1, 2, and 3. The rebooted series, there is the Ninja Gaiden on original Xbox. Then they re-released it as Ninja Gaiden Black. Then there's Ninja Gaiden 2. And then there was, Ninja Gaiden 3. Although they re-released that one as Ninja Gaiden 3 Razor's Edge. So that one's easy to differentiate between them. But now we've got Ninja Gaiden 2. And we have the Sigma games as well. So there's Ninja Gaiden 2, Ninja Gaiden Sigma 2, Ninja Gaiden 2 Black, which just came out a few months ago, which I'm very much looking forward to playing that at some point. But you could definitely make that argument for Ninja Gaiden as well. Although it's more frustrating when there's games that are not even that far apart that have the same name, like the Lords of the Fallen I just mentioned.
Yeah. I have I think I have the Sigma Devil May Cry. I think I have the Sigma Ninja Gaiden releases, and then I just recently bought Ninja Gaiden 2 Black. So whatever the Steam releases are what I have.
If you bought the Master Ninja collection, then that has Sigma 1 and 2 and Ninja Gaiden 3 Razor's Edge in it.
That's probably what I have. I assume 2 Black is probably the better way to go as opposed to Sigma 2.
From what I hear, absolutely. I haven't played the Sigma games yet. I will be playing them. I haven't played them yet, but from everything I hear, so now that, like I mentioned, there's 3 versions of 2. I've heard that the original 2 is still the best, but
Okay.
Ninja Gaiden 2 Black is also really good and looks phenomenal. But
Okay.
easily I've heard that Ninja Gaiden Sigma 2 is the worst version of 2.
Okay. Do you know if that's true for 1 as well?
It's not as much, and from what I hear, because I've been watching Dude 1286, he's been playing through Sigma 1 for the first time just recently. That's my first experience with Sigma. It's very similar to the original Ninja Gaiden. They added a few more segments, and there's a few more like items that you can actually equip that actually change not the gameplay, but some of the items you equip actually have like status effects, whereas that wasn't in the original one. The changes between them are very minimal. It's Sigma 2 where things are really changed, because from what I hear, the Sigma 2 really toned down the gore, and that was a key element of the gameplay of the original Ninja Gaiden 2 on 360, because when you cut off people's arms and legs, they can still keep coming at you, and what it's called is, because there's ultimate techniques, is when you charge up like a charge attack. That's been in all of them. It was Ninja Gaiden 2 that introduced what are called obliteration techniques, and that's if you dismember someone, cut off an arm or a leg, they'll still be alive and they'll keep coming for you. And if you hit the Y button, since I played it on Xbox, since they were Xbox exclusives until the Sigma games came out, you do an obliteration technique, but it only works on people who are missing a limb, and you do an awesome execution move. And there's just so much gore. You cutting people in half, and there's blood going everywhere. It's awesome. Nice. Sigma 2 really, really, really toned that down, and it actually changes how the game plays. Ninja Gaiden 2 Black, however, has added that back in, from what I hear. So Ninja Gaiden 2 Black is, from what I hear, is definitely a good way to play it. I've heard purists say that the original Ninja Gaiden 2 is still the best version, but I don't think you're going to go wrong with with 2 Black. But of all 3 versions of 2, Sigma 2 is the worst way to play it.
Okay, and then is Razor's Edge okay for 3? Because I think that's the only version I have.
So if you're going to play Ninja Gaiden 3, Razor's Edge is the best way to play it. Do not play the original version of Ninja Gaiden 3. It's terrible, awful. Razor's Edge is much better. It's still not great, but if you're going to, I would say don't play 3 in any form. But if you're going to play through all 3 of them, definitely play the Razor's Edge version. The original one is awful, because they stripped everything out of it that makes Ninja Gaiden, that makes it a Ninja Gaiden game. They got rid of all of it, and then they added it back in and re-released it as Razor's Edge. So
that's funny.
If you're going to play 3, play the Razor's Edge version. Do not play the original one. But I say just don't bother with 3 at all.
Okay. That reminds me with the Ninja Gaiden stuff, and then the games having the same titles as older versions of the games. That reminds me of do you know the Shadow Warrior series?
I just recently played Shadow Warrior 3. It's the only one I played because it was on Game Pass, and then it left Game Pass. And I had fun with it. It was very Doom Eternal-like.
That's the worst one.
That's what I hear from people. They're like, that one sucked. I'm like, it was very much like Doom Eternal, which is a good thing, and I liked it. Okay, but I haven't played 1 or 2, so I don't know. I don't know what to expect from the others.
So yeah, apparently there's an old Shadow Warrior game from I don't know when. But the first one in the rebooted series is from 2013. So they share the same name. So again, you have to differentiate by
I did not know that there was Shadow Warrior before the one that you're talking about from 2013. I thought that was the first one.
Yeah. So it was made by, I want to say like 3D Realms. It's from like the Duke Nukem era, I think. So I've never played the original, but Shadow Warrior 1 is really good. That one is actually a little bit like Doom 2016. And then Shadow Warrior 2 it's weird. It's not as much like Doom. The gameplay is similar in some ways, but it's almost like an open world where you can go around and do a bunch of stuff. It's a lot of fun, but yeah, the first 2 Shadow Warrior games are way better than 3. Not least of which is because the voice actor is absolutely ridiculous. So in the third game, they sanitized it, so he's not, quote unquote offensive.
I thought you were saying the other way around, and that 3 was the one that was ridiculous. So
No,
is
3 is just plain 3 is just so generic. I think they just got some generic Asian guy to do the voice in 3.
okay.
The first 2 games, the character is Asian, but it's actually a white guy doing the voice, and he does the most stereotypical, like, Chinese-ish accent ever.
Oh, that's funny.
"Hello, my name is Lo Wang." You know, like that.
Okay.
Like, just like, think the City Walk guy in,
Yeah,
South
in
Park.
South Park. You want shitty
Yeah.
chicken?
Exactly. Yeah. Not quite that bad, but it's pretty bad, and that adds to the charm.
Goddamn, I hate the Mongolians.
Yeah, and it adds to the charm. But the thing is, so you remember Hoji in Shadow Warrior 3, the demon guy that's your buddy?
Oh, the mask. Yes.
Yeah, the masked guy. So in the first game, that's where you first meet him, and
Yeah, I
he
had no idea what was going on in the game because obviously I hadn't
Yeah.
played the first 2. I'm like, this is jumping in.
Yeah.
I'm assuming from where 2 left off, and I have no idea what's going on.
Kind of, yeah. So the third one, that was the one good thing that I think the third one did, is that it brought back Hoji. So in the first one, you meet him, and there's all this weird demon stuff going on, and you got to defeat his demon brother or whatever. But he helps you out. But at the end of the game, he dies. And in the second game, he's still dead, but you work with like his relative. And then the second one also has like a really hot girl that lives in your head, so it's worth that. So yeah, there's that. And then like his sister turns evil, something like that. But basically, at the end of the second game, the entire world is destroyed. I don't think it's actually destroyed in the game necessarily, but 3 basically says that what the events of 2 led to the destruction of the world, and so that's why in 3 everything is just a complete wreck.
Yeah. Okay, that makes sense.
But yeah, if you get a chance, you should play 1 and 2. I think you would enjoy them. They're a lot of fun.
Okay. Yeah, the main reason why I was like, you know what, I'll go ahead and play 3. It was leaving Game Pass, so it was a panic play, and it was a. I affectionately stolen that term from Paul. He gave me that term. So anytime, because like I said, I'm not starting any new games until I get my percentage back to where it was. Then I'm starting a bunch of new games, except for games that I want to play when they're leaving Game Pass, because you basically get a 2-week warning, like, hey, these games are leaving in 2 weeks, so play them now. So I panic played that one because it was a pretty short completion. It was like 12 to 15 hours, whereas Shadow Warriors 1 and 2 are like 50 to 60 hour completion. So.
Yeah, it's like how people panic watch stuff on Netflix before it expires.
I haven't had Netflix in like over a decade, but yes, that is a perfectly accurate analogy.
Oh yeah. I mean, I don't have any streaming services either. I basically have cable over internet. That's my TV. But speaking of games with that reused names that piss me off, Spider-Man. Insomniac Spider-Man.
Spider-Man 1 and 2
piss me off so much. Yeah.
It's funny because when Spider-Man 2 came out on PC last year, James streamed the original Spider-Man 2 from PS2 on that launch day.
I'm so disappointed I wasn't around for that stream, because I love that. I love Spider-Man 2 the original. Oh wait, did he stream like the original PC release of the original, or
it was
you said PS2.
I don't know exactly which version he was playing, but he was playing the original Spider-Man 2 from the 20 years ago on the Steam release of Spider-Man 2, the new one last year.
I assume he was playing the good release, because the thing is that the the original Spider-Man 2, when it came out, for some reason they didn't. For like Spider-Man 1 and 3, the PC release is the same as like the main console release, so the PS2 release. GameCube release, all that.
But the PC
for
version
Spider-Man
of Spider-Man
1 and then
2
PS3
is different than the console versions.
Yeah, it's this really weird, really bad game that I've never even played. But yeah, it's complete garbage.
Which one's the garbage one? The PC version?
Release.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So the if you want to play the good one, you basically have to play it in an emulator. I recommend usually Dolphin is the best way to play it. There's like a whole bunch of texture packs and stuff too, which are nice.
Okay. I need to talk to you about that, because I've looked into some texture packs on Dolphin, but I haven't figured out how to do any of them. So I need to talk to you about that behind the scenes to figure out how to get that working.
They complicated it recently. It used to be you could just unzip the thing, throw it in a folder, and it would just load. But yeah, they complicated it recently in the idea of making like texture packs. But yeah, so the Spider-Man 2 thing pisses me off, because I love the Tobey Maguire trilogy. And then people are all talking about, oh, it's Spider-Man 2, Spider-Man 2. But no, it's just the Insomniac version.
Yeah, Insomniac Spider-Man.
Yeah, and I'm not going to go into a whole comics rant, but I really hate the writers on the new one.
Of the current Spider-Man comic run.
I really hate the writers of the new Spider-Man games.
Oh, okay.
Because, so specifically Dan Slott, he was a writer.
I've heard that name a lot.
Yeah, he was a writer on Amazing Spider-Man from like 2010 for like I think a decade, and it just got worse and worse and worse. And he was one of the writers on the Insomniac games. So,
oh, okay.
Yeah, it's bad. I remember Disney Plus had some documentary called The Marvel Method that was like interviewing comic book creators a couple of years ago, and they unintentionally made him look absolutely awful in the documentary.
Yeah,
which is kind of funny. But yeah, so yeah, I have so many issues with the new Spider-Man games.
I haven't played them, so
I played the first one because I was so excited. Like, here's the first really incredible new Spider-Man game in so long, and they got it's HD, it's got all these costumes and new graphics. And then I played it, and it really didn't feel like they had really tried to even make a Spider-Man game. It just felt in so many ways like they saw the Arkham games and said, let's just do that. And then they just threw Spider-Man in an Arkham game, which doesn't fit.
That makes sense.
Yeah, Spider-Man is not Batman. It just doesn't really fit. And he's using all these gadgets. He even has like all these gadgets in the game. Like, what is he has a few gadgets here and there, but not to that degree. So because I remember when this is so long ago, but I remember reading in one of the gaming magazines before the original Spider-Man 2 came out. The game director was giving an interview, and people were saying he was responding to the interviewer asking, "So is this going to be like GTA with Spider-Man?" Because it was going to be open world Spider-Man for the first time. People were asking,
open world automatically equals GTA. What?
Well, at the time, GTA pretty much was the big open world game, right? So people automatically thought, okay, so it's gonna be like it's gonna be like an open world New York. It's gonna be kind of like GTA but with Spider-Man in it. And the game director specifically said, "No, I get the comparison, and it makes sense as a comparison, but no, we're building this game around Spider-Man, and it's going to be a fundamentally Spider-Man game." Where it's built around Spider-Man, and that's why it was such a good game. Yeah, it's why it was such a good game, because they built a game around the character. They didn't just try to slot the character into an existing game archetype, which is what most superhero games had done up to that point.
Yeah.
And then I often say Spider-Man walked, so Batman could fly, even though Batman can't fly.
I know what you mean.
But yeah. And so then the Arkham games, they did the same thing, but on like a massive level, and that's why they were massively successful. And now it just seems like we're going back to that same old thing, just now with newer archetypes of games, where they don't really build a game for a character. They just take an archetype of a game and go, okay, this character, we just want to make this game for this character, this type of game.
Let's take this existing formula and see how we can squeeze this character into it.
Yeah. Exactly. That's exactly what it is.
Yeah. Square peg, round hole sort of thing.
Yep. And even people will say, like, they'll try to claim that it's all innovative gameplay wise, but it's not. I don't think the gameplay is that good, but even what they have in the gameplay is ripping off of older Spider-Man games. So for example, there's like all the stealth segments in those games. Those stealth segments were already in Spider-Man Shattered Dimensions when you play Spider-Man Noir.
Okay.
And then the Amazing Spider-Man, so the ones based on the Andrew Garfield games, they did those as well. And those games also had that like Arkham type combat, which again, it doesn't work that well for Spider-Man in my opinion.
Okay. Gotcha. And Shaka Zulu is coming in chat saying, hello. What's up, Shaka? Good to see you, buddy. And dude saying Batman can't, but Batman Beyond can fly. Very true.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, the only Spider-Man games I played is, I'm pretty sure I played the original Spider-Man game, the movie from the original Tobey Maguire.
That is a good game.
Yeah.
That is a good game. Actually, I have a little piece of...
I I think I
have a little
rented
trivia
it
for you.
because I didn't own it. But I like that one. I'm pretty sure I played it on GameCube. But what is your piece of trivia about that? I think I might know what you're about to say, but
Okay, so well, first off, I'll say I actually have the issue of PlayStation Magazine where they announced that game.
okay.
I don't know if it was like the first announcement, but it was like, when they announced it in PlayStation Magazine anyway. I have that issue. I love that issue. It was so cool. But the piece of trivia I have is back in. So this is back when games actually did cool things, like unlockables instead of just making everything DLC.
Yeah, or microtransactions.
Yeah, and this was also Activision, who are known for being greedy now. But
Yep.
the game was made by Treyarch back before they were just another Call of Duty studio.
Yeah, when I realized that those Spider-Man games from that time were from
Yeah.
Treyarch, I was like, really?
Yeah, they made these absolutely amazing Spider-Man games, and then they're like, now that's just Call of Duty, and now we got like all these other studios making them that aren't very good. But so the piece of trivia I have is, the unlockable in the game where you can play as Harry Osborn's Green Goblin if you beat the game on a certain level or unlock enough points or something like that.
That's what I was just gonna say, because when I beat the game, I unlocked being able to play through the game again as the Green Goblin. I'm like, this is awesome! I can fly around on this freaking like jet board thing. Like that was sweet.
Yeah. So there's the trivia behind that is, and this is, I don't have a source for this, so it's all hearsay. But originally, Tobey Maguire was not confirmed to voice Spider-Man, so it was going to be Josh Keaton, who later on he did the voice of Spider-Man in Spectacular Spider-Man, and then Shattered Dimensions: Edge of Time. He voiced a version of Spider-Man in each of those.
Okay.
So Josh Keaton, he had a bunch of voice lines already recorded for the Spider-Man game, and then later on, they got Tobey Maguire to sign on, and I don't know when Willem Dafoe signed on, because I don't think I ever heard anything about him.
Quick thing on Willem Dafoe. For the longest time, I thought it was William Dafoe, and someone's like, "No, it's Willem with an EM at the end." I'm like, what?
"Yeah,
no,
his name is weird."
And then I looked it up, and I'm like, "Oh my god, I've been calling the wrong name for all these years."
Yeah, he's one of those people that just has like a weirdly spelled name.
I had the same exact thing with Liam Neeson. I thought it was Liam Nielsen. And someone's like, no, it's Neeson. I'm like, no, it's not. And I looked it up and like, sure enough, I was wrong. I'd been calling him the wrong name all these years.
I thought you were going to say Liam Neeson's. Like in that Key and Peele
Neeson's?
sketch.
No, I thought it was Nielsen, like Leslie Nielsen. I thought it was Liam Nielsen. It's like, no, it's Liam Neeson. I'm like, oh, well, I'm an idiot. So sorry, go ahead. You were talking about when they were signing on the characters for the voice
that was
actors.
great. But yeah, so I think Willem Dafoe was just on from early on, because I don't think there was ever a replacement actor for him.
Great actor.
He is. I think he would have made a great Joker too.
Yes. I've seen someone put the Joker makeup on his face. I'm like, oh, that is perfect.
Yeah. But yeah, so they had all these leftover voice lines for Josh Keaton that they had already recorded before Tobey signed on. So instead of just cutting them, what they did was they may have intended to include this mode in some form anyway. But the Green Goblin thing, what they did is they decided, okay, well, we got all these voice lines from Josh Keaton. What we can do is have him come in and record a few more voice lines and then turn it into Harry Osborn playing the game, or playing through the game as Harry Osborn. Because you'll notice in the game, Green Goblin's lines outside of like the more directly story involved ones, they're exactly the same as Tobey Maguire's Spider-Man lines. Okay. If you play as Green Goblin. So they're literally just reusing assets that they would have cut otherwise. And so they made the Green Goblin mode as an unlockable with Josh Keaton in there. And then I think most of the Green Goblin lines, they might have just had Willem Dafoe re-record some lines. And I think they just used a filter over his voice to play like the evil Green Goblin.
Right.
Thing. But yeah, that's why I believe that's why that mode is there, is because they just didn't want to cut Josh Keaton's voice lines. And so rather than throwing it away, they decided to do something really cool and give you that whole unlockable mode instead.
Yeah, that's awesome. Yeah, when I unlocked him, I was like, this is dope. So yeah, I had fun playing through the second time as that new character. It's not like just a skin for Spider-Man. It's an entirely different, like,
Yeah.
experience because you're playing as the Green Goblin with all his abilities and not like just this reskin of Spider-Man that looks like Green Goblin. You can't swing; you fly on your board and you throw
Your glider.
your glider. Thank you. That's what I was
Yeah.
looking for. You got
Yep.
your exploding pumpkin grenades and stuff.
Yeah, and then Josh Keaton stuck around to voice Harry in the second game. So in all 3 Spider-Man games, Peter Parker and the main villains are all voiced by the movie actors. So Tobey Maguire's in all 3 games, and you can actually, if you play the games, you can actually notice Tobey's voice acting improving through the games. So like by 3, he was a real pro, but in the first game, he sounds a little bit awkward sometimes. But yeah, so Kirsten Dunst was only in the second one as Mary Jane. They had other actresses voicing her in the other games.
Oh, okay, in the game, gotcha.
Yeah.
I was like, she was in the first one, but not the game. Not the movie, the game.
Yeah. But yeah, so she was in the second one. Josh Keaton did the voice of Harry in the first 2 games, but then in 3, they actually got James Franco to voice the new Goblin. And then, yeah, Willem Dafoe was in the first game. Alfred Molina was in the second game. And James Franco, Thomas Hayden Church, and Topher Grace were all in the third game. Cool. They also got J.K. Simmons in the third game, which they hadn't done in 1 or 2.
You gotta get him. He's great. We were talking about him earlier. Yeah. Real quick, Sons and Shadows here saying hello. What's up, Sons and Shadows? Good evening. Hope you're doing well. I'm assuming you guys just got done with your Stargate stream. And Dude is heading out. Dude, you have a good night. Thanks for the raid earlier. I will talk to you later.
Bye, Dude.
So, the voice actors in the games.
Yeah. I think I got them all.
Okay.
I think I got all the big ones. But yeah. It was a little weird that they didn't you can immediately tell when you talk to Jonah in Spider-Man 2 that he is not J.K. Simmons.
Yeah, his J.K. Simmons voice is very
it's just so distinctive. Yeah. Yeah. But yeah, those were some classic games. And it's a real shame what they did. And I see that Dude had actually said in the chat that Web of Shadows was Treyarch. It kind of was.
Just going to touch on that because where I was going with that was the only Spider-Man games I played was the first movie, the game, and Web of Shadows, which I actually just recently played late last year as well.
Did you like it?
Yeah. It it was the same studio, so it made a lot of sense on why it felt the same, but it felt a lot like Prototype, which is another game I absolutely love.
Yeah, it's not. Yeah, I definitely see the Prototype resemblance. It's not exactly Treyarch. Treyarch were involved, but the main developers on the games were actually a smaller studio called Shaba Games.
Yes.
And Treyarch was like a supporting studio.
Okay, that makes a lot of sense.
And yeah, and there's like a secret, I think it's really a glitch, but there's like a secret New Game Plus where if you hit continue a bunch of times
about it, that because I was looking at for the achievements and stuff, because you need to do multiple playthroughs to get all the achievements, and people are like, yeah, there's a New Game Plus, and people are like, no, there's not, and apparently it's like a secret and you have to like do a certain button combo to unlock it.
No, it's nothing like that. You just hit continue from the main menu a couple times, and what you do is basically I think you have to sit through the credits. I forget if you can skip them or not. Basically, once you do that once or twice, you can hit continue and it'll just restart the game.
Oh, so it's a little hidden.
Yeah, I don't know if it was intentional. I think it might just be a glitch.
It might be a glitch.
But yeah,
I need to go back through it again because I did it. I basically did it dark side with Black Suit Spider-Man. Yeah. I need to go through it again and do the light side.
Yeah, I thought that was kind of cool what they did with that. Yeah, Web of Shadows was pretty fun. I hated Black Widow's character design and the Spider-Man voice acting and writing, but overall it was a lot of fun. And the swinging, the web swinging was really good. People don't give that game enough credit for the web swinging in it.
It took me a while to get used to it, but once I did,
it's very floaty. But once you get used to it, you're just like zooming through the city, and it's really fun. It's like the exact opposite of what they do in the Insomniac games.
Yes, Shock says I played all except for Friend or Foe, which I forgot. I did play that one as well. That one was not great.
I played that. It's if you don't go into it expecting like a super exciting AAA experience, it's fine.
It was more like it
was like a little kid
version
game
of like Ultimate Alliance.
Yeah, it's very clearly a game made for like young kids.
Yeah, I rented it through GameFly back in the day.
I had it on PSP.
Oh, I didn't even realize it was on mobile.
Yeah, it was on it was one of those weird games that that was like in that in between platform era. And what was really weird is that Spider-Man 3 was on PS2 and PS3, but Friend or Foe was only on PS2 and not PS3.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I played it on 360.
Yeah. Yeah, see, it was on 360, but not original Xbox, I think.
Correct. At least as far as I know, I don't think it was on original Xbox.
Yeah.
But yeah, Shock saying Web of Shadows was awesome, super underrated. Yeah, and I just played it just recently. I finished it in December, so very recently. And
That's
when Wolverine showed up, I'm like, God, that voice sounds familiar. I'm like, is it? And I looked it up. I'm
It's
like,
Steve
it was
Blum.
Steve Blum.
Yeah, Steve Blum basically just back then that was basically his entire job, was just voicing Wolverine and everything.
Because what introduced me to Steve Blum as a voice actor was Rex from Mass Effect.
Oh yeah, I guess that is him. But they like.
Oh
put a
wait,
filter on
not
his
Rex.
voice.
Sorry, not Rex. It was the other Krogan. It was Grunt from Mass Effect 2.
Grunt. Yeah. But they put a filter on his voice, I think, so it's not immediately recognizable.
Yeah.
Yeah, but Black Cat in that game, that was one of the best Black Cat designs.
Oh, Black Cat. Yes, I
Yeah.
thought you were talking about Black Widow. I'm like, didn't you just say you didn't like Black
No.
Widow? Black Cat was good. Yes.
That is probably the best looking Black Cat in a video game, in video game form, that I think
Yes.
they ever did.
I think
Also,
that's the reason why I went Dark Side Spider-Man the first playthrough is because of her.
Yeah. Also, fun fact for you: the voice of Black Cat in Web of Shadows is the voice of Edie in Mass Effect.
Yes.
Trisha Helfer.
Trish Helfer, thank you. Yes, I did know that. Because when I was playing Web of Shadows, I was like, God, Black Cat's voice sounds really freaking familiar. So I looked it up. I'm like, oh, Trisha Helfer, Edie from Mass Effect. I mean, she's probably most well known because of Battlestar Galactica, but I've never seen that.
Me neither. But yeah, they made it very. Actually, you know what? I will say the only Black Cat that gives Web of Shadows a run for its money is the Spider-Man Edge of Time design for Black Cat.
Okay. Yeah, I haven't played that one.
It is, I think it's only on PS3, and I think it's on the Wii, but PS3 version's going to look better. Might be on 360 as well.
I would assume so.
Yeah. But it was not on PC, which was weird to me because Shattered Dimensions was on PC.
Interesting. But yeah, one thing, switching gears slightly, something I was going to mention earlier, talking about like PSP games, because Mirror of Fate we were talking about earlier was originally I don't know PlayStation, so I never know whether PSP or PS Vita, which one came first.
PSP was first, and then the Vita came out later. PSP only had one thumbstick. The Vita had two.
Okay. Because Mirror of Fate was originally I think it was a DS game as well as a PS Vita game. I know dude could tell me for sure if you're not sure.
Dude left.
Yeah, he left, so he could tell me for sure because he would know.
I thought it was 3DS and Vita, but
that could be. I just don't know, but it was ported to Xbox Live Arcade. That's the version I played.
Yeah.
And going farther back, something I was going to mention way earlier in the stream when we were talking about Arkham is Arkham had a very similar situation where there Blackgate was a DS and a Vita game, and it was ported to Xbox Live Arcade. I have it. I have not played it yet. I was curious what you have to say about it because I'm assuming you have played it.
Yeah. So actually, I own Mirror of Fate on Steam and I own Blackgate on Steam. I don't think Blackgate is on GOG. I think only the mainline. I think only the main games are.
Another game that also falls in that category that's was a mobile version of a bigger franchise that got ported to Xbox Live Arcade was Assassin's Creed Liberation.
Yeah. I think that one's on Steam, but I've kind of lost all excitement. Assassin's Creed 3 killed the franchise for me. So
okay,
yeah.
It's funny because I was talking to someone not that long ago, and Assassin's Creed 3 was their favorite.
Sheesh. Okay.
I'd have to go back and watch, go through my some of my recent open mics because it wasn't that long ago. Someone had an open mic that AC3 was their favorite, and I'm like, to each their own. I didn't hate it. I actually liked it more than I expected. That was another thing I was going to say about Lords of Shadow 2 earlier, is because I had heard nothing but bad things about it, so I went into it with low expectations, and I came out of it liking it more than I thought. Same exact thing with Assassin's Creed 3. I had heard it was not good, so I went into it with low expectations, and I actually enjoyed it more than I thought I was going to.
Yeah. So, okay, before I forget, I'm going to answer your first question.
Yes,
Batman.
Blackgate.
Yeah. So I did play the Steam version of Blackgate once, and it wasn't great. It's like this weird 2.5D side scroller thing. It's not anything like the main Arkham games. There's a little bit of combat. The story is fine. It's not bad. And also it's Roger Craig Smith, so it's not even, the voice isn't even that great. But there's some Catwoman stuff in there. Even the cutscenes are, again, like the cheap DLC cutscenes in Lords of Shadow 1, where they're just
image with dialogue over it.
Yeah, it's slightly better animated, but yeah, it's static image, and it's a very ugly drawing too. Like the art style is awful in those.
Yeah, I've not heard great things about Blackgate, but I will be playing it because it's a Metroidvania, and I'm basically playing them all.
Yeah, it's worth looking. It's worth like playing it once, or at least like going through, watching like a playthrough or something, or just like the cutscenes, just to get the story.
My biggest disappointment about it is that it's not backwards compatible, so I actually have to play it on my 360.
Oh, okay, yeah. I mean, I like I said, I just play everything on PC, but yeah. So there's that.
It's funny because basically all I've ever seen of it is I actually watched James stream most of Blackgate, and it was funny because he ran into like a game-breaking glitch on each of the main bosses, but each boss it was a different glitch.
Beautiful, yeah. It was not great. And then back to, I think it was Assassin's Creed 3 we were talking about. Main reason I didn't like it. Yeah. The main reason I actually did play 4, and I kind of enjoyed 4 mostly for the ship combat, which I think that's what most people say about 4, and it's why we got Skull and Bones, the quadruple A game. And boy did they really drop the ball when they had it handed to them. But yeah, so yeah, my main problem with 3 is that I was one of those weird people who was really excited about like the Desmond stuff with, the main modern day stuff.
Yeah.
And so with 3, they just kill off Desmond, and the modern day stuff just kind of goes out the window.
I think that's exactly what Shock is saying here as well. 3 isn't bad, but the ending ruined the story is the main reason. Yeah,
I didn't really enjoy the setting all that much either, which is weird because I find the American Revolution to be very interesting, but for some reason, just in game form, it just didn't click with me. I really like the Ezio trilogy myself. Like the Italian Renaissance setting is cool.
Yeah, like
and especially like 2 and Brotherhood. I really like those 2 games.
One of the things that I liked the most about 3 was the I forget what it was called, but the George Washington DLC was, you got all these cool
it was like King Washington or something.
Yeah, it was like this alternate timeline where Washington went crazy with power, and you get these cool like animal powers. I thought that was really cool.
Yeah, I don't think I had the DLC initially, so I never played it, but
I like that DLC a lot.
Nice.
But yeah, Shock saying Black Flag was fun because it's not an Assassin's Creed game until the end. And still, many people say it's the best pirate game ever.
It was, the ship stuff was fun, and I did like that you had, like that tropical setting for some of it. That was cool. I always appreciate a nice like sunny tropical type of setting, because these days you just don't get that anymore. It's so rare.
So yeah, I liked 4 a lot, and anytime we talk about 4, I always give a shout out to Rogue, because I think that's the most underrated Assassin's Creed game. I liked Rogue a lot, and it kind of got buried because it was a previous generation. It was a 360. I mean, they re-released it as I'm talking just the Xbox platform, but it was originally a 360 game. They later released a Rogue Remastered on Xbox One, but it released basically at the exact same time as Unity, which was an Xbox One game only. And because that game was so broken on release, it basically overshadowed all of Rogue, which was a 360 game launching at the same time. and Rogue was really good. I like that one a lot, and it just kind of got swept under the rug and kind of got overshadowed by how broken Unity was at launch.
Yeah. Actually, there's a little bit of trivia with Assassin's Creed with Nolan North because he voiced Desmond.
That's
Originally,
it was Assassin's Creed that put Nolan North on the map for me, and then I started seeing his name everywhere.
yeah, he's a good actor. I remember randomly seeing him in Modern Family, just playing like a random dad once.
I've seen him a couple times here and there making little cameos. I'm like, is that?
Yeah,
that's Nolan North.
Yeah, it was crazy. So a little bit of trivia is there was at some point Nolan North did an interview about Assassin's Creed, and apparently the original plan for Assassin's Creed was to have Desmond through like that bleeding effect that they had in the game.
Yeah, and become an assassin in modern.
Yeah, he was going to
day.
become like a modern day super assassin. That would have been so much cooler. I would have loved to play like a modern, like an Assassin's Creed set in the modern day, with Desmond as all the, with Desmond having all the assassin powers and all that. It would be so much cooler.
Yeah, I think Shock is kind of agreeing with you, saying they teased the modern stuff for so long and they just killed them off, went in a different direction.
Yeah. And I was also really interested in like that weird, I don't know what they were, the weird beings.
The ancients?
Yeah, those weird ancient beings and all that. That was really
Juno and Minerva.
Yeah, Juno, Minerva. I think there was also Jupiter. Yeah, like with like the Roman god type characters. I was really interested to see where that went.
Yeah, me too.
And then they just completely dropped it. They just completely dropped the ball.
Yeah. The modern day story, I mean, they still haven't really recovered since they killed Desmond.
Yeah.
I haven't played the last one I played was Syndicate, so I haven't started like the rebooted with Origins yet. Although I played a little bit of Origins, but everything that I've played after 3, it's like there really is no modern day story essentially, which it doesn't really need it because who's playing the Assassin's Creed games for the actual modern day story? They could add it in and it would help make the game better, but I don't think most people are playing it because of that.
I think the newer ones do have some modern day stuff, and like Desmond's dad is involved somehow. But yeah, I mean, once you kill off Desmond, there's just no point to it.
Yeah, so I'm still ways behind. I have all of that. Well, not Shadows, that just came out today. I will probably end up playing it eventually, but not until like I can get it for like $5. It's Ubisoft games, and they often go on steep sale. But I won't be playing it until after I get through Origins, Odyssey, Valhalla, and Mirage. So, and it'll be a long time till I get through those. So I'll probably play Shadows, but it'll probably be years down the line.
Yeah, I was also a little disappointed they killed off Kristen Bell's character in.
Oh yeah, that was that in 2?
I think it was Brotherhood it was Brotherhood because he kills her at the end. Well, the very end of Brotherhood.
I didn't mean Assassin's Creed 2. I meant the second Ezio game. So yeah, Brotherhood.
Yeah, because then that's when he gets knocked out and the weird revelation stuff happens. But yeah, I was disappointed they killed off her character. She was hot.
Yeah, I like Kristen Bell.
Yeah.
But yeah, Shock is saying that Rogue makes 3 story better. Yeah, because it ties in. It's cool how all of the ones that take place, 3, Rogue, Unity, and Liberation all tie together, which was pretty cool.
Interesting. Yeah, like I said, I played 4 and then I was out.
Okay. Liberation also had some cool concepts and mechanics that they never utilized ever again that they could have really expanded upon.
Really?
Mainly the personas was a pretty interesting concept. Do you know anything about that?
I do not.
Okay, so in Liberation, you play as, I forget her name.
Aveline?
Is Aveline or Evangeline? Something like that. Very similar. It may be Aveline. But you play, I think she's half black. I think her dad is white and her mom was black. So, and so she's very darker skin. And so the personas, you can go, there's certain places in the game where you go and you can change your persona. And it really plays into the whole social stealth aspect that Assassin's Creed has basically gone away from. And there's the lady where you're dressed up all fancy. You can't like climb and parkour or anything, but you can get into certain events and stuff because you look like you belong with high class society. Then there's the slave outfit where you can, you basically look like a slave and you're not restricted, but your movement's not restricted by your clothes like you are as in the lady persona. So you can climb and parkour and stuff, but you don't have all your gadgets. All you have is your hidden blade. And then there's the assassin one where you have all your gadgets and stuff, but you're going to draw a lot of attention because you look like an assassin. So it was a cool concept that none of the other Assassin's Creed games have ever touched on, that they could have utilized and made, added some more interesting mechanics.
Interesting.
Nice. So all right. Well, I mean, we could keep going if you wanted to, but I've already kept you an hour and a half longer.
Honestly, I am happy to keep going, but I do need a quick bathroom break because I am full of Coca-Cola.
I didn't have anything else on the agenda. I mean, we could just BS if you want to. So up to you if you want to keep going or not. We can call it there.
Yeah. I'm happy to stick around, but just give me like 2 minutes to empty my insides.
No problem. Sweet. Sounds good. So while he is away, hello everyone. Yeah, record-setting open mic tonight. I'd have to go back and double check, but I've seen it peak at 23, and we've been staying steady at over 20 for a while. So, and most of them are on YouTube, but I see some on the other platforms as well. So, welcome. The chat has been a little quiet, so you're welcome to lurk. But I appreciate you guys coming and hanging out all this time. It's awesome to have sustained viewership and not just hopping in here and there. But yeah, if you aren't familiar with me, I am Nerdy Neo. Everything here at Nerdy Neo channel, my goodness, I can't speak right now, is all video game related. I do open mics typically every Thursday night, and I just have a guest on and talk video games. It's open to anyone. If anyone wants to come on and talk video games with me, let me know. We'll make it happen. Best ways to contact me are on Twitter or on Discord. I do have my own Discord. I think the link should be in the stream description if you're interested in joining. Tuesday nights are my other panel show, and they alternate between Party Chat, which we just had this last Tuesday, where we've got a couple of co-hosts. We have a guest host each week, and we talk about fun video game topics. Let me pull up our topic list from Tuesday, tell you what we talked about, and you're welcome to go back and take a look and re-listen to that one. We talked about our favorite recent year in gaming, basically our favorite year in gaming this decade. We talked about that was the previous episode. What's the best video game franchise that only has 2 games in it? A lot of games are just one-offs, and a lot of games are trilogies. Not a lot of franchises only have 2 games in them. So that was the topic we talked about. We talked about most annoying video game enemies. So we talk about fun stuff like that on Party Chat. And then on the alternating Tuesdays, me and my co-host Jason and a panel of guests, we rank our top 5 of whatever the topic is. Let's see here. The upcoming next week's episode of the top 5 is we're going to be ranking. Well, I won't be on that one because I won't be available, but they're still going to be doing an episode of top 5, and they're going to be ranking their top 5 favorite Pokemon. I don't really know much about Pokemon, so I was like, it works out great that you do a topic on an episode I can't be on a topic I'm not very well familiar with. But the last episode we did was our top 5 favorite Switch games. So we rank our top 5 favorite whatever, and we're happy to revisit topics we've already done. You're welcome to suggest topics and come on into the panel and rank your top 5 of whatever the topic is. And then Mondays and Wednesdays, I usually do gaming streams. Monday, like I mentioned, Metroidvania is my favorite genre. I do Metroidvania Mondays, and I just play Metroid games. Well, not Metroidvania games, but I'm currently making my way through the Metroid franchise, and I just started Dread on Monday. So I'll be playing Dread on Mondays for however long it takes me to beat Dread. Except one Monday a month, I play my favorite game of all time, Mass Effect 3. I do Mass Effect Monday, and anyone's welcome to join. We play Mass Effect 3 multiplayer for a few hours, and that will be not this upcoming Monday, but the Monday after the 31st, the last day of the month. So if anyone wants to play Mass Effect 3 with me, let me know. It doesn't have to be on stream. I love playing it. I play it all the time. I love Mass Effect. So if you're interested in playing with me on or off stream, just let me know. And then Wednesdays since like August have been Dark Souls, where my buddy Dude 1286 has been coaching me through Dark Souls. Finally beat that in January, and then we flipped the script, and I watched him play it and show me how it's done. We just finished that recently, and I was not a big fan of Dark Souls, so I've been playing my Palette Cleanser, one of my favorite games, and that's Ninja Gaiden Black. So I've been doing that on Wednesday. So I've been doing that. So if you want to watch me play Ninja Gaiden on Wednesdays, that's what I've been doing. So for anyone who's new, that's kind of the gist of the Nerdy Neo channel. So welcome, and hope you're enjoying it. I'm thinking you have, because you've been sticking around for 4.5 hours or almost 5 now. So
I know I'm enjoying it.
Yeah, I love having conversations with people. The longest open mic we ever was almost 6 hours with BD Jake, and we had so much more to talk to. I'm still waiting to get him on for a part 3 because we still have more stuff to talk about. But I just love talking video games, so that's what open mic is all
Yeah.
about. So if anyone wants to talk video games with me, that's what I'm here for.
Yeah, me too. It's crazy. I don't have it's such a crazy thing. I don't have very many friends in real life who are into the same hobbies as I am, whether that be
Same.
video games or like tech and stuff. So yeah, I have like one college buddy that I talk to, but he lives in a different state. So basically, most of the time we're just messaging each other about what games we're playing. That's about it. Um, but yeah, so that's why this has been some of the most fun I've had in a while because it's nice to just talk to somebody about the video games and stuff that we just really enjoy.
That's the whole reason I started my channel because people like talk about like the video game news and stuff, but like
Yeah,
nobody really just talks about like the games themselves. I'm like, I want to start a channel just to talk about games, the games I love, and stuff like that. So that's why I started my channel. And originally, because I had the idea for Party Chat
mhm,
way before I started my channel, I just didn't have the time. So when I finally started my channel, I did Party Chat, but I was like, it's very structured because we have set topics, and it was kind of a condensed time frame because my guests had other commitments at because
sure.
it was originally on Saturdays, and my guest hosts like, hey, I can join you until this time because I've got my own stream. I'm like, absolutely understood. So, but I was like, I want something a little more open ended where I can just talk and not have to worry about a time frame or topics or anything. That's where the idea of open mic came from, and so it just became a thing. And I
Yeah,
just love talking about video games. So,
yeah, it's an awesome idea. I love it. I love
and
that.
that's what I was going to also say is since I started my channel, it's coming up on 2 years. In June will be 2 years since I started my channel. I've made
Nice.
so many friends in our communities and stuff. Who also are huge into video games and stuff as well. Yourself included, as well as a lot of other people. So I made a lot of new friends from doing this, and it's just been a blast. Like I always say, like it'd be cool to get monetized. I don't really care. I'm just having so much fun doing this. If I don't get monetized ever, I'm fine with that. It'd be cool, but I don't really care if I do or I don't. I'm just having fun doing what I'm doing.
Yeah, that's how it is with my YouTube channel. It's just like I just like talking about comic books. In fact, even the video part's not even the most fun part for me. It's just like reading those old comics that I like and then just talking about them. You know.
Yeah,
So
I could not do that because I've read like 3 comic books in my life. I always wanted to get into comic books. I just never did.
yeah, no, yeah. I mean, it's kind of one of those things where, and I call my channel comics, but it's really more about superheroes in general. But because the two are basically tied together,
Yeah,
at least Western comics. So
for sure.
you say one, you say the other, and oh yeah, and like Sons and Shadows says here, congrats on 2 years.
Getting close. But yeah, well, thank you. Yeah, I haven't really grown like crazy fast or anything, but all I do is streams. I don't do videos. I've made
Yeah,
like 2 or 3 videos, and only one of them I think was actually like I created from scratch and uploaded it. The other couple videos that I've done were just clips from live streams. I just do live streams because it doesn't take a lot of effort. You don't have to do any editing. So I should do
yeah.
videos, and my like top 5 in Party Chat are super easy to clip out and put out as
Mhm.
videos. That would probably help my channel grow. I just haven't bothered to take the time. I just have so much fun just streaming and talking to people and playing games.
Yeah. Well, see, the thing is, I think streaming takes a particular type of personality because you have to be very charismatic and very on a lot. I'm I'm probably more talkative here than I am in real life because I have this avatar, and so nobody people don't know who I am, and yeah, it's easy
And
to
similar
be tough behind the
interests.
screen. Yeah,
Yeah, and similar interests that things that you really enjoy help make it easier to talk
yeah,
about.
yeah. But like if I were to try streaming, especially like game streaming or something on my own, it would probably just be a ton of silence and then the gameplay. So it would probably not make for a very fun stream. Whereas for the produced videos I make, I think they come out well because there's a lot of work that goes into it. But I think you end up with you can end up with just like a really nice video, and then it's just something to look back on and be like, oh hey, that's cool.
Yeah. It's like, I have the time right now since I'm currently unemployed to
Oh,
actually
I'm
like
sorry.
make videos. I just haven't bothered because I've got all the other stuff I'd rather be doing.
Well, you could always just like clip out your live streams at the very least. That's always something.
That's what I should do. just
You
I
could
haven't taken
use I know
bothered to take the
there's
time to do that. I've heard that
I,
there's AI that can do that for you.
yeah. I think I was gonna say I think Side Scrollers uses a program called Opus Clip to do it. That might be worth looking into.
Like OPUS.
Yeah, like the audio format.
I've not heard of that audio format.
Yeah,
I know like
Opus is
MP3 and Wave, but I don't know Opus.
yeah. Opus is a little newer. I like FLAC myself, but yeah, for some reason I don't know why they call it Opus Clip, but yeah, OPUS Clip, I believe
Yeah,
is what it's
okay.
called.
I pulled it up here. I'll take a look at it later. So thanks for the
Yeah,
recommendation.
sure. I will. I have not used it. I know practically nothing about it.
Okay.
I just know that
It
side scrollers
exists.
use it. Yeah.
Okay.
Side scrollers use it and they recommend it. So,
Shock says people only watch my streams to see me rage and laugh at my misery. That was basically what Dude Souls was, because it was painful. And I know that was a lot of people got enjoyment out of watching me suffer through that game. And that's why I said I'm not planning on doing Dark Souls 2 or 3, but if the people demand it, I put a stipulation. We will continue Dude Souls if someone gifts me, and it's got to be in order. So if someone gifts me Dark Souls 2 on Xbox, then I will continue Dude Souls at some point. I don't know when, but it'll happen because I don't want to. So I'll leave it up to people. It needs to be gifted to me. So whenever, it could be a while. Wait till it goes on sale. I have a feeling it's going to happen, but it'll be up to the people if I continue to suffer through Dark Souls games.
Oh, you know what? Speaking of Xbox, I just randomly thought of this. For some reason, since we were talking about Spider-Man earlier, for some reason, even though Spider-Man at the time was all licensed out to Sony, for some reason, the Xbox version of the first Spider-Man game had 2 exclusive Kraven levels, which were not in any of the other releases.
Interesting. I didn't know that. I don't even. I played that one so long ago. So basically the only thing I do remember is unlocking the Green Goblin. I don't remember Kraven even being in that game.
Did you play it on Xbox?
Oh, no. Because
okay,
make sure we're talking about the same game. Which game are you talking about?
Spider-Man 2002.
Okay, yeah, that's the first Spider-Man game I played. I'm almost positive I played it on GameCube.
Yeah, that's why. So what I was saying is, for some reason, Xbox exclusively got Kraven levels.
Because I'm assuming that he would get exclusive levels on Xbox, but he would be in the game for everyone. But he wasn't even in the game.
Nope.
Okay.
Nope.
That's what I thought you meant.
No.
But I was like, I don't remember him even being in that game.
Exactly. He's not in the game unless you're playing it on Xbox.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah. It's super weird. Because then with Spider-Man 3, I remember PS3 had the exclusive. It had like an exclusive collector's edition, and I don't remember what all was in there. But I think you could play as you could play as Harry Osborn. There was a DLC for that.
Okay.
That I think was PS3 exclusive.
It's almost like the Soul Calibur games where they had the unique characters per platform.
I remember I had a copy of, I want to say, NBA Street Volume 2 on GameCube, and it had the exclusive characters Mario, Luigi, and Peach.
Huh. An NBA Street game. I mean, if you're going to put them in an NBA game, that definitely is the one that would make the most sense.
Yeah.
That or NBA Jam, but I'm assuming Street was basically the spiritual successor to Jam.
Might be. I never played NBA Jam, so.
Oh. I didn't play it a lot, but I remember it being a big thing, especially in the arcade.
Wait, I don't even know if we had arcades when I was a kid. I grew up kind of in the middle of nowhere anyway, so I don't even think we had an arcade when I was a kid.
I've been around plenty of arcade machines, but I just never really got a chance to play them much. So arcades were, they were in places, but arcades were already kind of on the way out when I was a kid. Console gaming at home was already becoming like the big thing.
Pretty much, when I was a kid, pretty much, if you wanted an arcade, you pretty much had to go to like Dave and Buster's or one of those things.
So, But Sons and Shadows says if you need help with doing clips yourself, I can help you with that. So thank you, Sons. I wrote that down as a reminder. I will reach out to you sometime about that. I appreciate the potential support. So, all right. Well, we've already gone all this time, and I haven't even asked you the typical questions I ask of open mic guests.
Sure.
Like, what got you into gaming?
Oh man.
What
So
was your
let's
first
see.
console or game you owned?
The first thing I owned, I know, was a Game Boy Advance.
Okay.
But I forget. So I don't remember exactly what order this was. At one point when I was a kid, my parents had borrowed, I think it was a Super Nintendo with, was it Super Mario Brothers 2, maybe? One of the Super Mario Brothers games on Super
'Cause
Nintendo.
the original Super Mario Bros. 1, 2, and 3 were part of Super Mario All-Stars, where it came with all of them on the cartridge.
That might have been what it was. I was very, very young.
Okay, because I was gonna say, I don't think that the original Mario Bros. 1, 2, and 3 got individual releases on Super Nintendo. I think their only release was the bundle collection on Super Mario All-Stars, which is one of the games that I had on Super Nintendo back in the day.
Okay. Yeah, that might be what it was. But yeah, it was Super Nintendo with, maybe it was All Stars then. Yeah, but I just remember playing like a classic Mario side-scrolling level.
It probably was All-Stars then, because that had
Yeah.
Mario Bros. 1, 2, and 3 on it. And it also had the Lost Levels, which people talk about them as being like the hardest Mario game. I'm pretty sure I beat it as a kid. And
okay.
But I don't remember it being that difficult. But
I might just be better at those.
But since Dude got me into retro achievements, I do plan to go back and play all of those games that I had as a kid for retro achievements. So I'll be playing through it again at some point, and then I'll get a refresher on whether it was as difficult as I remember or not.
Neat. So yeah. So at some point, yeah, my parents had borrowed that Super Nintendo from some friend of theirs whose kid had gone off to college or something. So played that a little bit at some point, and then I remember the very first game console I had. It was a gift from my parents, probably more so my dad. My mom never really liked video games. My dad didn't really either, but at least he was a little more supportive of it.
For me, it was the other way around. Not that either of my parents like. I mentioned this on a recent stream as well, but I tried to have my parents play with me once or twice. I think I had each of them play with me once. I'm like, yeah, you know what? I'm better off playing by myself.
Yeah. My parents never even tried to play with me. They pretty much thought video games are a waste of time. But at least they were, they're like, okay, fine if you like it, just whatever.
Yeah, my mom was definitely easier on it than my dad was.
Yeah. Thing is, I was a straight A student, so at least it wasn't a problem with school. There, for them, it was basically, oh, you don't do anything else. You don't, I don't know, go play sports and do all the sports things with the people outside, whatever young people are supposed to be doing. I don't know. I just like playing video games.
I did pretty good on my grades as well. Up until high school, they started slipping a little bit, but I was also very active in sports and stuff as well.
Okay. Yeah. I would never have played sports anyway, because I am not built for that. Well, I'll just put it that way. I am very fragile.
That also reminds me of Red versus Blue, because the reason why Doc became a doctor is because he's very passive and he would never want to kill anybody. And they were making fun of him and about like never playing sports. And he's like, hey, I lettered in track in high school. It was the least directly competitive sport I could find.
It's not even that. It's just like, one bad punch, especially back then, one bad punch and I'd be dead. But yeah, so yeah. So anyway, yeah, I was very young when I got a Game Boy Advance. It was the purple one, like the original Game Boy Advance, the purple one.
Like the solid purple or like the clear purple?
Solid.
Okay. I had the clear purple.
Oh, okay. Nice. Yeah, the clear.
That was
miss.
also because my first handheld was the Game Boy Color, and I had the clear purple called Atomic Purple of that one
Ah,
as well. Although
nice.
the Game Boy Advance, the clear one, wasn't actually purple; it was more of a blue. I think it was called Ice Blue, if I remember
Might have been.
correctly.
Yeah. Well, I think the purple solid one was technically called Indigo,
That could
but
be.
it definitely looked purple to me. So, um, but yeah, I miss clear plastic shells on stuff. I miss the way
I've seen
technology
that
looked
get
back then.
mentioned a few times recently on Twitter. It's like I
Yeah.
would love to see the comeback of like the clear stuff because like the N64s, there was all the different clear
Yeah. Yeah, I
colored
miss the
ones, the gray, the purple, the
color
green,
and
the orange. They had it with the Mac computers back in the day, the Game
yeah.
Boys, the Game Boy
Yep.
Colors more accurately. But yeah, the clear, the see-through controllers
Yeah.
and handhelds and consoles. I would love to see that make a comeback as well.
Yeah. Yeah. Nowadays, about as close as you can get is like RGB gaming equipment, which, that's nice. But especially just about all other technology, it just looks like brutalist commie block style with a splash of pastel color on it.
It's kind of like when looking at like McDonald's from 20 years ago versus today.
Yeah. Yeah,
It was
exactly.
fun with livelihood back then, and now it looks like it's a rectangle with a M logo on it.
Yeah. 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 So many things have gone that horrible, horrible route. I remember JonTron did a video making fun of these new corporate logos. It was great. He was just simplifying, quote unquote, simplifying them. Yeah, that was a very entertaining. but yeah,
Paul's coming in. Y'all still live? Yeah, we're having a great conversation.
yeah,
I
yeah.
gave
This is
him
fun.
the out, and he's like, "No, let's keep going." So
Yeah, the only out I took was my bladder. So, but yeah, so I had the Game Boy Advance, and I think it was I forget what it was called. It was basically a copy of Super Mario Brothers 2, and then like the original Mario Brothers. That was just like the one.
yeah,
The game
they
that's
basically re-released a bunch of the older Mario games on Game Boy Advances, like Super Mario Advance 1, Super Mario Advance 2. I don't know which one's which, but I do know that they did that. So
Yeah, that's what it was. Super Mario Advance 2. Now I remember. Yes, that's the game I had. So that was my very first game. That was the very first video game I ever owned.
okay. Oh, Super Mario Advance 2 is the Game Boy Advance version of Super Mario World from Super Nintendo.
Then it must have been Super Mario Advance 1.
Super Mario Advance 1 is I don't know which it is, but it's one of the classic. I want to say it's that looks like Super Mario 2.
Yeah, because it was definitely Super Mario Brothers 2. That much I know for sure.
Yeah, this looks like the one where you can. Yeah, because the picture I'm seeing here, he's playing as Toad, and I remember you could pick like Mario, Luigi, Toad, and Peach, and they each had different
Yep.
abilities.
Yep. That's definitely what it was then.
That was Super Mario Advance 1. Yeah, 2 was
Yeah.
Super Mario World. Super Mario Advance 3 was Yoshi's Island, which was Super Mario World 2, which I have not played, but I'll be playing this year at some point for the first time.
Nice.
And then Super Mario Advance 4 was the Game Boy Advance version of Super Mario Bros. 3.
Okay.
Very
Yeah,
confusing. It's
Yeah,
almost
that's
like
not a great
the
numbering scheme.
Final Fantasy 3 versus 6 and 1 versus 3, with the whole
then
Japan
Mystic Quest.
and US releases. It's almost as bad as that.
Yeah. It's such a messy numbering. But yeah, I had that game, and then I think I had a few other games. I think I had a couple of Game Boy Color games because it was backwards compatible, which that was nice when they did that.
One thing that was really annoying, I mentioned this again on a recent stream. So my favorite handheld was the Game Boy Advance SP. I loved that
My
thing.
cousin had one of those. I think it was red.
I had the silver one, and
Okay.
mine got stolen when my house got robbed. But by then,
Oh,
the DS was already out. So I was like, what's the point in getting another GBA when I could just get a DS, which can also play Game Boy Advance games? So I was like,
well,
DS is backwards compatible with Game Boy Advance. Game Boy Advance is backwards compatible with Game Boy / Game Boy Color. So I can get a Game Boy or a DS and I can play all my Game Boy Advance and Game Boy Color games. Wrong.
yeah.
Despite them both being backwards compatible, the DS cannot play Game Boy / Game Boy Color games like the Game Boy Advance could, even though this is backwards compatible with the GBA and the GBA is backwards compatible with the Game Boy. Something about the slot was different, that it would not allow Game Boy and Game Boy Color games. I was a bit upset about that. So I still have some of my Game Boy and Game Boy, or not Game Boy, because I never had an original Game Boy, but I've got Game Boy Color games that I have still to this day, and I have nothing to play them on.
Yeah. Yeah, that sucks. But, well, there's always emulation if you want to go that route.
Now that they all have retro achievements anyways, that's what I'm regardless. I actually just ordered something today. It's basically like a DS, but there's no screen down here. And it's basically a handheld emulator.
Did you get one of the Soldier Boy consoles?
No, it's not. It's Reploid.
Okay.
Retroploid. I forget what it's called. But and the thing is, a lot of these, like my co-host on Party Chat, Carl of RNG, and a lot of other people I've talked to have what's called an analog pocket, which is basically looks like an original Game Boy Color, but is has modern equipment in it, and it's it load like all your old games on it, and it plays just like a Game Boy. It looks like a Game Boy. But it has like a built-in proprietary operating system. And because I'm an achievement guy, there's no way to use RetroArch, which is what Retro Achievements works on. But I found this one that I ordered today has Android operating system on it. And I was like, I wonder if that would work. So just a couple days ago, I went and downloaded BlueStacks, which is the Android emulator on your PC, because I don't have Android. I have iOS for my devices. So I downloaded that. And I was like, let me see if I can get RetroArch running on this emulator. If I can get it running on this emulator, then I should be able to get it running on this device if I order it. I was able to get RetroArch installed and load up some of my ROMs and log into my Retro Achievement account, loaded up a game, and it popped up with my achievements. And I checked my Retro Achievement account, and it popped up, it refreshed it with the game that I loaded, because it'll show you the order of games you played. And I'm like, well, that works. So I went ahead and ordered it. I'm very much looking forward to it, because now I can take my Retro Achievement games on the go and still get my Retro Achievements.
Nice. Yeah, that's an interesting way to do it. I remember. I still have to go back and tell you my gaming history.
Yes, continue.
But I remember
lots of detours and derailing on open mic.
Yeah, that's the fun of it, right? I remember I took a couple of trips that I'd been on. For some reason, I couldn't bring my DS or something. For whatever reason, I didn't have any consoles or anything with me. I do have an Android phone. I'm big on Android. So I had installed an Android emulator. A Game Boy Advance emulator on my phone, and I had a patched ROM of Emerald that I think it was basically just meant to get you. I think the patch basically just gave you access to all the Pokemon. So you did, because they only give you some Pokemon in each game that you can capture.
Pokemon, like I mentioned, it was probably while you're going to the bathroom, but Pokemon, I've very little experience with. I've never played any of the actual Pokemon. The only Pokemon game I've ever played was Pokemon Pinball. I did catch most, if not all, of the Pokemon and Pokemon Pinball, but I haven't played any of the proper Pokemon games. I watched a little bit of the anime, other than the original 150, which I wouldn't be able to name them off the top of my head, but if I saw a chart of all the original 150, I could name probably like 85% of them. Other than the original 150, the only ones I know are the ones that have shown up in Smash Bros.
Yeah, that's fair. See, the thing is, when I was a kid, I had a lot more patience for Pokemon. Now that I'm old, I don't know, maybe I'm just getting old and cranky. Now I just don't have the patience to sit and play it, because it is a turn-based RPG. So
it is. That's where I was going with that, is because I'm not big on Pokemon. Carl, who I just mentioned, is big on Pokemon. He's been playing a bunch of them lately as well, because we've got a year-long gaming challenge going on right now between him, myself, and Angry Canadian. And you get bonus points for playing multiple games in a franchise. So he's been burning through a bunch of Pokemon games, and he was getting me more learned on the Pokemon franchise. And like from what he said, like there was originally, like I know originally there was Red and Blue, and then eventually they released like I think it was
Red
version.
And Green. It was Red and Green, and then
Green was Japan only,
right? And then in America they released Blue in place of Green.
Yeah,
and then Yellow. So that was
And
the first
yellow was
generation.
kind of like the better
It was the
version 'cause
definitive version.
yeah, because it basically mixed the two, and they've done
And I
that
wish
with
they did
each.
that.
From
I wish
what
they
he's
still
told
did that.
me, they did that with a lot of the early generations where there was the original
They
release
did
where it
that
split, and then they
with
released like the definitive version later. Is Emerald
Mhm.
one of those definitive versions?
Yes, and that is what pisses me off, that because they did
That's
a
what I thought.
remake of Ruby, it was the definitive for Ruby and Sapphire. So
Okay.
like all the names are tied in some way usually
Yeah.
when they do that. So you had like yeah, you had red and red blue, and then red blue slash green, and then yellow, and then you had, I think it was gold, silver, and then I think crystal was the definitive, and then
That
I think
sounds
third
right.
generation was ruby, sapphire, and emerald. And then there were a couple others. I think diamond and pearl were the first ones on DS, and then there was like I forget. Yeah, I forget what the definitive one for that was, but they had a couple of them. But then they stopped doing those recently because I think they probably figured they sell more if you make you do both. And I was especially pissed off because they did remakes of Ruby and Sapphire, but they didn't do an Emerald remake, which I really wanted because Emerald is like the one Pokemon game that I really liked. Partly because it's the one Pokemon game where your dad is actually present. Because if for Pokemon players, you'll notice there's a suspicious lack of
Parents.
present dad. No, not parents, just dads.
Oh, I just thought there weren't. I didn't think parents existed in the Pokemon universe.
Oh, they do. Yeah, they do. And there are a lot of like most of the time, your mom is just in your house that you start off in. But yeah, your dad's never in the game, almost never mentioned. But Emerald, your dad is actually a gym leader, so you get to. He's one of the bosses, so that's kind of cool. You get to.
What type of gym does he have?
I don't remember. It's been
Okay.
a long time.
No worries.
But yeah, so I remember really liking Emerald, and then I thought the story was kind of cool with all the legendary Pokemon, and I always just was mostly just interested in picking up all the legendaries. So yeah, I do not remember where I was going with that.
It's talking about favorite games on I think.
Oh, right. Now I remember. It was because I was looking for. I had downloaded Emerald on my phone.
Oh, the emulator. That's right. That's
because for whatever reason that was the only way I could play a game while I was on the go somewhere. And like on a touchscreen, it's easier to play a game like that because you only have to press like one or two buttons at a time.
Yeah,
because of the way touchscreens are.
Yeah, touchscreens aren't great for like fast-paced stuff, but it's something turn-based. Yeah. It's fantastic.
Yeah, so I was just playing that the whole time. More recently, though, the PSP emulator has gotten so good you can download it on a modern Android phone, and you can play a lot of the games that you like on PSP. So, like, I can actually play. And I don't think it gets enough credit for this, but Spider-Man 3, the PSP release, was the very first open world Spider-Man game on a mobile, like a handheld platform. Because it's like a cut down version of the PS2 release. So you can actually play like an entire open world Spider-Man game on your phone.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah. Yeah. So. Yeah, it doesn't get a lot of credit. I think partly because it was released like 6 months after the movie came out for some reason.
Oh, yeah, a little late on the uptake.
Yeah.
They should have had it out with the release of the movie.
Yeah. Yeah. I was and still am such a massive, massive Tobey Maguire Spider-Man fan. But I've probably mentioned this before, but I made my own extended cut of Spider-Man 3.
I think I remember you mentioning that. I think when we were on the Melee Town Square.
That might have been it, yeah.
I know I've heard you mention that somewhere.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a mix of the editor's cut that was released with like a Blu-ray release a few years back, like theatrical cut plus editor's cut, plus a few other deleted scenes I found around and some audio from the video game. So it makes the ending a lot more palatable, I think.
Oh yeah, I was gonna say when I was talking about the retro achievements, Paul's like, "What an achievement whore!" Yes, I am. Although there are like different types of achievement hunters, and achievement whore is actually one of those categories. And I do not fall into that category because achievement whores will play literally anything for easy achievements. I used to
Yeah.
do that, but I don't do that anymore. So there are
You know
different
what's really
types of
funny?
achievement hunters, and achievement whore is not the subset of achievement hunters that I fall into anymore.
You know what's really funny? I believe there's a program called Steam Achievement Unlocker.
Steve! Oh, okay, because I was gonna say, Steve, yeah, there is true Steam achievements, just like there's true achievements, and I have a profile on that as well. But I've not
No,
played anywhere near as much Steam games yet as on
So
Xbox.
Steam Achievement Unlocker, it literally just unlocks Steam achievements without you actually having to play the game.
Yeah, there are ways to do that on Xbox as well, but pretty much any website you do for achievement tracking will ban you
Yeah.
for that.
Yeah. Yeah. So okay, so you go in for like that kind of achievement tracking.
What do you mean by that kind?
So you don't just do it to see the achievement on your profile. You actually have it like tracked on some other website.
Yeah, like the one that I spend a lot of time on is True Achievements, and so
Okay.
it scans
gotcha.
my gamer card typically about every 30 minutes for all the achievements I've unlocked, and that's like probably the biggest one for when it comes to Xbox. And there are some other minor ones that aren't as big, but that's probably easily the largest achievement website for the Xbox platform. And if you get caught, I forget what the term is, but there's a term for that where you basically load up a save that you downloaded from the internet on your profile. I don't even know how it works, but I know it's possible, and it'll unlock all the achievements in a game for you. You'll get banned for that, like that.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense.
They're strict on the rules, because even a lot of PC games now, since it's Microsoft, have Xbox achievements as well. So those are a little bit easier to do that with. So, but same thing goes. If you do that, or if you like edit or modify like files in order to unlock achievements, that is also considered cheating. You'll get banned for that. However, if it's something that's in the game and you don't have to like edit anything outside the game, that's okay.
Okay. Interesting.
So the thing that has kind of started that whole debate between achievement hunters is because a lot of games have, whether they're intentional or not, a lot of games have like in-game like console commands or like a dev menu. And it's been settled on, at least by a lot of these platforms that do achievement tracking, that is okay because it's in the game. You don't actually have to like edit or modify anything outside of the game in order to essentially cheat. So if it's in the game, it's okay. So there are certain games that I have intentionally not done that so that I don't cheat myself out of enjoying the game.
Right.
Then there are other ones where it's like, I have no intention of playing this game. I'll go ahead and use the console commands to unlock all the achievements because, it's on Game Pass, so I'm not buying the game or anything. So why the heck not?
Yeah. That makes sense.
Paul says, but you are an achievement whore. Do I need to mention Another Crowd's Treasure, which is a perfect example. That's a game where I did use the in-game dev menu to unlock the achievements in like under an hour. So no, an achievement whore is someone who will play literally anything like Barbie Horse Adventures, really crappy kids games like that are not meant for, middle-aged men. Those are achievement whores. I won't play those games.
If it makes you feel better, I do that kind of thing with Steam cards, card farming. I don't actually play the game. I actually have something set up on my server that
is that for things you can do like on your Steam profile?
No, so it's like trading cards, but you can use them you can actually sell the cards on Steam for like Steam wallet points.
Okay.
Basically Steam
there's actually some sort
credit.
Digital tangible reason for it. Well, that makes sense.
So you can sell them on like Steam's marketplace, and then you get like a couple cents for them, and get like a little discount on next time you buy a game. But yeah, so there's that. Anyway, oh man, I was talking about.
I have no idea what we were talking about.
We were originally talking about my like history of like my first game console and stuff.
Yes.
So yeah, I had the Game Boy Advance. But yeah,
What
I
was your
think,
favorite advance game?
Superstar Saga, Mario and Luigi Superstar Saga, which is
Okay.
yeah. It's funny because
Superstar
that
Saga. I'm not familiar with that one. What is that? Just a
really
standard platformer, or what is that?
no. It's the one turn-based RPG that I really
Oh,
like.
that's the turn-based RPG. Okay.
Yeah. So it's Mario and Luigi. They're basically going off on an adventure, and yeah, it's a turn-based RPG where
Is it anything like Super Mario RPG Legend of the Seven Stars?
it is one of the. It's considered one of the two spiritual sequels alongside Paper Mario.
Paper Mario. Okay. Yeah,
Yep.
that one makes sense.
Yep. But yeah, so
Yeah, I'm
yeah,
despite
eventually.
Mario, I don't know if I mentioned on this stream, but I mentioned a lot. My first console ever was a Super Nintendo. My grandparents got it for me for Christmas one year, and it came with Super Mario World. So that was the first console I ever
Nice.
owned, and the first game I ever owned. And despite being a a Nintendo kid, and my first game being Mario, I was never huge on the Mario franchise. I played Super Mario. I played the original 3 NES ones on Super Nintendo as part of Super Mario All Stars, because I had Super Mario
Gotcha.
All Stars, Super Mario World, and I didn't actually own Super Mario 64, but I did play it its entirety. But other than that, those are basically the only Mario games I've actually played.
Okay, interesting. Yeah, so how many Mario games have I played? I actually haven't played a ton either. Mainly, it's like I played a bunch of the Paper Mario games at some point. I did play Super Mario RPG, the remake, which it was fine, turn based, so whatever.
I watched most of the original Mario RPG on Super Nintendo. I watched my friends play most of it, but I barely played it myself.
Yeah, but yeah, the Mario and Luigi RPG series is very good. It's one of the few turn-based RPGs that are good.
And that's what
my opinion.
the recent Brothership. That's part of that series, right?
Yes, but it's made by a different It's made by Nintendo themselves. The first 5 games were made by a company called Alpha Dream,
Okay, not heard.
which
of them.
went bankrupt.
Oh,
Yeah,
interesting.
sadly. Yeah, it's a shame because they were good games. I think that was mainly what they were known for, was the Mario and Luigi RPGs.
Oh.
So yeah, I played Superstar Saga, and I really enjoyed. One of the things that it does is it has the action commands. So yeah, it's not just selecting from a menu when you're doing combat. So you select from the menu, and then most attacks, there's like you have to hit a button with the right timing to get the attack to like really work. Otherwise, you only do like a couple points of damage. So that helps keep the
The
immersion
South
up a
Park
little bit.
RPGs had that as well.
Yeah.
Although I think,
Yeah.
I've talked to people about that, and they're like, "Oh yeah, that originated basically in the Paper Mario games." From what I hear,
Yeah.
I haven't played them, so I don't know.
Yeah, Paper Mario and Mario and Luigi RPG. Yeah, actually, I think I want to say that Super Mario RPG did have action commands, but I'm not 100% sure. But yeah,
I vaguely remember that game, so I don't remember.
Yeah. But yeah, so that was my Game Boy Advance experience. I had a lot of those cheap tie-in games because there were a ton of those back in the day. So I had a lot of those on Game Boy Advance, but yeah, those are probably the most memorable games. But then
I didn't have a lot of Game Boy Advance games, but my favorites, no surprise, talking about my favorite genre was Metroid Fusion and Metroid Zero Mission.
Okay, nice.
And I just beat Metroid Fusion again for the first time in decades just a couple weeks ago because, I just started Dread on my Metroidvania Monday because I've been going through the Metroid games. I just beat Fusion. I basically beaten all of them for the first time in forever, except for Dread because I only played that for the first time last year because I just got a Switch less than a year ago.
Oh, okay. Interesting. Yeah, I don't think I've ever really played any Metroid games. But yeah. So after my Game Boy Advance, I forget exactly when, but my parents got me a PS2 at one point. But they, for some reason, they cheaped out on the memory card. They got me one of those memory cards. They had to use like a CD to use the memory card. I don't know if you remember those.
I never owned a PlayStation, so I never heard of a memory card that required a CD.
Yeah, it's weird. So to use it, you had to put the CD in, and then you had to put the game in. You had to eject it. Basically, you had to launch the CD for the memory card, eject it, and then launch the game from there. It was weird.
I've
Eventually,
never
I got
heard of
real
this
memory.
concept before.
Yeah, it was weird.
That was very weird.
Eventually I got a real memory card, which is nice. But the first game I played on PS2 was a little racing game called Gadget Racers. I actually remember it being
think
kind
I've
of fun.
heard of that.
Yeah, it had some nice customization in it too, which I thought was cool. But yeah, it was the first game I played, but we rented it. This was back when Blockbuster was still a thing.
Yep.
I remember those days.
What? It's not Inspector Gadget Racing. Oh no, you said PS2. That's a Game Boy Advance game.
No, so it was called Gadget Racers. I think it was like, I looked into it once. It was a rebrand of some other franchise that's like more Japanese.
Okay.
But then eventually, this is not going to shock you, but the first game that I owned on PS2 was Spider-Man 2002.
Ah, okay.
Yeah, because I like the movie so much. My parents were like, okay, that's fine. And I remember the copy I initially got wouldn't launch. So my mom actually drove back to the store that same day to return it and get a new copy, which was nice of her.
Oh,
yeah.
Thanks, Mom.
Yeah. And then I actually remember randomly. So I had a friend who had a GameCube. I remember playing my first experience with a Sonic game was Sonic Adventure 2 at his place.
I'm not very well versed on Sonic. First time I played Sonic game in probably at least over a decade. Yesterday on my roulette stream, played a few minutes of Sonic 2. It was the very last one at the end of the stream. So I'm not.
Okay.
I've played like 3 Sonic games. They were all ones that were on Xbox Live Arcade. But I've heard from people that I think most people consider Sonic Adventure 2 like one of the best Sonic games. Does that sound
It's pretty
accurate?
much, yeah. Yeah, I think it's pretty much considered like the peak of Sonic in a lot of ways. But yeah, that was back when we had Crush 40 doing all the music. It was back when Tails still sounded like a boy. 'Cause I don't know what it is with Japan, but they always hire the worst female voice actors. I shouldn't say worst actors, but like least appropriate female voice actors to voice boy characters because they just sound like girls. I don't know what it is with Japanese games doing that, but they always do that. But yeah, so Sonic Adventure 2, that was great. And then he also had Crazy Taxi, and I just really loved Crazy Taxi when I played it. And so
That's
then
a popular one. That's the only Dreamcast game I ever played.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh yeah, I forgot that was originally Dreamcast. But yeah, so I remember telling my dad I really liked that game, and then one day he just comes home and he's like, "Hey, look what I got you!" And he got me a copy of Crazy Taxi on PS2, so that was nice of him.
Nice.
Yeah, so that was awesome. Then eventually, I got a GameCube. We got a GameCube, and we had that like Zelda 4-in-1 pack-in.
Oh,
So
Zelda
nice.
Collector's Edition that had the original Zelda 1 from NES, original Zelda 2 from NES.
Yep.
Ocarina of Time.
Ocarina of Time, and I think Majora's Mask.
Majora's Mask, and a 20-minute demo of Wind Waker.
Yes. Yeah.
And the only reason why I know that is because that specific version of Zelda on the GameCube just got retro achievements a couple weeks ago.
Interesting.
So Ocarina of Time is my favorite Zelda game. And I haven't played it for retro achievements yet, but now I get to play it 3 times because there's the original N64 release. There's the Master Quest release, which was also on GameCube, which was a pre-order bonus for Wind Waker. And the only reason I bought Wind Waker was to get the Master Quest disc. And now there's that collector's edition that you just talked about. So now I can play with Ocarina of Time 3 times for retro achievements.
Nice. Is that the last time they re-released Ocarina of Time?
No, there was also a 3DS remaster, but 3DS does not have retro achievement support yet. So once it does, I'll play it again for a 4th time for retro achievements.
Well, I've heard the 3DS emulator is actually pretty bad. So
well, it'll be a long time till we get that support, and it won't be until we have a better, more secure or stable, I should say, emulator. That's I was
Yeah.
talking to dude about it yesterday or the day before. And that's like the main reason why we don't have original Xbox achievement support yet, is because the original Xbox emulator is not very good. So once they
Yeah.
get that straightened out, then we'll probably get retro achievements for original Xbox.
Yeah, that would make sense. Well, I bet there are retro achievements for PS. Well, I guess PS3 had its own achievements, but I don't know. So I don't know if they do that.
There might be, because PS3 didn't. Not every game had trophies in it. Like every 360 game had achievements in it, but not all PS3
Okay.
games did. The trophies
Yeah.
didn't launch until a little bit later in the life cycle. So there was a whole
Yeah.
few years of PS3 games that did not have trophies.
Yeah, because I remember the trophies actually had an issue in the emulator when I was playing Edge of Time. As soon as I unlocked a trophy, the game would crash. So I had to do like a weird workaround to point the trophies to null or something like that. Eventually, they could patch that and it works. It works fine. The reason I mentioned PS3 is because after the GameCube emulator, RPCS3 is probably the most solid like home console emulator that there is.
Okay. Yeah, I know Dolphin because I've used it, because that's what the GameCube Retro Achievements is based on. But other than Dolphin for GameCube games, and
Mhm.
there is a specific emulator for PS2 games for Retro Achievements. I think it's like PC.
PCSX2?
Yes, that one.
Yeah.
PCX2 is the emulator you need for Retro Achievements for PS2 games. Other than those two, all the other platforms that are that have retro achievements are all in RetroArch. So you're talking Game Boy, NES, Super Nintendo,
Yeah.
N64, PS1, Atari, Commodore 64. All of them are all in RetroArch, which is awesome.
Yeah, that makes sense. It's probably easier to do if it's all consolidated like that. RetroArch has always been a little weird to me because the way that they basically have to like half port everything from the original emulators into their cores. And I know that's caused some issues with the original emulator devs in the past.
Real quick, I just saw my buddy Nerdporial hop in chat. What's up, Nerdporial? I'm surprised you're up this late because he's 2 hours ahead of me. He's in Central Time Zone. He says, "Ocarina of Time, is that a song?" It's 1:30 in the morning. You West Coasters are wild, but I'm West Coast. Nightmare is not West Coast.
It's
But
2:30 here.
yeah, he's 3 hours ahead of me, right?
Yeah.
No,
Yeah.
you're 2 hours. Oh, you're Central as well, right?
No, I'm East Coast.
You are East Coast. Yeah, you are 3 hours
Yeah.
ahead of me.
Yeah.
So have a good night, Nerdporial. Go get some sleep. You have a good one, buddy. But yeah, I'll let him. I give him the out, and he's like, "Nah, let's keep going." So I appreciate
I'm just having
it.
too much fun.
Yeah, I have so much fun doing this as well.
Yeah.
But yeah, I don't know about all of the technical stuff behind the scenes on the emulators, but yeah, there are the different cores that you need in RetroArch in order to play the games from the different platforms.
Yeah, so the cores are typically, as far as I understand it, the different emulators for each system. So
Essentially, yeah.
yeah, and so basically what they do is they port those emulators and turn them into cores.
Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah, yeah. So it can get a little bit messy sometimes.
A lot of
and I
the
know,
big name ones, like
yeah,
most of the games that I've emulated so far for retro achievements, have all been Super Nintendo. And I use there were two emulators I used back in the day, and one of them was ZSNES, and I think that is one of the cores, but I've been using the other one, which is SNES 9X.
yeah, I've
I
heard of
think
both of those.
some of those big emulators basically are built into RetroArch, but it does have the option where you can install a core, and it basically gives you like a long list of here's the other options. You just select the one you want, and it'll download and install it for you. So it's super easy.
Yeah, that makes sense. But yeah, the GameCube and PS3 emulators are very, very mature, very well developed. So they're very cool. I actually contributed a little bit of code to the GameCube emulator once. It was just the Android app. I just fixed some of the UI for it. But yeah, I don't know C++. Well, I haven't touched C++ in a very long time. So yeah, but
since you, slightly off topic, but since you said you do code, what code do you language do you mostly work in?
So I'm one of those people who's like kind of all over the place. So it can be, I've done web development, which is JavaScript and all its many horrific frameworks. I've done Java, I've done Kotlin, I've done Android development. I have done some C, C++ in the past. I've done C Sharp. Like I said, just all over the place.
Okay. Yeah, I
Python.
was just curious. I don't really
Yeah.
know a lot about them. I took some low-level object-oriented programming classes in college, but that was about
Mhm.
it.
Yeah, it's like I said, anything you do on your own time is usually more fun than anything you do at work. Um,
Yeah, I get that.
yeah. But yeah. So PS2, and then I had a GameCube, and we actually had the Game Boy Player. I don't know if you remember
I
that.
had that as well.
Yeah. So
That
that was
the
cool.
first time I got to play my Game Boy Advance games on the TV was like a mind-blowing experience.
Yeah.
From
Yeah.
going from
Even
this
my
little itty bitty couple inch screen to, like my 30-inch TV. I'm like, this is amazing.
even my parents were really excited when we got that, just because they thought the technology was cool, I guess. Because instead of the little Game Boy Advance, you could play it on the TV. I
Yeah.
did not have the Game Boy Advance to GameCube link cable or
I
whatever that
didn't have
was.
that either. I wanted to get it, but I never did.
Yeah. Yeah, that would have been cool too.
The main reason I
Um,
wanted it was because, for me, being a big Metroid fan, it was really that because Metroid Prime, which was a GameCube game, and
uh-huh.
Metroid Fusion that I just mentioned, it was a Game Boy Advance game, and those both came out very close to each other. And those are the games that got me into the Metroid franchise.
Mhm.
And there was, if you had that cable that connected your Game Boy Advance to your GameCube, you could unlock stuff in the other game. And that's the
Yeah.
reason why I wanted it.
Yeah, I think I had one or two games like that, but I never had the cable, so whatever.
I remember in Metroid Prime, you could unlock the Metroid Fusion suit, but I don't remember what the cross connection
inverse
was
did?
on. Yeah, what the inverse was on what you unlocked in Game Boy in Metroid Fusion if
Hmm.
you connected it to Game Boy or to Metroid Prime. I just remember that the Fusion suit was in Prime, but I never got to use it.
Gotcha. Yeah. So
I do have a similar story a lot, but for the previous generation, for N64 and Game Boy, they were planning on so we were talking about GoldenEye. We talked about GoldenEye earlier, didn't we?
a little bit, yeah.
Yeah. So GoldenEye was great. I loved it. And then Perfect Dark came out and took everything GoldenEye did and did it better. And it still bums me to this day that Perfect Dark never got quite as much recognition as it deserved, because GoldenEye was fantastic, but Perfect Dark was better in every way. And they had a feature plan for it that got scrapped before the final game came out. And what it was it was called the N64 transfer pack, and you plugged it into the bottom of the N64 controller, and it had a slot for where you could put a Game Boy game. And what you did was you could use the Game Boy camera, if you were familiar with what that was.
Yes. Yep.
You could use the Game Boy camera to take a picture of yourself, then use the transfer pack to upload that picture and put it on your character in the multiplayer of Perfect Dark. But that
Nice.
feature got scrapped. But I bought the Game Boy camera and I got the transfer pack specifically for that. And the feature got scrapped before they released the game. So I did end up playing the Game Boy camera because it had a lot of fun games on it.
Yeah.
And I took, did some fun stuff with the pictures. But the transfer pack I bought for no reason, because there's nothing ever use that for in any other regard, at least that I knew of.
Yeah, that sucks. Yeah. But I had the GameCube, and for some reason I had a copy of Spider-Man 2 on both GameCube and PS2.
Okay.
I don't know why, but it's a good game, so why not? A couple other games on GameCube, but I'm remembering a ton of them. And then eventually we got a PS3 and a Wii. My mom mostly used the Wii.
On the GameCube, though, do you have a favorite game on GameCube?
Spider-Man 2.
Spider-Man 2. Okay. I had a feeling. Just
and same on PS2, probably.
It's my favorite game on both those consoles.
Yeah, it was just my favorite game at the time. I just loved it. I have to think a lot. It's also been so long. But I'd have to think about it, because I remember, again, I had like a bunch of those like random tie-in games, because this was back when, that era was back when you just had all those tie-in games for everything. So I had a Fairly Odd Parents game That was
Okay.
cool.
I know of that IP, but I don't really know anything about it.
Yeah. Yeah, it was like probably the second most popular Nickelodeon show after SpongeBob at the time that it was airing. So, that was cool. Let's see. Yeah. So, yeah, I had a PS3, and before you ask, my favorite game on PS3 was Spider-Man 3, because I know you're gonna ask.
I was.
Yeah, and I had the fat 60 gigabyte version that had the PS2 compatibility.
Okay.
And then we had a power surge, and the HDMI output got busted. And then we had to get a new slim one, and that slim one did not have the compatibility,
Oh,
and that
bummer.
sucked. Yeah.
Yeah,
and-
like I said, never had PlayStation, but I know there was a lot of confusion because different models of PS3 had different levels of backwards compatibility. It's like,
yeah.
why don't they all have it? That makes absolutely no sense.
Yeah, that was when Sony started getting really bizarre. Although I will say I did appreciate the design of the PS3 because they were using the Spider-Man font, which I thought was really cool.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah. I didn't
remember-
like the redesigned font as much, but yeah. Yeah. So also I think the 60 gig ones that had the backwards compatibility are probably pretty valuable now.
Yeah, I would assume so.
But yeah, so there's that. And we had a Wii. Problem with the Wii was my mom at some point we got Wii Fit with the balance board, and then my mom
I've
was
got
pretty
that
much
as
always
well.
hogging it. Yeah, so my mom was always hogging it, and then she was always telling me, "Oh, why don't you use it? Why don't you use it?" And I don't want to. So there was that. I think we did have a couple of Wii games. I think the coolest game on the Wii for me might have actually been Harry Potter and the Order of the Phoenix,
Okay.
because it was kind of an open world, as I remember it, a fairly open world Harry Potter game where you'd run around Hogwarts, and because you had the Wii remote, it would act kind of like a wand, so you'd actually do specific motions to cast spells. So that was kind of cool.
I'm pretty sure I mentioned it earlier, but yeah, I was never into Harry Potter. Yeah, I did mention that earlier,
Yeah.
but
Yeah.
that is cool, especially for people who are fans of Harry Potter. Another thing we were talking about earlier, Force Unleashed. I've heard that the Wii version of Force Unleashed is very different from the other consoles' release of Force Unleashed, and it's way better.
Interesting. I never played that.
Yeah, I haven't played the Wii version either. I played the 360 version, but
Yeah.
I've heard that the Wii version is the best, and it's actually significantly different from the other two, from PS3 and
Interesting.
360.
It's interesting. I wish I could have had a chance to try it out. But no, I played Force Unleashed on PS3. Played both of them on PS3 and then later on PC. But yeah, so had the PS3, had the Wii. My sister had a bunch of games on the Wii for some reason. They were like the Hannah Montana sing-along type stuff. So yeah. Although I did have Smash Bros. Melee on GameCube and Smash Bros. Brawl. Those are both fun.
Yep, I love them.
Yeah. And then eventually, this was many years later, I got a PS4. And I played like Uncharted on there, and I still have it. It's just wrapped in plastic, and I haven't touched it in probably like 8 years.
Oh, I'm assuming not, since you didn't mention it, but I heard that the PS3 had its own version of the 360's Red Ring of Death, like the Yellow Light of Death or something. Do you know what I'm talking about? And did you ever have that?
Sounds vaguely familiar, but no, I never ran into that.
Okay.
But I did have other OS support, i.e., the ability to install Linux, and they removed that, and I was very upset.
On
apparently there's
PS3?
Yeah.
Huh.
You can install Linux on the PS3 and run it. Yeah. It was not something that was used by that much, but because it was, a promised feature and then they removed it later on, there was a class action lawsuit. I assume the lawyers got most of the money, and I got like a check for $5. So.
Oh, you were part of the class action lawsuit. Okay.
Yeah. 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 So, yeah. After the PS4, which I think I mostly just played Uncharted, the Uncharted trilogy.
That's one of those PlayStation franchises I would like to play at some point, since I've never had a PlayStation. They've looked like good games.
One is decent. 2 is amazing. 3 is very good. 4, I'm split on. I
All
did
right.
play 4.
Since you are well versed in it, let me ask you, because I
Huh?
always wanted to ask someone who actually knows about this stuff. Because I have, like I said, never had a PlayStation, so I've never been able to play them. But a lot of the PlayStation franchises that I've wanted to get a PlayStation for have all come to Steam. And there's the Uncharted Legacy of Thieves collection on Steam. Which
So this
Uncharted
is
games are in that?
that is 4 and Lost Legacy, I think. And they are like Lost Legacy is a spin-off starring Chloe, but they basically made her less hot.
I don't
And
know who
Uncharted
Chloe
4 is the last one. Chloe is a very hot, very, very hot character in
Okay.
2 and 3. But yeah, no, this is what's really annoying about Sony's Steam releases is they're porting the least interesting versions of their games to Steam.
So would you not recommend the Legacy of Thieves collection?
Not really, especially not if you haven't played the originals,
Okay.
like the original trilogy.
Because I don't think those are on Steam. That's why I put that one on my wish list. Because collection, it must be the original 3 or 4. I don't even know how many games there are in the Uncharted.
There are 4 main games, at least 4 numbered games.
Yeah, I just searched Steam for Uncharted, and that's literally the only game in the Uncharted franchise. I see a bunch of other games that have Uncharted in the name, but that Legacy of Thieves collection is the only Uncharted
Legacy of
game on
Thieves.
Steam.
Yeah, Legacy of Thieves is a bundle of Uncharted 4 and then the spin-off Lost Legacy.
Okay,
So,
so I would
yeah.
not be able to play the first few games in the franchise on Steam.
Nope. Same
not
problem
yet.
with God of War.
Yeah, I have God of War 2018 because that's probably the biggest PlayStation franchise that I always wanted to play. Because, like I said earlier, I love hack and slashes. I never got to play God of War. I do have 2018 since it's on Steam. I'll probably play Ragnarok at some point as well, but I never had a chance to play the original ones. And I really would love for them to release like a remastered collection of the original ones.
They won't. I don't see them ever doing anything like that because Sony is just a mess. The best way, in my opinion, to play them is probably going to be if you don't have a PS3, I would just, if you have enough of a high-end PC, I would just use our PCS3 and emulate them.
Yeah, that's what I'll probably end up doing.
Yeah, because I've never played the original I've never played any of the God of War games, but I've heard the original trilogy is fantastic.
I think Carl just played him recently, and I think his stream tomorrow night or Saturday is talking with a buddy about the God of War games.
Nice. Yeah, some other games I would recommend if you like the more cinematic action adventure kind of games that I do. Of course, I would recommend the original Uncharted trilogy, so 1, 2, and 3.
Yeah, I would absolutely want to play those if I had something to play them on.
And then the Infamous collection. So that is Infamous 1, 2, and then Festival of Blood is also worth playing.
I've never played those because those are PlayStation exclusives, and the game that they were kind of a feud with, I did play that I loved was Prototype. I loved Prototype, as I mentioned earlier when we were talking about.
I really like
Spider-Man
Prototype 1. Yeah, I really like Prototype 1, and I was really disappointed with what they did with the plot for Prototype 2, so I never played it.
I have not played 2 yet either, but I did not that long ago. I bought and that was another thing where Prototype 1 and 2 were 360 games, and then they also had Xbox One versions, but because of that, they didn't make the 360 ones backwards compatible because they wanted to force you to upgrade to the new versions. That irks me when company. I get it, but it irks me when companies do that because there are other companies that, hey, we've got an Xbox One and a 360 version, but 360 version is backwards compatible if you don't want to upgrade to the new one. Shout out to Ubisoft is a great example. All of the 360 Assassin's Creed games are backwards compatible, even though most of them have an Xbox One version. So people hate on Ubisoft, but they have done some good things. But the Prototype games were not backwards compatible. But I did just recently pick up the Prototype 1 and 2 bundle on Xbox One not that long ago. So I'll be playing through 1 again because I haven't played it in forever. And then I'll be playing 2 for the first time.
Yeah, basically what...
I know I would have loved the Infamous games as well, though.
Yeah. Like I said, you can emulate them and if you have a high-end PC, they'll run okay.
Yeah, I've got.
But
pretty-
they are
pretty
very
decent.
much worth playing because yeah, they are in a very similar vein, but they feel more like a superhero game. 'Cause, I mean, you kind of are a superhero. But
Yeah.
I guess you're more of an anti-hero because that's kind of the
Yep.
thing. But yeah, Prototype. With
Yep.
Prototype, what pissed me off is that Prototype 1, the story, without all the details because it gets kind of convoluted the more you go into it. But basically, Alex
Alex
at the end of the
Mercer.
game, yeah, Alex Mercer at the end of the game, he decides that he decides to be a good guy. You know, he decides he's going to be a hero or something or the other. And then in Prototype 2, all of a sudden he's a villain.
I
It makes no
I
sense.
did know that. Even though I haven't played, I know he's the the protagonist of the first game is the antagonist of the second game.
Yeah, yeah, and he goes from being a hero to now suddenly a villain, and that ticked me off. So I never played Prototype 2.
Okay.
Another one that I don't even know why these are PS3 exclusive because they're not first party titles and they're not they're not first party titles or anything. Army of Two.
Oh, I only played the first one, but I really like that one.
Yeah, the first one is really good. The 40th Day, that was the second one. That one was pretty decent too.
I played the demo of that one, but I never actually played the full version.
Oh, okay, yeah. I think this was still back in the Blockbuster days, so I think I was able to play both.
I remember I played the 40th Day demo because it was on the Xbox Magazine demo disc.
Oh, so it did get on Xbox. Okay, I thought it was a PS3 exclusive for some reason.
No, I'm pretty sure all three of them were on 360.
Okay. Yeah, I remember there was like Army of Four or whatever it was, but I never played the final one because that one just seemed like a mess.
Army of Four might have been their plans for the fourth game, which never came out because Army of Two is the first one, and I'm assuming 40th Day was the second one, right?
Yeah.
And then the third one was Army of Two: Devil's Cartel.
That's what it was called.
That
Yeah,
was
I never played
2013.
Devil's Cartel. Yeah.
Army of Two 40th Day was 2010, and the original was
Like 2008 maybe?
2008.
Yeah. So I remember playing the first two. I never played the third one because apparently like the third one is like one of the guys becomes the villain.
Oh, one of the Sam and Rio, I think were their names.
I think it was Salem and Rios.
Salem and Rio. Or
Rios.
Rios.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I was close.
Yeah, you were close. I think Salem becomes the villain in the third one. So
Okay.
So yeah, I just played the first two, but they were good.
Yeah, those are fun. I did originally play through it with like I said, I only played the first one, but I originally played I GameFly'd it and I played through it by myself. So my AI buddy or my buddy was the AI controlled character and he was not great. So definitely much better experience when you play with an actual other person playing the other character. But the concept that they came up with, the concept already existed, but the way they utilized it in a co-op game was new. I don't think I've seen really any other game do that like they did in that one. Was the aggro system was really cool.
Yeah, that was cool. I also played it single player, so but yeah, it was fun. It was a fun game, and
yeah, it came out recently on an episode of Party Chat because we were talking about favorite couch co-op games, and that one would definitely qualify.
Yeah, that would be a good one for sure.
Because even a lot of co-op games now don't have couch co-op. You can only play them, on separate consoles. So it's co-op, but there's no couch co-op.
Yeah, I remember
my answer to that question for favorite couch co-op game was Portal 2, by the way.
Oh yeah, I forgot that game had co-op. But yeah, it does. That's a good one. So kind of going off on a tangent from that, I remember in college, I took a couple of game design classes, and one of our projects, the team I was on came up with like an asymmetric co-op game where one character was like a spy type of person going through a building with guards and whatnot and security systems, and then there was a player 2 was kind of like a hacker, so to speak, and he would be watching through the cameras and stuff, and he could like remotely disable things, triple arms, and so on.
The guy in the chair.
Yeah,
I love that idea. I don't think I've seen a
Yeah.
game like that before.
Yeah. So we figured that was a fun idea. It wasn't real. You had to play on two separate screens, but the way we had it set up was we had two monitors because like network code and stuff is really hard to do,
Yeah, I bet.
especially for something like that. So the way we had it set up is it would just like render to one big window, but we'd have the window big enough where it was split across two monitors. And
Okay.
then just turn the monitors to the sides. So they'd play it like that.
That's a really great idea. I'd love to see something like that.
Yeah. Well, companies just don't innovate anymore.
There was a similar concept that they were going to do for The Division.
Hmm.
Do you remember anything about this?
Not at all.
Okay. So it's another concept that got scrapped, but I don't remember exactly the details of it, but the gist of it was in the Division I don't remember if it was specific to like the co-op campaign or the actual multiplayer mode, but the idea was that you'd have your squad of like 3 people, whatever, who were played by actual people, not AI controlled, but you could have a 4th person who's playing the game like from their phone or their tablet or something, so they're not actually like sitting at an Xbox or whatever, and they basically control like a drone, and they fly over and they give you like they can point out like enemy targets and stuff and highlight them for you and stuff, and so they're basically your Overwatch. They control the drone. I was like, that's a really cool concept, but I think they got scrapped.
That seems like the kind of thing that the Wii U totally dropped the ball on.
Yes,
Because it had that fancy controller.
Wii U would have been perfect for something like that.
Yeah. Yeah, it totally would have been. I had a friend who had a Wii U. I never did.
Yeah, I don't think I've even to this day ever seen a Wii U in real life. I've only seen pictures of it online.
Oh, okay. Yeah, it was interesting. That's
But
really
yeah,
all I can say about it.
They totally botched it because like even me being a gamer, I didn't know what it was. I was like, oh, is this like an expansion onto the Wii? It's like, nah, I'm good. It's like, no, it's an entirely new console. And they didn't even make that clear to people who were gamers.
Yeah. Yeah.
And the fact that it's like, oh, do you mean I can take this and play my games on the go? Like, no, it has to be within range of the Wii. It's like, so
Yeah.
I think that's where they got the idea for Switch, is basically take that, tablet or whatever and take it with you.
Yeah.
So at least it basically led to the creation of the Switch. But yeah, they fumbled the Wii U on so many fronts.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, I guess good for them for getting the Switch together.
Yeah, and becoming the second or at least the 3rd most sold console of all time.
Yeah, I don't know where the PS2 and the Wii stand now. So
well, the PS2 is number 1 for sure. I think someone else brought this up. I think it was when I was on their stream, but they said the Switch is number 3, and I was like, I thought Switch was number 2, and so it's like a little bit of an asterisk because in whatever report that they were looking at counted Game Boy, but that's because they counted Game Boy and Game Boy Color as one because it's essentially the same.
yeah, Game Boy Color is kind of a half step upgrade.
Yeah, so I think those were grouped together as one, and because of that, it was more than the Switch. But if you split them up into 2 separate ones, they wouldn't have been above the Switch. So that's why I say
the
Switch could be 2 or 3, depending on how you look at it.
So the Wii is not above the Switch.
I don't think so.
Interesting. So I remember the Wii was massively popular.
With a cursory Google search, I'm not even opening an article. This is just what the Google AI overview says. Nintendo Switch surpassed the Wii in total lifetime sales, with the Switch selling 150 million to the Wii's 101 million. So it's beating it by 50%.
Wow. What is the PS2 sales?
Versus PS2. PS2 is the best-selling console with over 160. So,
okay, so the Switch is getting close.
Is pretty close, but with the, I'm sure sales have kind of died off, especially with the imminent release, or at least announcement, since we don't even have like a real official announcement we do have the official announcement and I will call it the Super Switch forever because it's a much better name than the Switch 2.
Right. Even the logo would be better than the really pathetic Switch 2 logo.
Yeah. So, but yeah, with the imminent, I mean, they've announced it, but we still know like next to nothing about the Super Switch until April 2nd. So hopefully we'll get some more details.
Yeah.
But with everyone knowing that the Super Switch is coming out soon, I'm sure Switch sales have probably died off. So I don't foresee it overtaking the PS2, but it got darn close, and I don't know if another console will ever get that close to the PS2.
Yeah, I can see it, especially with PC taking over so much.
Yeah.
I don't expect the PlayStation or Xbox to ever get anywhere near that.
Yeah, I don't think a PlayStation. If something is going to challenge the PS2, it's probably going to be a Nintendo console. I don't see any Xbox or PlayStation getting anywhere close.
Yeah.
But Paul's saying he remembers the Division drone mobile thingy, and yeah, he's coming in saying 160 million for the PS2. He probably said that before I even pulled up the search. I just didn't catch it. But they can't call it Super Switch because of the Super Sega. Super Sega is not a real thing, though.
Man, I remember all. Well, I mean, I wasn't there to remember it, but I remember learning about all the drama with the between Sega and Nintendo on it was Sega and Nintendo, right? With like the SNES CD.
Oh, well, because I mean that was like the hype. I don't know the hype, but that was big. The console wars was Genesis does what Nintendo don't. But
yeah,
I think what you're talking about is the Sony
Oh, you know what it is?
Nintendo.
Yeah.
Because if it wasn't for Nintendo, I don't know the details of it, but Sony and Nintendo were working on a console together. It was going to be the Sony and Nintendo, and something happened. And they parted ways, and because of that, the PS1 became a thing.
I think it was Nintendo's executives basically said Sony doesn't know how to do anything, and so they're like something like that.
I'm sure there's a documentary like on YouTube all about it.
Oh, there is, yeah.
I'm sure there is. I don't know the details, but I do know that was a thing, and it almost became a console, but they parted ways, and because of that, there was the N64 versus the PS1.
Yeah, that's why the PS1 came out. But I could have sworn Sega had some part of this story too, but I just can't remember what.
I don't know. Okay. The only thing CD I know is the Sega CD, and I never.
So there was
Genesis.
There was something that was good. It might have been the SNES CD. I'm gonna look.
There was because I didn't have Genesis, but my friend did, and I've looked kind of like Final Fantasy and what was the other thing I mentioned earlier where I didn't know? Oh, Metal Gear. Where I didn't know anything about it until I've had people on my channel who told me about it. Same with what people affectionately dubbed the Tower of Power, because there was the Genesis, then there was like the 32X and the Sega CD, and they all like combined to form like Voltron. But what I think you're talking about is there was a disk drive planned for the Nintendo 64
that actually came out.
It released in Japan, but it never released in the States.
Yeah, it was a failure. But no, there was a SNES CD. That is what I was thinking of.
This is the first I've ever heard of a Super Nintendo CD.
It never actually came out. It was canceled. But this is the thing that Nintendo and Sony were working on together.
Oh, okay.
And ultimately, Philips, Nintendo worked with Philips instead and made the CDI.
Yes. Okay, that does sound very familiar.
Yeah, but I could have sworn there was something with Sega as well, but I cannot remember what it was.
Yeah, I don't know.
There's a lot of interesting history with all this stuff, and it's...
Yeah, video game history is pretty fascinating.
Oh, yeah, there it is. It's because the Sony, after things fell apart with Nintendo, they were going to... That's what it was. So after things fell apart with Nintendo, I forget what exactly caused the PlayStation Nintendo deal to fall apart. Okay, so Nintendo basically got really paranoid over what Sony was doing, and so they basically screwed over. Yeah, so they basically screwed over Sony, and then for a little while, Sony was trying to get into a deal with Sega to make a console with Sega, but then Sega just turned around and said, Sony doesn't know how to make hardware, they don't know how to make software, they don't know anything. And so they said, no, screw that, and canceled it. And so then Sony made their own PlayStation themselves, and pretty much beat the heck out of Nintendo and basically killed Sega.
Yeah.
So that's the story. I knew Sega was in this story somehow because I remember reading up on this a long time ago.
Okay. Yeah, that makes sense. But I mean, that definitely helped basically cement or put, probably a better way to say it is, put more nails in the Sega coffin when it comes to hardware manufacturing.
Yeah, it killed Sega's hardware pretty much. And
another thing that also was a heavy contributor to it is just how poorly Sega managed their last two console generations.
Yeah, that's probably true.
So, and then Sony coming in definitely didn't help that at all.
Yeah. Yeah, and then Xbox pretty much took over Sega's place. And
Yep.
now, then PlayStation kind of started dropping the ball and kind of picked it up and then dropped it again. Xbox, I don't know what they're doing, but it doesn't really matter because they also have Windows.
Yeah. Someone was talking about that recently. Like, Sony's got a lot of other stuff that isn't video games. Microsoft's got plenty of stuff that's not video games. But Nintendo, that's all they've got is video games.
Yeah. Well, Sony has consumer electronics and stuff, but I think PlayStation has been keeping them afloat for a long time. I don't know that all their other divisions are necessarily very, very profitable. On the other, Microsoft, I know, is like very profitable in a lot of places. So
yeah.
But yeah, like you said, Nintendo, they're pretty much entirely dependent. So yeah.
All right. Well, I think that's probably a pretty good spot to call it.
Yeah, that's fair.
It
is 3 a.m.
3 a.m. for you. It's only about midnight for me. But man, this was a multiple record-setting open mic, and I have no idea why, but it's awesome. So new longest open mic of all time by about 20 minutes now. And by far the highest view count. We're now hit a peak right here at the end after 6 hours of 34 concurrent viewers. That just like blows me away. And it's been high the whole time. So this has been awesome. Like I've said, that's the whole point of open mic is talking video games. So I've had a great time having you on and talking video games. Thank you everyone who came out and hung out with us for over 6 hours now and keeping the view count high this whole time. You guys all rock as well. So before we bid adieu and say goodnight, anything that you want to plug, I should have the link to Nightmare's channel here in the stream description already. Yes, I do.
Yeah.
But anything you got going on you want to mention?
Yeah. So I am currently working on it. Because this is my YouTube channel is not like an actual job or anything. It's just hobby.
Yeah.
Have not been able to get to it for a long time, but I'm finally getting back to it. So I did finally get most of the work done for the video I've been working on for a while. I just got to finish the editing, which might take a little, maybe a week or two, but I will have a new video coming out very soon. I'm hoping it's a good one. It's going to be really interesting. It's very like meta. In terms of comics, it's very, very much about like comic history, and there's some video game material too, because there were some interesting parallels that I found between some of that comics history and video game history. So I think people will like it. So keep an eye out for that.
Yeah. All right. So yeah, if you like comics This guy's a huge comic nerd, so go check out his channel. I just dropped the link in the chat as well, but it is also in the stream description if you want to go check out Nightmare's channel and show him some love. So I appreciate you coming on, and I had a blast hanging out with you and chatting for over 6 hours, setting records. This was great.
Yeah, it was awesome. Thank you so much for having me. I really appreciate it. It was wonderful talking to you.
Yeah, I appreciate you, being willing to go way longer than anticipated, essentially. Although I don't really ever have a cap on it, but I leave that up to the guests. So I'm glad we were able to do this. It was a lot of fun.
Yeah.
So, but yeah, anyone out there in the chat, if you ever want to come on and talk video games with me, that's what Open Mic is all about. It definitely doesn't have to go this long, but it can if we're having a great discussion. So hit me up if you want to be on Open Mic sometime. But yeah, so as for what I got coming up next week, I'm taking the week off because I got stuff going on IRL, so I won't be doing any streaming. But there will still be an episode of Top 5 on Tuesday where Jason and a panel of guests are ranking their top 5 favorite Pokemon. I just don't know. I still haven't decided whether I'm going to have them broadcasted on my channel as well, even though I'm not here. We'll see. But if you want to check that out and you don't have the link to Jason's channel, let me know. I can get that to you. So the next thing on my channel will be on the 31st, the last day of the month, and that will be March's Mass Effect Monday. So we're going to be playing Mass Effect multiplayer because I do that once a month. So if anyone is interested in playing Mass Effect 3 multiplayer with me, I have it on Xbox and on Steam, and you are welcome to join. So let me know if you are interested in that. But then that week, we should be back to our regularly scheduled programming. So, but with that, you have a good night, Nightmare. Go get some sleep. Everyone in chat, thanks for hanging out for all this time. You all have a good night as well, everyone, and we will see you next time. Catch you later, everyone. And as always, in the meantime, game on.